We do see these prize cards going out. Here we go. The cards are being drawn. We're getting in to our final match.
And what a way to start things off. Both players with pretty great Pokemon in the active spot. Miloslav featuring that Mew with the free retreat, starting things off, looking at the hand, trying to map it out. See Squawkabilly on the other side, knows that's a pretty explosive opener for Brent.
Miloslav will kick off the turn by benching that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, using its Teal Dance ability, able to attach an extra grass energy for turn. It does not count as your attachment for turn, and then also gets the benefit of drawing an additional card. Will follow this up, it looks like, with an Earthen Vessel, discarding the Dragapult EX, one of the strongest Dragon-type Pokemon in the format. And this Earthen Vessel will now allow Miloslav to search the deck for any 2 energy cards and add them to the hand.
Yes, seeing the Dragapult in there is a welcome sight. You have that opportunity now to copy one of the best attacks in the entire TCG, but you still need to continue to build up this board. I believe we saw the Ultra Ball in hand, so finding a Pokemon like that Regidrago V has to be the #1 thing on your mind going first.
It's all about getting that Regidrago V down so you can get into the Regidrago V Star and use its powerful Apex Dragon attack, allowing you to copy the attacks of any Dragon Pokemon in your discard pile. It will be a few energies found here. Looks like the 1 Fire and the 1 Grass. We know that is the only Fire Miloslav will have access to until he begins to take some prize cards.
You'd like to make very good work of that. If it could incorporate that into a turn 2 Apex Dragon, taking a big knockout on any 2 prize Pokemon on Brent's side would feel so valuable. Really cash in on that opportunity that you have, that Brent gave you as you go first.
Yeah, we saw in Miloslav's top 4, it wasn't about being super aggressive. He spent the first couple of turns in most of the games just going for the Cleffa, grasping draw, fill the hand. Will the draws here on this turn 1 lead to him being able to be more aggressive? We do see the energy switch, moving the energy off of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX over to the Regidrago V Star, attachment of the fire energy to that basic V Pokemon, and a pass of the turn over to Brent Tonisson. What is Brent working with? It looks like he will kick things off, matching Miloslav's Earthen Vessel to discard Dragapult EX with his own Earthen Vessel to discard Dragapult EX.
Anything you could do, I could do better. Lines it up very well. And yes, we saw the rest of Miloslav's hand. It's Ultra Ball, Crass Energy, Professor's Research, 3 fantastic cards to hold on to as you look to get aggressive in the following turns. For Brent now, he is on the clock, has to find an answer here, and you need to take your time with finding all of your resources and mapping out those prizes. It's going to get the news that you're not going to incorporate the Noctowl into the strategy without a Hoot Hoot, and you don't have Radiant Charizard either.
Yeah, Radiant Charizard is one of the key cards in the matchup for sure for Brent. It's a single prize Pokemon that can take 1-hit KOs on your opponent's multi-prize Pokemon, can easily knock out Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, Mew EX, Squawkabilly EX. It can take 2 prizes as a 1-prize Pokemon, which is extremely valuable. Brent may still be able to work it into the strategy later in the game as he begins to take knockouts, and that is when Charizard becomes more and more powerful as the game goes on. But as things stand, a couple of energy added to this hand to start with. We'll see what other options Brent has. With that Squawkabilly EX in the active spot, I can't imagine the hand is too bad.
Right, you always have the bailout button. Squawk and Seize, you have to expect that if this Pokemon's already in play, you have to use this ability.
Actually, this hand, I think there's a couple of energy switch.
Oh no.
And those are really important resources. 2 energy switch and a boss's orders all hitting the discard pile.
None of the resources you'd like to throw away here, not even an additional relevant Dragon Pokemon to add to the discard pile as well. It's just the Dragapult on this side.
Looks like we do at least see the Regidrago V, but I don't think he drew into a supporter card. He didn't draw a grass energy, so this Nest Ball here can't find a Teal Mask Ogerpon to draw any additional cards. It looks like immediately this Nest Ball is going to eye up that Cleffa, which is one of the ideal options in games like this when you are going second.
I'm getting nervous here for Brent now. Yes, you have the Cleffa. You can promote this Pokemon into the active spot, use Grasping Draw, and find some more resources. But if you don't bench at least 1 Regidrago V right here, honestly, you'd like to have 2. You can expect to be knocked out this turn by, what, even a Haxorus on the other side.
It's definitely possible. I do believe Brent has the Regidrago V, and he also does have the Fire Energy. There is a world where he could have gone for the Motivate. I think that's why we saw him discard those energy cards that he fetched off the Earthen Vessel. But drawing into the switch as well, this gets him the attachment to the Regidrago V. It gets him into this Cleffa, and it will be a grasping draw to refill the hand, looking for some help for the second turn of the game.
I expect to see it with 2 cards in hand, our double Ultra Ball, now adding in even more resources, including a supporter finally.
Now back over to Miloslav. Will kick it off with the Teal Dance on this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Attaches the Grass Energy, draws a card. We do see an Ultra Ball in this hand. Looks like a Professor's Research. Also an Energy Switch. Kind of a awkward hand to have the Energy Switch though, because he'd love to use it to move the energy off the Teal Mask Ogerpon, but he can't use the Ultra Ball.
Chip, what's more important, moving this energy over or finding your Regidrago V-Star here?
What he could do, and he may just play it slow. We saw this so often from Miloslav. Just go into the Cleffa, grasping draw, fill the hand. I think that's exactly what we're going to see, but this could be a really big opening for Brent. Something Miloslav could have done was play the Ultra Ball to discard. Well, we're going to see a restart here first, drawing just one more card, and it will indeed be the Research. What I was going to suggest is possibly Miloslav could have Ultra Balled away the Research,
right.
Keep the Energy Switch, get your Regidrago V-Star, use the Restart, hope to find something, but a risky game I don't think Miloslav was willing to play here in our final match.
It does not line up for his strategy. Does find another Ultra Ball, but I don't see a Pokemon you want to discard Regidrago V-Star in the hand.
Yeah, that's great to get the evolution. A big part of this matchup as well is going to be when does each player use that Legacy Star V-Star power.
Yes, it's typically something that you need to incorporate when you're missing that attack. You're trying to incorporate the energy switches so that you can come out of nowhere and have that big Apex Dragon attack, maybe remove a big threat on the opposite side from your opponent. But we saw a resource battle in the top 4 from Miloslav. Yeah. It really could go either way.
Yeah, the general rule of thumb, I feel like, with Legacy Star is you want to hold off using it as long as possible until, like you mentioned, you're going to miss that attack. If you can get to the end game with just 2 prizes left and you still have access to Legacy Star, it almost feels unlosable at that point. We do see an Ultra Ball from Miloslav. Does have to give up a pretty big resource in that energy switch, but felt pressured to go get down another Regidrago V.
Yeah, is that number 3 now at this point? It's so many of these vital resources. Yes, you can bring them back with the Apex, or with the Legacy Star, but is that really what you want to do right here?
Looks like a Grass Energy will be attached for turn to the Regidrago V. Evolution on the bench to the Regidrago V-Star. Retreating into the Cleffa. Grasping Draw filling the hand up to 5. What did the Grasping Draw yield for Brent on the last turn? He'll now kick off this turn with 8 cards in his opening hand, and things are looking much, much better.
Yes, finally an opportunity to maybe find that Teal Mask Ogerpon, start to accelerate some energies to the board, even discarding another Dragon Pokemon in that Kyurem.
And off this Ultra Ball, it looks like the Giratina V-Star is being eyed up. That's another massive attacker, another attacking option in this matchup.
Yes, that's the attack we typically expect to see in the matchup. When there isn't the Rolling Iron, reducing the 80 damage, you walk right into that Lost Impact over and over again, just dealing these huge blows back and forth for 280 damage and taking big knockouts. That's when the resources really start to dwindle away.
If Brent can find the pieces to KO Miloslav's benched Regidrago V-Star loaded up with 3 energy cards, that could be a huge swing in Brent's favor. He does have to make sure he's continuing to establish his board, however, and he will do just that with the benching of this Regidrago V. He does still need quite a bit to pull that off. It looks like Research is going to be the supporter in hand. There is, of course, always the potential of that A-Spec Prime Catcher to get into the mix, the A-Spec that both of these players have chosen to play.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe if there's an opportunity for Brent to only play a 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon match. It moves around from the Miloslav strategy of placing the damage on these 2 Pokemon that will always stick around and then cleaning up with the Dragapult.
And I think this is telling of Brent's strategy on this turn, attaching to the Regidrago V, not attaching to the Regidrago V-Star. He knows that it's very unlikely for him to get everything he wants. He's going to play the slow game just like Miloslav. We will probably see yet another Grasping Draw.
few more resources to calculate here as we see. Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, a few more ways to find Pokemon or get those Pokemon into the discard pile for the Apex Dragon. But, yeah, you've got to use a few of these resources if you want to make the most out of Grasping Draw.
We do see the Nest Ball will be played, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon, putting it onto the bench. We have yet to see a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX found on Brent's side of the board, and he's hesitant to use it here. And I actually think, is that a fail of the Nest Ball?
I guess so. This might just be the move. You slow down here. I mean, even if you do want to play this Teal Mask Ogerpon, it probably is just going to be a singular copy for the rest of the game. It means that you're going to be limited, and all of your energies are likely going to be shown on the table for the entirety of the game. But if your opponent has to walk into this and can't set up their classic strategy, what do they do?
I wonder if Brent is trying to play around exactly what he saw Miloslav do in Game 3 of Top 4. With those Teal Mask Ogerpons in play, they were able to be hit by the Rolling Iron. They were put to just 10 HP remaining, and it's set up for Miloslav to take a 6-prize turn, KOing Squawkabilly and 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon all at once. Brent is choosing not to play into that strategy. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, it makes sense. It is such a slow approach, so it's unusual to see. I don't know if this is a strategy you always go to unless you have 75 minutes, but it's the finals. You gotta show all of your tricks.
That expanded time is certainly a big deal. Miloslav kicks off his 3rd turn with the Earthen Vessel, discarding that Giratina V-Star. A big opening for him as well. You know, it's playing this game of cat and mouse, this game of chicken. Which player is going to be the one to initiate here? Which is going to be the first player to find a gusting card, the Prime Catcher, or the boss's orders?
So many resources already down. You're just waiting to see who will take the first knockout. It doesn't ever line up well to attack into this Cleffa, so bide your time and continue to add up all of these resources. And you see Miloslav using the double Nest Ball here. He can go for a strategy like the double Teal Mask Ogerpon. He's not worried about Hisui and Gudra on the other side.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult for Brent to set those plays up. Sure, he could go for the Phantom Dive, still deal 200 damage, but then his Regidrago V-Stars are going to be pressured and knocked out almost every single turn. It is going to be the play of 2 Nest Balls. Looks like Miloslav fails the first one, finds a Pokemon on the second one, and is going to fill the bench up with the next copy of Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
You have to expect that this is going to be an advantage for Miloslav in this match to see all of his energies in front of him, have more opportunities to use different attacks at the right time. The problem, however, is you can't really move these energy cards. 3 energy switch down as early as, what, turn 4 now in this game.
But as long as this slow game plan progresses for both of these players, the less pressure you are put on your resources, the less you need those energy switches, right?
I suppose, yeah.
And if Brent isn't knocking you out every single turn, you don't have to be teal dancing, energy switching, moving those cards around in order to power up your attackers. Now for Miloslav, when is the time to act? When does he pounce? He has so many cards in hand here, it looks like 6 or so. Will he even be able to draw much with the Grasping Draw? Grass Energy attachment to the Regidrago V-Star and boss's orders. Now is the time, bringing up the Regidrago V-Star of Brent Tonisson, and Apex Dragon will copy Lost Impact, 280 damage, and that is the first KO of this final match.
Yes, a big game of chicken between these players, but somebody finally blinks, and it makes sense for Miloslav here. You're threatening with that potential to use the Rolling Iron over and over and over again, but your opponent is showing that weakness. They didn't set up a great board. You take advantage of it here now. You take those energies off the board with the Lost Impact. You're feeling very comfortable with the fact that you've got 2 fully loaded Pokemon.
And then now on this turn, Brent will decide to bench a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. We will see the use of the Teal Dance drawing into the Knock Towel. Not a useful card. Gonna send it to the discard pile right away with the Earthen Vessel. Finding 2 energy cards. It will be a Grass and a Fire found. Of course, needing a Fire energy on his Regidrago V in order to get off an attack. Needs to find the evolution to get into the V-Star. Give himself a little bit more HP, a little bit more to work with. As Brent, you know, where do we go from here? How are we going to piece together a win?
Right. Surely you want to take advantage of an opportunity where your opponent presented 280 hit points, the only fire energy that we've seen so far from Miloslav as well. If you can knock this Pokemon out right now with your own lost impact from Giratina V-Star, you have to feel pretty good about that. The problem is you also need to get down another Regidrago V or else you are cooked.
We do see another inclusion here from Brent Tonisson, a card that has become pretty standard in most Regidrago lists, but Miloslav is not playing that Fezandipity EX with its powerful Flip the Script ability.
And this is a spot that Miloslav is not typically used to seeing in this matchup. He just got Iono'd for 4. That never happens. He's always leaving the prize cards on the board, dealing 200 damage over and over again, and compiling for that perfect 6 prize turn. Instead, now has a weaker hand, and maybe it might be difficult to find that fire energy chip.
We see that Flip the Script of the Fezandipity can only be used when a Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Now drawing Brent Tonisson 3 fresh new cards. He does find the energy switch. He has the pieces to get off this attack, but I think he's a little bit worried about how feeble his board may seem after this attack.
Right, is this an opportunity? I guess you have to go for a Legacy Star and find more resources. We don't see a Regidrago V just yet.
There's not too many cards left in Brent Tonisson's deck as well. That is also something to consider here. Sure, he can use the Legacy Star, but then he'll be really running on fumes through the end of this game. He's got plenty of powerful cards in the hand. I do see that Prime Catcher. It's not going to be useful right now. We got to deal with the active more than anything. It looks like it's right around 8
Is that 8?
cards. Yeah, in the deck left at this point. Can thin out maybe one more card. Earthen Vessel or Nest Ball, depending on if there are Pokemon or energy cards still remaining. It looks like we are going to see the flip of that V-Star marker. He's debating it. 7 cards now will be discarded from the top of the deck. Super Rod goes down. Energy Switch. Temple of Sinnoh, not too big of a deal. Researches, I don't think you mind losing at this point. Super Rod, the instant grab, and one more card can be added from this discard pile to the hand.
All right. And you'd think that an energy switch would have to be incorporated at this point of the game. You've seen so many resources used here, and you need to have a backup attacker following this Regidrago V-Star's attack into the other Regidrago V.
Sure enough, energy switch is the grab. That is the find. There is no other Regidrago V-Star. No other V, excuse me, at this point. I think, is Brent really banking on finding the Radiant Charizard from the prizes?
Well, it will be a welcomed sight if he has not disrupted the prizes. I believe we saw the Charizard at the bottom.
We will see that. Take the knockout, and Radiant Charizard was taken, and Super Rod as well. But we do see the 2 energy cards being lost zoned, a basic grass and a basic fire. Now the promote from Miloslav on the Cleffa. Brent has tied this game up 4-4 prizes. Can Miloslav continue to push the prize trade advantage?
And for Miloslav, this has to be about knocking out this Regidrago V-Star and then lining up a final attack. Can you remove a Pokemon like that Squawkabilly to take those last 4 prize cards that you're looking for across 2 turns?
He's got his Regidrago V-Star already with a few energy on it. Just needs the fire. We know one was prized. He does play a couple copies of Superior Energy Retrieval. The basic fire energy is still remaining in the prize card, so he is going to need to find Superior Energy Retrieval or Night Stretcher if he wants to attack with this Pokemon this turn.
We saw an early copy of the Superior Energy Retrieval discarded, so if Legacy Star is a part of the mix, surely you could use that resource as opposed to finding the fire energy itself and get plenty more energies to play down. You see yet another Teal Mask Ogerpon added to the hand, hopefully, because I expect to see that bench space filled by Regidrago V if you can find it.
He will add it to the hand. He'll play the Nest Ball, fail that card, just thinning cards out of the hand so that he can use Mew EX's Restart ability. Once per turn, you're able to draw until you have 3 cards in your hand. So he's going to try to thin down the hand as much as possible to get as much value as possible on the draw. It will be the bench of the Teal Mask Ogerpon. 2 cards found for the restart. Does he have a way to get back the fire? Does he have a way to pull off an attack this turn? or will the advantage be pushed back over to Brent Tonisson's side of the board?
Yeah, Chip, this starts to look like a player who's eyeing up a play with a boss's orders, a prime catcher, a rolling iron on to one of these Pokemon.
And that was a huge teal dance right there from Miloslav. Attaches the energy to the Ogerpon, draws a single card, and the single card hit was Professor's Research.
Wow.
That's going to breathe some life into this hand. I do think he discarded the fourth and final energy switch there, but off the research, he's able to find the Night Stretcher.
That fire energy will be very welcomed at this point in time, and now the decision to make is, do you have to overextend here? I don't even know if there's enough deck to use the Legacy Star at this point in time. It gets really tricky when you get down to these late turns.
Yeah, Miloslav, dissimilar to most Regidrago V-Star lists that we've seen, does not play Super Odd. There is no way to refill the deck, so it can be a risky prospect to use Legacy Star a little too early in the game. Night Stretcher will bring back the fire energy. We see a few more kind of irrelevant cards being played. The Canceling Cologne, the Temple of Sinnoh, Text for other matchups, and Regidrago V-Star pushed to the active spot. Which attack will Miloslav use in this situation? It will be the Lost Impact, sending 2 energy cards to the Lost Zone, KOing Brent's only established attacker.
Well, that is a big knockout, and for Miloslav, a breath of fresh air when you see that you are the only person who has that Regidrago down. Hitting for 280 damage is so difficult in a spot like this. For Brent, it would take so many resources. You'd have to genome hacking, copy your opponent's Apex Dragon in order to have a response there, or you have to go an alternate route, Radiant Charizard, and go after something on the bench.
Brent is going to use Super Odd, putting back up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy into the deck. It will be Regidrago V, V-Star, and the basic fire energy. Yeah, what does Brent need to set up here? What is the play? How does he take 4 prizes before Miloslav can close out this game?
Yeah, the incorporation of Radiant Charizard feels pretty important at a stage like this, unless you're trying to set up for a 4-prize turn. And just how do you do just that with these limited resources here? It seems like ending the turn with a 2-prize Pokemon in the active spot is game over.
We aren't going to see the Radiant Charizard come down. It is going to be Regidrago V, attachment of the basic fire energy. Debating benching another Pokemon Jamming Tower just to bump the Temple of Sinnoh. Again, cards that are really not relevant for this matchup. Both players playing them for the other matchups in the formats, just burning cards out of their hand that they don't want to see anymore at this point in the game. Looks like Iono is in the hand. That's a great option when your opponent's down to just 2 prize cards remaining generally. But Brent has to find a way to get through this Regidrago V-Star, find a way to take some sort of knockout, put on some sort of pressure this turn. Flip the script, Fezandipity being promoted. Prime Catcher to bring up that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, and it is the Iono shuffling both players' hands, putting them on the bottom of the deck, and then they will each draw a number of cards equal to the amount of prize cards remaining. Brent getting 4, Miloslav only 2.
Well, you see your opponent has 4 grass energy in the Lost Zone, 1 on the Regidrago V, so you take a risk right here, but my goodness, for Miloslav, it is the Professor's Research added to the hand. Might not be exactly what you're looking for, given that Cleffa is in that spot, but if you have a way to boss his orders this turn, that's going to be pretty good.
And I think right away, Miloslav showing the grass energies off of the Earthen Vessel. Brent recognizing with Miloslav still having Legacy Star available, he has no way to close out the game. We're going to pack it up and go to game 2. Miloslav winning game 1 at LAIC.
So much to think about between these two players, and Miloslav comes out on top there. Went first in this matchup and slowed down the pace. Was playing so many energy cards down onto the board. Had so many different attackers, and for Brent, really was only able to set up that singular Regidrago V-Star.
I don't know if Brent had the resources remaining. He had discarded a couple energy switch early, so it was probably going to be tough, but if he could have powered up Radiant Charizard that turn, Prime Catcher the Mew, then Iono, maybe he stands a chance. Let's get into the replay here of game number 1 and break down exactly what happened.
As we saw from our players, it was a back and forth trying to establish early on what was going to happen in this matchup, as you have two completely different strategies that typically take place here. For Brent Tonisson, it's been all about that aggression with the Giratina V-Star, and on the other side, we've seen that rolling iron, but that's not the case this time around. Steals the old strategy back and starts using lost impacts.
Yeah, if your opponent tries to play the same game as you when you are sitting on Miloslav's side of the board, sometimes you get to be the one to be the aggressor, and we see the tech cards that Miloslav is playing really paying off here. That Hisui and Gudra V-Star, we didn't see Rolling Iron attack one time, but just the threat of it, the potential of it, changed the way Brent had to play, and because of that, Miloslav was able to capitalize.
So much to think about as we move into this, and holding on to that Legacy Star seals up game number 1. Miloslav would have all the resources, Prime Catcher, Boss's Orders, whatever it takes.
Oh.
We're ready for game 2, but is Miloslav?
Yeah, I don't know if Miloslav is, as we are drawing these opening cards, and the starter is that Curum, a card that's really strong against some of the evolving decks in the format. Extremely strong against Lost Box, but not too good in the Regidrago mirror if your opponent, can adequately play around it, of course. And definitely not something you want to be starting here.
And we've talked about having that single prize Pokemon in the active, not the one we were referring to. It can be very difficult to move this Pokemon. It clutters up the bench. It avoids having an opportunity to maybe go for that 6 prize swing with the Trifrost. It's usually something that you can only surprise an opponent with if they don't know what they're doing.
And honestly, it may make things a little bit more awkward for Miloslav if he wants to go into the Cleffa, because now that is 2 one-prize Pokemon in play. Little Cleffa only has 30 hit points. It goes down extremely easily. We could even see a Dragon Laser KOing both Curum and the Cleffa all at the same time for Brent. So Miloslav has to consider now. Cleffa has been such an important part of this matchup. It's just an attach and a pass.
And is the energy going to be a problem here, Chip? Because that could lead to Teal Mask getting a little more aggressive in a spot like this. 130 is a number we could certainly reach here.
Brent Tonisson was able to win his top 4 set by KOing his opponent's only Pokemon in play in game number 2 on the very first turn of the game. Could he do the same thing here? I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult, considering that Regidrago V is the Pokemon in the active spot. Brent would have to find his singular copy of Switch in the deck, but it's an option, a path he's going to leave himself open to, I believe.
Yep, it's not in the prize cards and doesn't have to worry about that. Once again, that Noctowl is not going to be showing up in this matchup, but maybe there won't be much of a game here. It depends on what cards Brent has in the hand, and the aggression is showing. Squawkabilly added.
It is possible for Regidrago V to just get off the Dragon Laser KO. We don't have to go for the Myriad Leaf Shower like what we saw Brent do. That's normally the only way you can get off a meaningful attack, but if Brent can find a Fire Energy, a pair of Grass Energy, a couple Teal Mask Ogerpon, and a couple of Energy Switch, this game could be over on Brent's very first turn.
Right, the 3 Fire Energy. Very easy to find that card. Now can go for the Dragon Laser there, and it doesn't really disrupt your strategy. You're already trying to start adding these energies to the Regidrago V and set up your board. Just go for that classic approach now. Don't worry about Rolling Iron. Your opponent just had a Kyurem.
Yeah, considering Miloslav's setup here, or lack thereof, we should say, Brent is not going to be pressured very much at all. It is going to be the bench of the Squawkabilly, though, switching into it. So he's committing to this slower game plan already right off the bat.
Motivation. We could motivate the troops, get them ready for next turn. If you see the Teal Masks and the Earthen Vessels and the energy switches, you get sad, but it looks like this is going to be a pretty solid play here.
Sending up the Squawkabilly. We do also see the Cleffa in the hand. It is still going to come down. I think with the Squawkabilly going active, we will more than likely just see the Motivate, and it will be 2 energy cards added to this Regidrago V. This is a huge draw here for Miloslav. What is he able to find? Any basic Pokemon? Does he have a supporter? Let's see if we can see that hand.
He had the Professor's Research. It looks like he found the Iono, and that will be a great choice there to restart and try again in this set. But it's looking pretty rough when you see your opponent is already potentially retreating and knocking you out with a Regidrago V.
He does find a basic Pokemon, but it is just the Squawkabilly. No Nest Ball, no Ultra Ball, a few Grass Energy, and he can't use Squawk and Seize. You can only use that ability on your first turn. This is Miloslav's turn 2. He can bench the Squawkabilly and stick it out for one more turn. Look at this.
He doesn't even want to.
And Brent has the grass energy. He draws for turn, retreats, and Dragon Laser takes the knockout. We're going to game 3 here at LAIC.
Is there a better way to write it up for Brent Tonisson? We saw this multiple times moving through the top 8 and into the top 4. These opportunities to take advantage of your opponent's weak starts, and can't help but smirk there, thinking about what he just got away with to move into the final match here.
A gift for Brent Tonisson to give him new life, to give him an opportunity and possibly shift the momentum back into his favor. But now it will be Miloslav with the choice, first or second. We saw him consistently choose second in his top 4 game yesterday in that 60-card mirror with his friend Daniel. Considering Brent's list, is he going to make any sort of change? Will he go second? Will he go first? We'll find out.
He's seen what Brent thought of the matchup, and with Brent making the choice in game number 1, went second and really did not have a great setup there. Drew all the cards, just did not play down the teal mask, wanted to avoid the rolling iron issues, and it didn't work.
Well, we got an update here, Kyle. Miloslav has chosen to go first.
It's a risk, but we love it. This is what we've been looking for. He said in the mirror match he wants to play the slower approach, go second, but this is a spot where maybe he can take advantage of Brent's slower setups and really get aggressive here.
And I think a big part of this decision is because of what he knows he has and what he knows Brent doesn't have. He doesn't have to be scared, Miloslav, of the Hisuian Gudra V-Star from Brent Tonisson. No rolling iron on the left side of the table. And Miloslav also knows that he has that Haxorus, so if the opportunity opens itself up and he can be aggressive, if he can take 2 prizes on the first turn, that is an option that he could try to take advantage of. I'm excited, Kyle. This is what you hope to see for these final matches. A game 3, one last game of the Pokemon TCG to decide it all. One of these players will be the champion, and one of these players will go home with the second place.
We're looking for some strong opening hands from both these players. Hopefully the prize cards aren't too detrimental. We've seen this before, but we could have a game for the ages here lined up.
Let's get down to this table, the fist bump, the game 3. Let's hear it for him, folks in the crowd. Game 3 at LAIC, and Miloslav kicks it off with the opening of Teal Mask Ogrepon EX, the Cleffa in the active for Brent Tonisson. And look at these prize cards, Kyle. A big one for Brent.
Yeah, Brent does not feature many other dragon Pokemon to copy. Really wants to take advantage of that lost impact in the early games. And look at this for Miloslav. He's throwing away 2 precious dragon Pokemon there in the Haxorus and the Giratina.
Both of them being great options moving forward, depending on how things develop for Brent. Now, Brent does start his absolute best starter in that Cleffa. It'll be that 1 prize Pokemon in the active spot. It'll be onto Miloslav to find a Gust, a way to get around it, so Brent may have an opportunity to take a couple of turns to get set up, just like we saw in game number 1. But Miloslav is feeling pretty confident in this spot. Ultra Ball, discarding 2 dragons. Down goes Giratina V-Star, down goes the Haxorus, and in comes Regidrago V immediately to the bench.
I think we already saw a Squawkabilly in the hand as well, so if you need a little more fuel in this hand, you could go for that Squawk and Seize, draw those additional resources. But maybe that doesn't fit the bill here for Miloslav. If he wants to play that slower game, if he has the supporter, then maybe you don't go that route.
Taking a moment to check all the prize cards. Plenty of time left in this game, over 40 minutes. I don't think we'll have to worry about the clock too much as a factor in this one. So Miloslav taking a moment to make sure he is totally aware of what he does and does not have access to. Indeed, Squawkabilly is in the hand, but perhaps before we see the bird come into play, we will see Nest Ball searching the deck for any basic Pokemon, adding it to the field. It will be Regidrago V. And maybe Miloslav will take pause. It depends on how strong the hand is. Squawkabilly can definitely be a liability.
Right. You don't want to give up those prize cards to an opponent that's already struggling to find ways to knock out your Pokemon. It was a really slow game for Brent on that first game of the set, and then obviously in game 2 you didn't really see too much. I'm a bit surprised that we don't see the Cleffa, as that's typically the Pokemon that's added to the board as early as possible and can be a bit tricky to find later on.
Normally wanting to get into it right away. We will see the board filled up. Energy switch, moving the energy from the active to the bench. Regidrago V, Squawkabilly's Squawk and Seize, discarding the hand to draw 6 fresh new cards. Cleffa was one of those found. Miloslav's not going to feel pressured to get into it necessarily right away. It's pretty unlikely Brent would ever go for a turn 1 knockout. I don't even know if he has the pieces to do so. And we will see another Teal Dance here, drawing a card. It is that basic fire energy. We've not seen the attachment for turn.
Right, we've seen both of the Teal Dances now, and the Fire Energy, one of the 2 copies, means that this Regidrago V is just 1 energy away from potentially threatening that Evolution and Apex Dragon on turn 2. This is more likely the strategy that we've seen from most of our Regidrago players, and now it's fully charged.
An extremely strong setup to kick things off here for Miloslav. A fully powered Regidrago V, the bench of the Cleffa. And I think that is going to end this turn here with a pass over to Brent. Let's see what else he has available. Started the Cleffa. That's your best option. I don't see a supporter. I don't see any searching cards. No way to get a Squawk ability to bail him out.
Oh, the Earthen Vessel, Grass Energy, a few more energies in the hand there. But yes, you're right. There needs to be a bit of help now. Take the opportunity to see what you're working with. You're going to find out that your team is prized, but if you don't have a setup, it's all for naught anyways.
Checking the prize cards off the Earthen Vessel, discarding the basic grass. We'll take note of any Pokemon or energy cards that are prized. Also looking through to try to figure out what other supporters are available. You want to check for your boss's orders, your energy switches. Is the pink card in there, your Prime Catcher a spec? Do you have access to all that you need?
We'll get some fairly good news that at least this game has the opportunity to be competitive for Brent, so long as he finds a few of these basic Pokemon on this opening turn. I'm nervous though, Chip. I didn't see the rest of the hand, but it didn't seem like it was going to be great.
I think it's 1 Regidrago V, Kyle, and I think that is it.
That's
bench Regidrago V, attach an energy, grasping draw, and then you got to cross your fingers as Brent, because that is an opening that Miloslav would love to pounce on.
Yeah, and it leads to all sorts of issues here. If you could Prime Catcher that Pokemon, you could even just use the Regidrago V and knock out the Cleffa and limit your opponent's draws in a spot like this, damage the Regidrago. We see the Hoot Hoot.
Brent's going to be able to thin the hand out very nicely here, puts that Temple of Sinnoh in play, grasping draw for 6 cards. And let's see if Miloslav will go for this opening. Will he push himself to get the knockout? I do believe he had boss's orders in his hand, so that is a way you can bring up the Regidrago V. We know that Haxorus is already in the discard pile. Does he have the V-Star? Does he have a way to move his active? We'll kick it off with the Teal Dance, attaches an energy, draws a singular card. What is the find? It is the Regidrago V-Star. He has everything to go after Brent's only Regidrago V in play. Normally, Miloslav plays the slow, conservative game, but in this position, he's going to push his advantage, bringing up Brent's only established attacker, and Dragon Pulse takes the KO, discards the top 3 cards, but I don't think he minded too much, especially when the Goodra goes down.
Wow, it ends up being a benefit there. You throw another great Dragon Pokemon into the discard pile. You have this huge advantage against your opponent. And what cards did you find off the Grasping Draw? Can you at least establish some basic Pokemon here?
I think for Brent, to be honest, I mean, he is so incredibly far behind at this point. He doesn't have a Regidrago V in play. He's 2 turns away from establishing the V-Star. He may have to go for just a 3 Radiant Charizard attack game plan from this point.
And you know what? That could be the best option here. You've given up so many prize cards, but finding a way to recycle and go through and find that Radiant Charizard over and over again could be difficult.
So difficult, and especially here with this Ultra Ball, looks like it will be discarding Energy Switch and Super Rod, 2 ways that you would like to refill and reuse that Pokemon over and over again. The fact that Miloslav was able to do this play, and the fact that he still has his V-Star power available, it just puts way too much pressure here on Brent. It almost feels like an insurmountable mountain to climb. He's going to play to his outs. He's going to try to identify some path back into this, Kyle, but I'm struggling to find it.
Right, you can't play down another Regidrago V right now unless you're presenting a threat to your opponent. You have to either slow them down in some capacity, try to lock a Pokemon in the active spot, but with Legacy Star, everything is unlocked. Miloslav will definitely have an opportunity to take 2 more prize cards next turn.
Now, for the first time in this set, we are going to have an opportunity to see the Noctowl have an effect here. Its Jewel Seeker ability will allow Brent to search the deck for any 2 trainer cards and add them to the hand. He could create all sorts of different combo pieces. Of course, you can only use this ability if you have a Terra Pokemon in play, Teal Mask Ogerpon, providing that requirement.
Yeah, but what pieces can you find? Yes, you have the Teal Mask Ogerpon down. You've already accelerated 1 energy to the board. You need a few more if you want to have a relevant attack, and even then, you're not knocking out this active Pokemon.
Here is the Nest Ball. That is one way to get Radiant Charizard. We also could just see it get Pheasantipity EX. Maybe Brent needs just a little bit more, needs to draw some cards, needs to find something else here off the flip the script. Nest Ball will be one of the grabs, gets to get any other trainer card. There were already quite a few energy switch in the hand. Perhaps just finding some energy cards could be nice, with the Earthen Vessel being levied as a potential option.
Even the miracle play of a Mew and coming up to a genome hacking and copy your own Giratina V-Star would have been great, but that's in the prize cards. All of the options slowly dwindling away on Brent's side, trying to come up with a plan to take down this Pokemon, or at least stay competitive here.
We are going to see Nest Ball being used. This will be telling of Brent's plan the rest of this turn. It is going to be the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Earthen Vessel will find the energy card necessary, but at the cost of discarding an energy switch. I think an energy switch went down to the Ultra Ball as well. These are incredibly valuable resources.
So tough to line this up. Of course, see what you can find off the top of the deck. You have an additional resource with the Teal Dance from Teal Mask Ogerpon, but you have to find an attack here.
Gotta piece something together. There's the attachment. We will see the draw once Miloslav is done with the shuffle. 1 card to be found. What was it? It's an Ultra Ball attached for turn to the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Energy switch. Are we just gonna hit with the Myriad Leaf Shower?
I mean, this is something you have to do. It's, if you want to play down a Regidrago V, you have to present a threat. In combination with the Iono, there's an opportunity to catch Miloslav slacking. He doesn't have the resources, and yes, he can take the knockout on the Teal Mask Ogerpon, but if he wants the Regidrago like we think he does, it has to be the Legacy Star for Boss's Orders if it's not in this new hand.
We do see 2 Regidrago V on the bench, so Brent is guaranteed to at least have the option to find a Regidrago V-Star on the next turn. Brent was also able to find the Prime Catcher. Likely not useful at this point. I have to imagine we're trying to go for that 2-hit knockout into this active Regidrago V-Star, deal with it, and maybe leave Miloslav in a compromised position. It is actually going to be the Prime Catcher. I think, is Brent trying to just buy a turn here? Miloslav has not used his V-Star power, so I think this is Brent saying, hey, if you want to get off and attack this turn, you're almost definitely going to have to use your V-Star power.
Right, you have to force the action there. Maybe your opponent over discards too many valuable resources, and it opens up a window, but that's not it yet.
Prime Catcher found for Miloslav already. The easy way to switch out of this position. Finding a couple more energy cards off of this Earthen Vessel, discarding the useless Canceling Cologne. A Fire and a Grass now added to the hand. That is the perfect card to find off an Iono, Kyle.
Yes, and look at this. With the Earthen Vessels, you continue to draw with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. You're getting more resources down. You have a secondary Regidrago V-Star ready to go now. Prime Catcher moving up his Pokemon.
And this is going to be 2 prizes left now for Miloslav. And even has a research. We're not done. Still able to discard the hand to draw 7 fresh new cards.
It's not about what you find here. It's about what resources you can discard. Sees plenty of Dragon Pokemon. Could open up even more attacks to potentially close the game out. Does not see them. It's just going to be the Haxorus going for a big knockout here with the Dragon Pulse.
And I've got to say, Kyle, this feels like checkmate. Miloslav has not used Legacy Star. He can easily grab Prime Catcher, easily grab an energy card. Brent is gonna take one last look, but I think he knows the situation. Miloslav with a grin on his face. He is so close to becoming our champion. And Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand, and Miloslav Posledni becomes the Latin American International Champion.
What a match. between these players. It was truly a battle that they were facing off with even before they set.
And the prizes for Justin, that's a super powerful. He's here, seniors finals, getting into this match between Gabriel Fernandez and Justin Templar, as Gabriel kicks things off in excellent style with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, and Justin starting the one copy of Ditto, which is exactly what you want, as that ability can only be used if it's in the active spot.
Let's go. A perfect start there for Justin. He's going to be so happy about that. But Gabriel going to be pretty happy with his start as well. Starting off with that Charmander, does already have that Buddy Buddy Poffin, able to get a second Charmander and a Pidgey for good measure, and going to take a look through the deck just to double check those prizes for himself so that he knows what he's working with, and we'll notice that Radiant Charizard absent from the deck.
Of course, I'm sure Gabriel, as an experienced player, is going into this matchup with a game plan. Immediately knows how many Pokemon he wants on his bench and what Pokemon he wants on his bench. Has that already figured out. And on that note, it will be interesting to see if cards like Cleffa or Rotom come down into play, as they're great at allowing you to set up, but Justin can just choose to not target those Pokemon, keeping a passive extra 20 damage in play from something like Subspace Swell.
But also important to note, Justin might not necessarily notice, but Gabriel is actually not opting to play the Cleffa in his Charizard list. We saw how effective it was for both the players in our junior division, but Gabriel deciding that he wanted to cut it for make space for other things. So no Cleffa, no Grasping Draw in this game.
And it looks like there is a second Buddy Buddy Poffin to follow things up here for Gabriel if he wants to play it, which it looks like he will decide to do. So again, Gabriel can get 2 more basic Pokemon. We'll see if he decides to take the 2, or if he's just going to grab 1 more, and it looks like it will potentially just be that Duskull, as any extra Pokemon that are not needed could come back to bite him later on.
Yeah, this to me telegraphs that Gabriel already does have a good idea of what he's up against, and knowing that he does not want to overbench too much, and based on that, just going to get the minimum that he can get away with that he needs to do his setup for next turn. Very smart from Gabriel.
So it will be just the Duskull. So Duskull does come down onto the bench, and we'll see if there's anything else here for Gabriel. Of course, Instant Charge is a great way to end your first turn, or any of those turns that you are not attacking with, but it's a liability. And Gabriel's got to weigh those pros and cons as he finishes up the first turn, and Justin will have a lot of pop-off potential and setup potential, thanks again to that Ditto allowing it to become any Pokemon he chooses to out of the deck.
So after the Buddy Buddy Poffin, going to have a quick look through the hand, and yeah, it is just going to be pass. Let's see Justin fire off with this Ditto in the active. I imagine, depending on what's in the deck, that this is going to become a Fan Rotom.
And has a Nest Ball as well that can find any basic Pokemon, not just, those 100 HP or less Pokemon, thanks to the Fan Call ability, but that is really the card that allows this deck to function. It allows the gears to turn. Fan Call can only be used on your first turn, but allows you to grab those 3 100 HP or less Pokemon. In this case, the Noctowl line, with combination of a Terrestrial Pokemon like the Terapagos, you can all of a sudden combine item cards and trainer cards and create a powerful strategy.
Yeah, the ability to search for any 2 trainer cards when you evolve into that Noctowl is really what makes this deck work and tick. You can go ahead and search the Stadium out, so you can start going wide on the bench. You can start setting up with all your setup cards, like your Glass Trumpet, if I know this deck doesn't play it, but for example, you can there. Also that Earthen Vessel to get your energy in the bin early. Pretty much gets you anything that you might need or want, and actually off that Nest Ball does go for that Terapagos EX.
And one thing we don't talk about a lot when it comes to Fan Rotom, yes, its ability is great, but let's not forget the attack on the Fan Rotom. It does do 70 damage for 1 colorless energy as long as there's a Stadium in play. And though Justin can't use something like Terapagos' Unified Beatdown on the first turn going second, he could, if he chooses to, use this Fan Call ability and then take the first prize in this matchup and put some pressure on Gabriel before he's had a turn to evolve.
Yeah, that could be pretty great. We do see the Ultra Ball as well, getting out the Palkia V. Of course, you do want to out into play for 1 turn, so you can evolve it into that Palkia V-Star, get that Subspace Swell going, and also make use of that really strong Star Portal V-Star power ability that lets you attach free water energy from the discard pile to your water Pokemon.
And wow, Judge, the 1 copy of Judge in Justin's deck, getting played on turn 1. This is where it's the strongest. Before Gabriel has set up Pokemon like Pidgeot EX, will now have to shuffle that hand in, draw just 4 cards, and see if he can put together some combination of cards to keep up with Justin's stellar turn 1.
This is a big potential to close the window on Gabriel here, depending on what these draws end up being. It is 4 cards, it's not nothing, but it's not a lot either, so it looks like, actually, just looking at Gabriel's hand, it looks okay, but not amazing. Oh, there is a supporter, I guess, but on the other hand, what has Justin drawn is, looks like she's going to be not playing anything, but it's going to go ahead and use that Ditto's ability to swap for the fan Rotom, and then we're going to see that fan call.
Fan call can be used, and now the question here is, does Justin find, you know, a water energy and a stadium? That's going to be, you know, pretty difficult off of just 4 cards from the judge. But then the question becomes, is it worth committing your attachment for turn just to take this 1 prize on the Charmander instead of, you know, maybe slowly powering up a Pokemon so you don't have to rely off of something like Star Portal for the following turn? We're now just going to see the fan call, so we'll grab that Hoothoot and 2 of those Noctowls. So if Gabriel is not able to disrupt the hand on Justin's side, he will have access to, if he chooses, Tool Jewel Seeker abilities and can search out 4 trainer cards from the deck.
Yeah, and if Justin is able to get away with that and make use of both of those, that is going to put a lot of hurt onto Gabriel. It's going to be very important for him to find a disruptor supporter. Although I do believe I saw the Ino in Gabriel's hand, actually.
That could be good. That could be very powerful. Justin will go ahead and bench the Hoothoot and has a lot of great cards at his disposal for the following turn, is content to just pass things over. Let's see what Gabriel has, starting things off with a Nest Ball, so can search out any basic Pokemon he'd like. We could potentially see something like Rotom come down. Would have been great the previous turn. Of course, the cards would have just been shuffled back in, but it is, of course, there as a Forest Sealstone user to use that Forest Sealstone tool as your once per game V-Star power to get your combos up and going.
Yeah, very important to have a V Pokemon in the deck to make use of that. And of course, we see usually the small package of the Luminosity V to search out supporters and the Rotom V to be able to draw extra cards, even though it does end your turn in the early game, you don't mind at all. But at this stage, yeah, just put it down so you can make it a Forest Sealstone target, and then you can use that Star Alchemy power to search for any 1 card from the deck.
Another choice here for Gabriel is it worth playing this Ultra Ball when the resources you'll be discarding seem to be a little bit important or too important to get rid of? We'll just play the Iono, not playing the Ultra Ball. Both players shuffling their hands to the bottom of their deck, and we'll draw a card for each of their prizes, so 6 apiece for both of these players.
Yeah, one of only 2 copies of Ino in the entire deck, so we'll have to be mindful of that if he ends up having to use or burn another one, so that he can still disrupt at a later stage if he wants or needs to. But off of this, finds the Forest Sealstone off the Ino here, as well as a Charmeleon.
So does have some options from this point going forward. However, the supporter card has already been played, so we may have to see Gabriel take this turn off, unless, you know, maybe there's something like a Charizard EX in the hand as well. You've got to always be careful in terms of which Pokemon you're promoting. As soon as you know, put a 2-prize Pokemon in the active spot and have too many Pokemon on your bench, things get interesting. And it all plays around Subspace Swell, right? If there's 12 bench Pokemon in total, that would be, of course, 20 more damage, so that's 220 plus the 60, so it wouldn't be enough to knock out a Charizard, but it would be very, very close.
Yeah, he's thinking this through here. He's doing like a little bit of a count here. It looks like
300, excuse me. So it's 12 Pokemon times 2, 240 plus the 60. So almost there, but not quite.
Almost there, but not quite. But it looks like the Charizard was indeed in the hand. So it's going to be the Forest Sealstone search, the Star Alchemy for the rare candy to evolve into this Charizard. And that Infernal Rain ability is now online. Going to attach 2 to the active and 1 to that bench Charmeleon. And Gabriel will take the first knockout of the game.
It is the Fan Rotom, so if there's any Pokemon Justin would, you know, be okay with having being knocked out, it would be this Fan Rotom. It's done its job. It's grabbed these Pokemon, and it will be on Justin to find a response. Gabriel striking first in game number 1, taking the first prize card, and Justin now looks like promoting this Origin form Palkia V, looking to potentially get Palkia V-Star online and into play.
Oh, wait, hold on. It looks like I was mistaken. There is the Glass Trumpet in this deck. Sorry, I misspoke earlier, but misread the deck list. So we'll be able to use that very nicely to get some energies onto the field. Of course, the Glass Trumpet, if there's a Terra Pokemon in play, you can play it to attach 1 energy each to 2 of your colorless bench Pokemon. So yeah, very, very strong setup card. We'll be able to use that to get more energies onto the field with this Earthen Vessel, discarding 1 from the hand already. Now, something that I saw, or I was thinking about, looking through Justin's deck list, he does play that Radiant Greninja. So with no Manaphy out in the field, there is a potential for a really big disruption Moonlight Shuriken, targeting down this Pidgey and targeting down this Duskull. The opportunity to get rid of both the Charmanders is gone because the Charizard is now already in play, but could still put in a lot of hurt by getting rid of those 2 if he can set it up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You do take the 2 prizes, but you've got to remember that Terrapagos EX on the bench does only have 230 HP, And by allowing Gabriel to play the game with a limited bench, you take away that option, down the line of potentially taking a one-hit KO. It's going to be difficult either way, to reach for knockouts on Charizard, but that Pidgeot EX only having 280 HP can be something that Origin Form Palkia V-Star is able to hit down the line.
Yeah, the Origin Form Palkia V-Star is your big hitter here. Your Terrapagos really caps out at 240 damage, even if you do have a full bench, whereas the Origin Form Palkia V-Star does factor in your opponent's bench as well. But here we go, the first Jewel Seeker of the game. So coming in and going to be searching for that Irida, which it's, well, wait, hold on, you need to search for 2 trainers here, right? So yeah, you got to do the sequencing right. Finish the Jewel Seeker, get your 2 trainers from that, and then play the Irida to get 2 more.
Yep, so looks like Justin catching himself here. You do have the option to just grab 1 trainer card, but I'm sure Justin would more than like to grab 2 trainer cards in this spot. It will be the Irida, which is most likely the supporter of choice, as well as a Nest Ball. Irida will be played, allowing Justin to search for a water Pokemon and any item he chooses. It's kind of crazy, Freya, to see this whole engine of Origin Form Palkia V-Star. It played for Irida. It was heavily based off this card. Fell out of favor for months, and now that it's back, it's still partnered with Irida.
Well, I mean, Irida never stopped being a bad supporter card, right? It was always good. It saw play even in decks like Golden Go, but it just hasn't had a maximum chance to shine. But in these Palkia-based decks, it absolutely is still as strong as it ever was.
So it looks like Buddy Poffin is a potential choice here for Justin. Can go ahead and grab another basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. It will just be the Hoothoot, as now Radiant Greninja comes down into play thanks to the Nest Ball. So Justin is currently capped out at 5 Pokemon on the bench. However, with the Area 0 under depths, it could extend the bench to 8 and allow Justin to, of course, put more Pokemon into play, which is always good.
Yeah, it always is. So I'm not sure which one are we going to see just here. The Star Portal, the free energies are there, ready to go. So yeah, here it is, Star Portal. It's going to be 2 onto the active and 1 onto this Radiant Greninja. So just going to be setting up a little bit of damage on the active for now, and then maybe a follow-up Radiant Greninja later on. I like the play.
Yeah, if Justin could have gotten an energy attachment for turn, I think he'd be in a little bit better of a spot, right? You put 1 more energy onto that Radiant Greninja, and then down the line, all you need is an energy attachment for turn to get there. Now, there is always, of course, that Glass Trumpet, which can only go onto colorless Pokemon, but Justin does play that 1 energy switch, and that could allow Greninja to attack from nowhere. It will be important to know if Gabriel knows about that card and can try and play around it.
Yeah, that would be a very sneaky tech card that Justin plays. Not, some versions of this deck do opt to play it, but it's definitely something that Gabriel either has to keep in mind if he hasn't already, or will eventually find out about and maybe get a bit of a nasty surprise.
So Charizard EX now has 90 HP left, which Freya is a perfect number to be knocked out by Moonlight Shuriken. Of course, it does have to be active, and you see Gabriel understanding how powerful an attack like that would be down the line, using Boss's Orders as the supporter of turn to bring up this Radiant Greninja into the active spot. And with this knockout, Gabriel will go down to 4 prizes left, maybe mapping to knock out these 2 Rule Box Pokemon to finish the game out.
Yeah, and it's a bit deceptive as well, of course, because, you think, oh, it's a Charizard, it's weak to water, but no, of course, it is that Terra Dark type, so it actually is weak to grass, which means that it's really only Ogerpon that can prey on it, so very heads up there from Gabriel, recognizing the potential for the devastating play with the Moonlight Shuriken, and we'll just bring it up for an easy KO with the Burning Darkness, going down to 4 prizes left.
So how will Justin respond here? Is it worth, committing some resources to re-establish Radiant Greninja, committing an energy for turn, bringing it back? There's lots of solid pieces in this hand. Night Stretcher and Glass Trumpet. There is only 1 water energy in the discard pile at this point, of course, with that Radiant Greninja being knocked out, as well as some other pieces. Iono is a great card. Your opponent still does not have Pidgeot EX into play, so putting your opponent down to 4 cards will hurt more when they don't have any stability on their bench in terms of support.
Yeah, I'm definitely considering hand disruption here. I'm considering getting back that Greninja, if nothing else, just for the extra draw with the concealed cards, of course. You always want to be going through as much of your deck as you can. It will set up your discard pile as well for that Glass Trumpet. There's a lot of different things to consider, and I think Justin is considering all the options here, but it's a little bit tough to reason through. There is the Glass Trumpet coming in. Look, only 1 energy in there, so it's just going to be the 1 energy attachment to that Terrapagos EX. Of course, with its Unified Beatdown attack, can do a very good amount of damage, but would like to get out that Area 0 under depths to go even wider on the bench to do even more. And then it looks like, oh, it's going to be the Rescue Stretcher for the Noctowl, of course, we saw discarded earlier, so we'll be able to Jewel Seeker again.
Jewel Seeker number 2, Justin playing the full 4/4 line of Noctowl, wants to use Jewel Seeker as much as possible, as he will be able to search out 2 more trainer cards from the deck, and even with Iono in hand, is considering possibly just grabbing Professor's Research, and that could attest to the fact that while Gabriel is at 4 prize cards, he hasn't really done much in terms of, playing supporter cards, setting his board up after playing that Iono on turn 2.
Yeah, so this is going to be the play. It's going to be using Jewel Seeker to grab the Area 0 Underdepths and the Professor's Research, and then just going full send. Discard your whole hand, set up the rest of your board, go as wide as you can, and really put a bunch of attacking pressure on Gabriel.
So it looks like a Hoot Hoot will come down into play. Of course, Star Portal has already been used, and there is the Area 0 Underdepths. Now both players, as long as they have a Terrestrial Pokemon in play, can extend the bench to 8 Pokemon. So Justin will get 7 more cards, see what he can put together. There's a lot of pieces, that 1 copy of Energy Switch, as well as some trainer cards like Nest Ball to fill the bench up.
Yeah, Nest Ball here, probably going to think about grabbing either another Palkia V or, of course, that Serendipity EX with that Flip the Script ability. It did get knocked out last turn, so we'll be able to make use of that and, yeah, just putting the bench on the back row, as it were, for the extra free. Oh, there's a Mew EX there ready to go in hand for later as well. Flip the Script comes in, draws 3 more cards. What does Justin see off these? Looks like, it's not a state, it's a Glass Trumpet, a Noctowl, and a Nest Ball, just to really extend even further.
Another Nest Ball. I wonder, though, if Justin has any more Pokemon he'd even like to grab out of the deck. Doesn't at the moment, and will respond with a Subspace Swell. Charizard EX goes down. Let's see what Gabriel has now that Justin is at 4 prize cards. The big thing here for Gabriel, can he take two prize knockouts back-to-back, or find a way to close this game out in 2 turns? It's essentially a 2-turn game from here on out.
Yeah, it is. So it's going to be Nest Ball here, and I do believe, yes, so Gabriel is also playing that Serendipity EX, and he really needs to find something off of this here. There is no Pidgeot set up currently, so you can't quick search to guarantee what you need. It's going to have to be these 3 cards to find a way to take a 2-prize knockout this turn to keep up that tempo. Maybe, again, like we discussed before, thinking about taking out that Serendipity EX on the bench. It doesn't have a lot of HP compared to the rest. It's an easy knockout, and it will stop Justin from digging even further into the deck. But you also have 2 attackers to deal with as well, so it's a very hard choice.
Hard choice indeed. Looks like we may be relying off this Flip the Script to find some important pieces. We'll draw the 3 cards. Does find, it looks like, a pair of Arven. That's not a bad supporter at all. Of course, can search out any item card as well as a tool like a Defiance Band. That can allow him to, have a little bit of a punch to take the knockout. Now, the way the math works out is Defiance Band is not a super relevant card at this point, since 30 more damage would mean you would be 10 short of knocking out this Origin form Palkia V-Star, but we'll still play this Arven and find a tool and an item card from the deck if he chooses.
Yeah, sadly, with 280 HP, just works a little bit above the mass required in terms of how it works with Burning Darkness, so won't be able to take up the Palkia, so I imagine could be considering, yeah, we mentioned the Serendipity, or you could, of course, take out that Terrapagos and then force Justin to discard down to only 5 Pokemon on the bench. That could be a good choice as well.
The Night Stretcher, the item of choice, and immediately Justin's going to see which Pokemon are in the discard pile. Mainly, it's that Charizard EX. Of course, this Charmeleon was evolved the previous turn, so no rare candy needed. You can go ahead and just play the Night Stretcher, grab the Charizard, evolve it, and use that Infernal Rain ability to power your Pokemon up.
Yeah, now, much like a lot of these decks we've seen, there are only 5 Fire Energy in the deck list for Gabriel. So are there enough energy left in the deck? I mean, there is 1. I guess that's all you really need, and there is 2.
Yeah, for now, 1 is enough. Of course, if there's no way to recover energies from here, you'd only have 1 left in the deck to potentially power up Charizard. And now the question here for Gabriel, can you maybe get something like Pidgeot into play? Interestingly enough, is going to go and discard Briar off of the Ultra Ball. That's a card that can always swing the tempo in certain matchups. However, here, since you are at 4 prize cards, you have a pretty solid line to close a game like this out if you can just take 2 prize knockouts and this, or 2 prize knockouts, excuse me, and this is one way to do it. With the Dusclops, you give your opponent an extra prize card, thus boosting the damage and thus allowing you to use Defiance Band, which normally you wouldn't since prizes are tied.
Yeah, and not only that, of course, but to be able to combine that with the Lost Vacuum onto the areas who are under depth, so that you don't have to KO the Terrapagos to force Justin to discard down either. So super, super strong turn and super strong play from Gabriel. And it comes with the Dusclops. Yeah, it's going to be that Curse Blast, and I guess you just put it onto the active, right?
Don't even need to.
No, don't need to. No, the damage boost, of course.
Don't even need to with Defiance Band. I think the only, positive aspect is you could put the 50 onto this Palkia and then save the Defiance Band. However, from this point, the big issue is if Justin takes 2 more prizes, everything in his deck will be knocked out from Burning Darkness. So it's just a little bit better to maybe put it onto a bench Pokemon, give some flexibility. These players probably know most of their opponent's list, but might not know all 60 cards, as Gabriel has an excellent turn, takes 2 more prizes, and is just 2 prize cards away from securing game number 1.
Yeah, that Burning Darkness coming in with the Defiance Band for 300 damage. That is enough to knock out a Palkia V-Star. And important to note for Justin as well, he was not able to get down another Palkia V onto the bench last turn, so he has no Palkia V-Star to follow up with right now.
Even if there was an attack from Palkia, the way things work is, you know, if you're not taking a knockout, or even if you are taking a knockout, a Charizard coming back up is dealing enough damage. And with the way that Gabriel has limited his bench, even if Justin played something like that 1 copy of Kieran in his deck to boost damage by 30, it would still not be enough because Gabriel has only benched 3 Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. Going to be very, very tough going for Justin here to try and find a way to pull this back in terms of Gabriel. What Gabriel's done massively here to kind of close the door on any opportunities that Justin might have to try and make a comeback here. There goes Nesball coming down. Only a Fan Rotom left in the deck in terms of Pokemon. I mean, you're going to want to put that down anyway because you want to just boost the damage that Terrapagos can do as much as you can. But make no mistake, it is not good news for Justin right now.
And this was so smart from Gabriel too. These 3 Pokemon are all 2 prize Pokemon, and they are not going to be knocked out from a Pokemon's attack like the Fan Rotom, which could poke for 70 damage. That could have been Justin's way back into this game. Knock out a 1 prize Pokemon, bring a 1 prizer up, but even then, if Gabriel had a boss's orders, he could just instantly fetch it out with Quick Search, and you see how much value it provides to a deck like Charizard.
It's an age-old term, the 7 prize game. Force your opponent to take an effective 7 prizes when they only need to take 6 by forcing them to knock out two prize Pokemon when they only have 3 prizes left. It is a tried and true strategy in the Pokemon TCG with these 2 prizing attackers, and that's exactly why Gabriel has manipulated his board the way he has, like you just said. So Palkia V coming down with 1 water energy, a Terrapagos coming down as well, and then there is the Ino at the very least.
Yeah, and was wondering here if Justin played a card like, you know, the Briar we talked about on Gabriel's side could have potentially put something together with Prime Catcher, that we know that Prime Catcher is in the prizes, will instead have to just opt for the Iono, shuffle his hand to the bottom, same with Gabriel, draw 2 cards, but the biggest issue here is that Gabriel doesn't matter how many cards are in his hand, he can just find the boss's orders here. We'll see Justin go through the motions, hit with this Fan Rotom for 70 damage, but as long as Gabriel has another boss, this game is over, and with him using this Quick Search, I think it's here. Game number 1 going to Gabriel.
Easy buckets for Gabriel. Huge congratulations. And once again, the Brazilian home star is only 1 game away from becoming a home international champion, and Gabriel is only 1 game away from being a 2-time Latin America international champion.
Perfectly played. Could not have necessarily played that any better there from Gabriel. Took every win condition away from Justin and essentially locked the game up the turn before that by not giving any options for cards, you know, like, of course, there's no Curse Bomb in this deck, but you just don't put those 1 prize Pokemon in play. You don't put other Pokemon in play that would matter. Instead, you put the Pidgeot, you say, if you knock this Pokemon out, you've got a chance. However, if you're not able to knock my Pidgeot out, and even if you do knock it out, you put yourself in the prize range for Burning Darkness to knock you back out. What a game. Let's look back at it.
Yeah, massively done there from Gabriel. Played it, as you pretty much said, I don't think I can fault a single play that Gabriel did here. He clearly knows his deck inside and out, just like his brother Vinny said at the beginning. He is well tested in this matchup as well, so he knows exactly what he needs to do. Just had it very early out of the gates with that Charizard attacking, taking the first prize. Justin as well tried to set up something with the Radiant Greninja, but Gabriel was like, no, I recognize how disruptive this could be. I'm going to deal with this right now. And it was from there that Justin really wasn't able to mount much of a comeback. It was just taking 2 prizes, sure, but then just able to get out another Charizard on Gabriel's side and taking out that Dusclops, making use of the Curse Blast to put an extra damage onto the Terrapagos, but then forcing that 7 prize game, triggering the Defiance Pad, taking a KO. Every single play from Gabriel was so masterful in that game.
And if I'm Justin, thinking back on that game, I think the one turn something could have possibly changed is when he opted to not attack with Radiant Greninja the turn he used the Star Portal ability. And I think that revolved around the fact that he was just 1 energy card short, right? If you commit all of your energies to attacking with Radiant Greninja that turn, it becomes really hard to set that Palkia up. You have to find the Glass Trumpet, the energy switch, the energy as well. And with the hand there for Justin, may not have been able to accomplish that. I think just in that position, you needed to take advantage of Radiant Greninja when you're using the Star Portal. Otherwise, if you're not getting value from it in this matchup, it's very difficult because those early turns are really the turns for Gabriel where he's not able to play things like or necessarily play boss's orders. He has to choose between either setting his board up and establishing Pidgeot or taking threats out. So could have been a position there, where Justin could have capitalized.
Yeah, and to that exact note, Justin is choosing to go first here, and it's for that exact reason. You want to go first, you want to set up your Palkia, you want to give yourself the maximum chance of doing a blowout Moonlight Shuriken to really stop Gabriel from being able to set up at all, because that is a much easier way for Justin to win in this matchup. So I'm sure that's what he'll be going for, and actually does start that Radiant Greninja for good measure as well.
Big advantage, always going first in the TCG. There are a few decks, that prefer to go second, but both of these decks, I'm sure, would like to start things out and, again, take prizes and hit Pokemon before your opponent does. Prize cards will go out, and we will be getting into the heat, into the thick of it of this game, too.
Yeah, absolutely. One game away from becoming a three-time international champion. There it is. We are kicking off here in game 2. Justin, we're going first, starting with that Radiant Greninja, and already we're looking for a pretty decent handle. There's no way to search a basic other than... No, actually, no way to search basic at all. It's going to be a pretty important conceded cards. Okay, but there's a couple of Hoot in hand already, so no way to search a basic, but still got a few basics in play, but no way to get a Palkia, though, is really, really rough.
And no Palkia and no Fan Rotom. That is just always a piece that you want to have down to get more Pokemon in play, and just has to pass the turn over. So Justin going first will really have no threat in terms of attacking the following turn, besides something like Fan Rotom's Assault Landing, but that's really not an attack you want to be committing your energies to and powering up, as Gabriel has an excellent start already with 2 Pokemon in the hand and a Forest Seal Stone and and Buddy Poffin grabbed from this Arven.
Yeah, no time wasted here. Just hard open with the Arven in hand, grabbing the Buddy Poffin to get the Duskull and the Charmander. The Forest Seal Stone ready to go with that Rotom to search for anything with that Star Alchemy power. Wow, could not be more of a contrast between the turn 1 here. And this is the strength that Charizard sometimes has going second, of course. It's the fact that you can play your supporter, you can set up more widely and better than perhaps you usually would be able to going first. Now, I do want to draw attention in the prizes. That unfair stamp wasn't the prizes, of course, that very important ace spec. Might not mean that Gabriel needs it, but still important to note for the future turns.
We saw a disruptive aspect of that in our juniors final earlier. Could be another key card for Gabriel if he's able to find off the prizes and use it at an opportune moment. Everything from here is just a cherry on top to the sundae that Gabriel has already created this first turn, can end the turn off with Rotom, has Forest Seal Stone. In fact, Gabriel could safely attach the Forest Seal Stone to Rotom. Justin is not playing any cards like Lost Vacuum in his deck. Oh, there is a Lost Vacuum, excuse me. So that is a risk technically for Gabriel. He's just got to decide, do you think my opponent is going to find that Lost Vacuum on turn 2? Do I want to guarantee if an Iono is played, I have that card? If not, maybe I hold on to it and see what happens next turn.
I think given that you have a Luminion V in hand, maybe it's okay to not put it down right now because, I mean, I say that right, but if you get Iono, it doesn't matter either way.
Exactly,
so yeah, maybe you do consider it. I think in the grand scheme of things, it probably is worth going for.
It's tough because you're going to most likely look to play another Arven the following turn. So I think I like Gabriel just holding on to it, since you can just re-find it out of the deck again if you're playing an Arven on the following turn. There's just a lot of risk to losing that powerful V-Star power when your opponent just plays a single item card from their hand and shuts that effect off for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so after the Buddy Poffin, just, really deciding how best to approach the rest of this turn 1. Your turn 1 board setup is absolutely fine. There really isn't much else that you need here. You have a Fire Energy that maybe you want to consider whether you want to attach or not. As we mentioned, there is that Forest Seal Stone, the debate over whether to put it down or not. It looks like he's going to just commit a Fire Energy to the active. He's thinking about it. You go for a steady fire breathing on Charmander?
Absolutely. It would be a great attack here to possibly use. However, I think the instant charge is slightly better. If there was no Rotom, getting rid of that Area 0 could have had a lot of benefit. But I agree with Gabriel here. 3 cards is better than getting rid of the Stadium. As Justin top decks the Buddy Poffin, that would have been a great card to have on the previous turn. You do still get some more Pokemon out, but the big missing factor I think here for Justin is there is no Terrestrial Pokemon in play yet, which means while he does have, I believe, 1 or 2 of these Noctowl in hand, that Jewel Seeker ability only works if you have a Terrestrial Pokemon in play for you to use it.
Yeah, gonna have to get down that Terrapagos EX somehow. He wants to make use of that Jewel Seeker, but in the meantime, he's just gonna do that first deck search and see what he has access to and what he doesn't. He's thinking about maybe just going ahead and grabbing, you know, a couple more for good measure. And we do see there the prizes now. Oh, that one of Irida is prized, which is a bit unfortunate. Fan Rotom kind of a little bit late for that, so not as concerned. But then one of the 2 Palkia V-Stars prized as well.
Instead of that ship has sailed, that fan has sailed, I guess.
that fan has blown.
That fan has blown. It's gone in the wind at this point.
Yes.
Rotom, I'm sure not a concern at this point here for Justin. Gabriel waiting patiently and sitting on a very solid hand after that instant charge. He's going to have a lot of potential plays that he can make. Justin, though, is going to have to put something together, and it starts by getting these powerful V and EX Pokemon down into play to threaten attacks on the following turn.
Yeah, that's going to be what it's all about. Now, that Buddy Poffin was a good top deck, but is there anything else to follow up with? I don't think there is. Is there research?
Potentially a Professor's Research. Now, something that Justin could do is play the Night Stretcher and Concealed cards, but instead is just going to take his losses where they're at, having to discard, you know, 2 of these Night Stretcher and a Noctowl, filling the hand up to 7 cards. What does Justin find here? It is that Origin Form Palkia V. Is there a Terrapagos and a Noctowl to follow things up? It looks like with Ultra Ball there could potentially be. However, for this Terrapagos to attack this turn, it's going to require a lot, Freya.
Yeah, you'll need the Glass Trumpets, you'll need the Energy and Discard, and actually the Energy and Discard is probably why the Night Stretcher wasn't opted to be used to either attach. I guess you could have concealed cards, but maybe there's a worry that you end up discarding more stuff you really don't want to, so that does explain the Night Stretcher choice quite well. There's a Hisuian Heavy Ball getting played. We'll fish out that Fan Rotom, of course, the only thing you can fish out. At this point, it's just extra, you know, bench fodder to boost the damage of either the Terrapagos or the Origin Form Palkia V-Star, but and then also it could even be good discard fodder for this Ultra Ball here as well.
Indeed, really not going to get too much use out of that card besides, like you mentioned, some extra damage. And I think the consideration here for Justin is, do I just hold on to these Ultra Ball? There's so many Pokemon I want to find. Is it worth putting another 2 prize Pokemon in play? Doesn't think it is, and here we go. Perfect setup for Gabriel. Playing the Arven can get Rare Candy and a Tool card, and if he's got the correct combination, can get Pidgeot and Charizard into play and remove this Radiant Greninja if he's got all the pieces.
Not only removing the Radiant Greninja, do you have the pieces to put together a KO on the Origin Form Palkia V-Star?
Unfortunately, there are no prize cards taken yet. That can, of course, always change with the Cursed Blast ability.
Exactly,
That's
right?
a lot you need. Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, Dusclops, and a counter catcher. That is a lot. I don't know if Gabriel's got all of that. If he does, more power to him. But I think even just Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard is enough for Gabriel on this second turn.
Yeah, it's already pretty good going, right? We did see how threatening the Radiant Greninja could have been if it was allowed to carry on. So yeah, just deal with that threat, force it at least for it to come back. And especially given that you already saw that Justin has been through so many Night Stretchers, maybe you get rid of this Radiant Greninja and it actually is just gone for the rest of the game.
There's only 1 Night Stretcher remaining.
Oh,
and now there are going to be multiple targets because don't forget that Noctowl was discarded off Professor's Research. So essentially only 3 Jewel Seeker can be used for Justin in this game. As of now for Gabriel, we'll go ahead and use the Infernal Rain to power up Charizard and take the first prize cards despite going second in this game too.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going second and you're taking the first prizes against a deck like this, you're already feeling pretty good. You know what I mean? Whether it's 1 or 2 prizes, we saw that Gabriel took the first KO in the first game, and he ended up winning that game pretty handily. So yeah, I think it is just going to be after the attachment there, a Burning Darkness onto this Radiant Greninja to KO it. Just going to look at the discards quickly first, just to make sure that there's nothing else important that he's missing, nothing else that might change his line of attack here. We do see the Defiance Band ready to go in hand, as well as maybe considering benching another Charmander, but you don't want to overextend your bench too much. So yeah, I like this. Just take the KO on the Radiant Greninja, take the first prize of the game, onto Justin to respond.
And how do you respond in this spot? You've got 1 Water Energy in your discard pile. If you want to attack, you're going to need either some combination of trainer cards like Energy Switch, Glass Trumpet. You don't even have a Terrestrial Pokemon in play yet. That can always change, of course, with a card like Nest Ball to search some Pokemon out. But even then, what do you attack with? What do you go for? Something like Radiant Greninja feels like might just require too many resources, though it would allow Justin to even things up, or rather take the lead here by taking 2 prizes. So we'll see how Justin decides to navigate this situation.
Well, yeah, at the very least here, you have the Nest Ball for the Terapagos, so now your Jewel Seeker is online. You can evolve into the Noctowl, and you can start searching for those trainer cards, and you really need to start trying to set up something, because otherwise Gabriel is going to kind of run away with this game a little bit like he did in Game 1, and you're already on the back foot by comparison. So, yeah, with that, the Jewel Seeker coming in, you need to start attacking with a Palkia, or maybe even with a Terapagos, so you can't get the Palkia going. There it is, the Jewel Seeker. What 2 cards is he going to fetch here? That Prime Catcher is available to him, if he wants to make use of it, and I think that is going to target that straight away, and then maybe might be thinking about that Glass Trumpet so he can start accelerating some energy so he can get an attack going.
Turn is still far from over, but Justin is going to need some help. That is for certain. Earthen Vessel and Prime Catcher, so we've got 2 of the pieces, right? The energy from the Earthen Vessel and the powerful Gusting plus switching effect from that Prime Catcher A-Spec. And will be Kieran hitting the discard pile. That's not a card that Justin showed on turn 1, but now that Gabriel has information, or maybe had information about it before, may have to be a little bit extra cautious going forward if this were to go to a Game 3 in terms of managing his bench, so a Pokemon like Charizard doesn't get 1 hit knocked out.
Yeah, very important to be mindful of that damage. As we do see there, the Ultra Ball now getting 2 more of those Water Energies into the discard pile. This could be setting up nicely for a Glass Trumpet here. They see that Ultra Ball finding either the Origin Form Palkia V-Star or another Noctowl, or maybe even that Pheasantipity is thinking about it, but nope, just going to go for the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. That has not been able to get it out yet, so that Star Portal ability is online, of course. No Moonlight Shuriken happening here, but could use that just to get the Origin Form Palkia V-Star itself powered up and start putting some hurt onto Gabriel with the Subspace Swell.
That is Water Energy number 3, so Justin is going to get the full effect of that Star Portal V-Star power if he chooses to, and here we go. This is a big find for Justin. Iono plus the Prime Catcher. As things stand right now, the Subspace Swell is doing 240 damage, so Justin just needs to find 2 basic Pokemon here and finds that with the Nest Ball plus another Origin Form Palkia V.
Yeah, doesn't even need to use the Ultra Ball, can save that for later. Has a Noctowl ready to go as well in case he wants to do another Jewel Seeker, but could just save that to a perfect draw there off of the Ino for Justin.
Yeah, and another great Pokemon needs to bench another. Why not have it be Pheasantipity? Draw some cards, use that Flip the Script ability, and build your hand up to be able to follow up with more aggression on the following turn.
Yeah, and even more fitting because Justin is definitely going to need to flip the script if he wants to make a comeback in this game. As yeah, once again, just moving the bench to the back there just to make it clear what the extra ones are. 3 cards drawn off the flip the script, and are they 3 good ones? Oh yeah, it's an Ino. Oh, there's that third Night Stretcher and the switch too.
There is the final Night Stretcher, and now Justin has to make a choice. Do you commit Night Stretcher, your last Night Stretcher in the deck, to grabbing Radiant Greninja as that last Pokemon? Do you bench another Origin Form Palkia? I think the big miss here, though, for Justin is I'm not sure he found a Water Energy to commit for the turn, and that would have been something that could have been very strong in a situation like this. You could put the energies on the Palkia and the Greninja and have that be a threat later on. That might be something Justin's going to miss. However, we'll still put the one on the Greninja, so with the energy switch, it can be a threat if it just has a single water on it.
It happened just like in Game 1, same situation. Got the Star Portal for the free energy, but missed the manual attachment. Very unfortunate there, as it does mean that you need to use the energy switch if you want to make use of that Moonlight Shuriken. But still a pretty good turn for Justin. We got some really good setup going, was finally able to get going with his attacks, and especially taking out that Pidgeot EX is absolutely crucial. Combined with that Ino, that's going to make it a lot harder for Gabriel to try and find some kind of counterplay. Although, we do start off with a Lost Vacuum already to get rid of that stadium.
So the benches will be removed to 5 Pokemon. So that is sort of one of the interesting things. Justin, I'm not sure necessarily needed to bench that Origin Form Palkia V, but decided to that final turn, and essentially it's just going to get discarded in this spot. Could have, maybe held on to that Pokemon, and if there was another Area 0 found, could have benched it the next turn, as we are going to see an Evolution and a Cursed Blast onto this Origin Form Palkia V-Star, and with Justin going down to 3 prize cards now, this Charizard can be in range for a knockout. And hold on, this is a big turn here potentially. It's just going to play Thornton to get Duskull back into play. Is there the ability to use another Curse Blast? That could be a little bit too risky, I think. Is instead going to consider maybe trying to reestablish Pidgeot in a single turn.
I mean, that's the great thing about Thornton, right? The Pokemon it swaps out does get treated as having been in play for a turn. So yeah, get that Pidgeot back. Oh, he's 9 between the two. I think it's a tough choice, but actually no, he's going to commit to the Duskull.
Curse Blast could be a great ability, you know, down the line later on. So we're just going to see the Duskull come into play and a knockout onto this Origin form Palkia V-Star. And while Justin has tied things up and it is his turn, this is still a tricky spot, right? This Charizard EX, as it stands, will need to be knocked out in 2 attacks. And Gabriel has a very clear path to winning the game in 2 turns. So how does Justin go about swinging the prize trade in his favor when he has not just the Dusknoir to worry about, but this big Terrestrial Pokemon in the active spot?
Yeah, it's so tough, right? I mean, maybe the best way to go about here is if you can find the setup for the Moonlight Shuriken attack, go ahead and KO this Duskull, but forget the Charmander, put the 90 here so that way you soften it up and then you can go ahead and take a follow-up KO with one of your other attackers.
I think that's the best option for Justin. It's the best of both worlds. Getting yourself 1 turn closer to winning the game while also attacking into this Charizard. And like you said, softening it up. But it's going to come down to if Justin has enough Jewel Seeker abilities at his disposal to find these one-of trainer cards. It looks like we'll use one here and does find the 1 copy of Energy Switch and already has the Glass Trumpet in hand. So as it stands, Justin can attack here with this Moonlight Shuriken, thanks to those combination of trainer cards.
Yeah, the only thing that is a little bit rough here, of course, is that with the Palkia V getting discarded because of the Stadium bump, and then the Origin form Palkia V-Star getting KO'd, there is no potential for a follow-up Palkia anytime soon. The Night Stretchers are gone. It is going to have to be Terrapagos or bust in terms of attacking for Justin here.
The only tough thing at this point is there is the Energy Switch in the Trumpet, but I'm not sure there's a manual attachment yet. I don't know if Justin has the energy card here. Of course, that would be pretty easy if the Earthen Vessel was in the deck, but it's not yet. So we'll go ahead and play this Trumpet, has the Energy Switch as well. From here, though, it's really just going to be on how much Justin can dig through the deck, while also, you know, disrupting Gabriel would not be bad. Iono could help with that, but he'll only be drawing 3 cards off the supporter.
Yeah, he only will. So it's going to be an Ultra Ball, and I imagine this is going to be for another Noctowl if he has access to it. Oh no, it's going to have to be a Mew instead. Just to get an extra Pokemon onto the bench. Okay, maybe you could attack with the Terrapagos first. You have a switching card, but then if you don't, then you end up having to retreat the Radiant Greninja, and the plays are kind of not open anyway. But maybe is that? Oh wait, there's a switch in hand. Okay, so maybe you just go ahead and do the attack with the Terrapagos first, and then on the next turn you go ahead and attack with the Greninja.
It's so risky to attack with Terrapagos because if your opponent has Rare Candy Dusknoir, you lose the game. They use Curse Blast and then knock out your active, and that's all she wrote. You will lose LAIC. So Justin's going to make that as hard as possible for Gabriel. Shuffling, drawing 3, and
finds
that's
the water.
A big find. Finds the water energy. Now, of course, can still dig through the deck. Has access to flip the script, so we'll draw some more cards. Does find another Glass Trumpet, but yes, as you mentioned, that water energy, a big find means that Moonlight Shuriken is online and can also target this Duskull down potentially to make it so that Cursed Blast is not an option going forward.
Yeah, this is absolutely as good a turn as Justin could have asked for. That Duskull is the key for Gabriel to win, no matter which way you look at it. So taking it out and then softening up the Charizard is absolutely where you want to be. Going to go for a concealed card for good measure as well. Could go ahead and preemptively do the second Glass Trumpet just to get more energy onto the field. I don't hate that either.
It definitely could be an option. Of course, you're going to have more water in the discard pile once you use the Moonlight Shuriken attack. So maybe we'd like to see Justin hold on to that, though he thinks that just the 1 is necessary. No need to get a second energy into play. Splitting them up between the Terrapagos and Moonlight Shuriken will take a knockout on the Duskull and hit this Charizard for 90 damage, notably putting it in perfect math for a unified beatdown to take the knockout. Let's see what Gabriel can put together.
Yeah, so I think the reason why Justin did it this way is to make sure that each of the Terrapagos has 1 energy on it, so that if either one is KO'd, all it takes is 1 more manual attachment to go ahead and then win, and obviously the full bench. So it's going to be vital here for there to be a Stadium bump or a counter catcher. Okay, on the Pheasantipity, that makes a lot of sense. You just cut off the draw options from Justin as much as possible, just to make him miss an Iono.
And an Iono, so Gabriel will take this 2-price knockout and put the pressure on Justin. I'm not sure Gabriel has another way to get rid of the Stadium card. There's nothing like a collapsed Stadium in this deck, just the copy of Lost Vacuum, and this is it. If Justin can find a full bench of Pokemon and a water energy, he will be able to win the game. You see him counting 5, 6, 7, 8 Pokemon. Does he have the water energy? It's going to come down to this restart. Do we see it? 2 cards drawn. Is there a water energy? No!
Oh, but
no water energy.
But can you Ultra Ball for a Noctowl and grab an Earthen Vessel?
I'm not sure. Oh, there is a Noctowl, and I think that, oh, but the problem here is, do you have an Earthen Vessel?
Oh, there
you
is.
do, and the card to discard as well here from the Jewel Seeker. Justin getting just enough cards here can go into Terrapagos and Unified Beatdown with 8 Pokemon in play. We'll take the knockout. Freya, we're going to a Game 3.
Wow, and again, from both sides, we saw there in Game 1 what a good player Gabriel was, but Justin as well, just finding right at the end there all the resources needed. Gabriel doing everything he could with the disruption, with the Iono, carrying the Serendipity, but then coming in with the Noctowl right at the end, just the clutch Jewel Seeker to get the last Earthen Vessels, get the last energy to attach and Unified Beatdown for the game.
What a play there from Justin. Of course, Gabriel had an excellent, powerful start, but you see Pidgeot EX is great, but if it goes uncontested, there's a lot of things that it allows you to secure up, and I think Justin identified how strong Pidgeot was in Game 1 and immediately made it part of his game plan to target down early, and from there, Gabriel just struggled to keep up the early game aggression because Pidgeot was offline.
Yeah, that was how to play that, and we can go over that again as we go ahead and look at this replay, of course, to see it as it did play out. The Pidgeot getting set up early on, we saw Gabriel had such a strong start, really was able to search for everything he needed, setting up well, getting the attacks in, but like you mentioned, Ethan, Justin recognizing how fearsome that this Pidgeot was, how much it did for Gabriel, targeting it down very early, had the means to do it, took that really big first knockout, but the very first big important knockout, and really from there, Gabriel was struggling to get any kind of counterattack going, had to Fortin to get out a Duskull, and but in the end, even with the attacks that he had, and even with the Ino that he played, Justin was able to put it together with the restart and with the Jewel Seeker to do the Unified Beatdown to finish things off.
It came down to that final card off restart.
It did.
Boss's orders, the Underground, and then found the Ultra Ball, and luckily saved one of those Noctowl. You see, having that last Noctowl available gives you what you need as an extra out to close things out. As we head into Game 3 here, Freya, if you're Gabriel, you just won what looked like your game to lose early on in those turns, came back around, Justin found a strategy. What's going to be going through your head? What do you have to be telling yourself in this spot to mentally be locked in for this last game?
So one thing that helps you a lot is that you've lost, so you get to choose who goes first, and no surprises, Gabriel will be choosing to go first. So can feel pretty content that even though it didn't come into play more until later on, that you're not worried about your early basics being KO'd by a Moonlight Shuriken. But I mean, more importantly than that, maybe you consider if it's possible to try and set up a backup Pidgeot EX. You don't want to go too wide on the bench, but we saw how detrimental it was to not have access to Pidgeot. So maybe you can find some way of getting a backup one going at the same time. You don't leave yourself as vulnerable to a big KO as we saw there in Game 2.
It all comes down to this one final game between our two seniors finalists. Every resource matters. Every card drawn can make the difference. This is what it all comes down to. As Gabriel will go first, you can hear the crowd chanting his name. They want him to take it home yet again, but Justin Templar stands in his way as the final opponent for Gabriel Fernandez.
Yeah, and oh god, we've got the view here. Gabriel's start was bench a Duskull, attached to a Rotom Bee, and go for an instant charge. That was it.
That's it. That's not what you want to see. No Charmander. We are into it here in Game 2, and a big advantage for Justin. Starts the Ditto again. 2 games out of this set, starting the one of Ditto. That is exactly what you want to see. A perfect starter. It's going to have so much value in Justin getting this board set up.
Yeah, wow. Justin now essentially, like we talked about, happened a couple of times, almost was allowed to go first in a way, even though he actually went second, with Gabriel having a really, really rough turn 1. I mean, one Duskull down, sure, and an energy attachment, but instant charge, you really want to be doing more than that.
And has a Nest Ball as well, so Justin's going to take a look through the deck. There is that Thornton, as well as a couple of energies and a pair of Iono, but those are more than fine for Justin. Will be able to essentially execute his strategy as intended, pending the rest of the hand, of course, is solid and useful. So checking the deck, making sure he knows all resources and can choose any basic Pokemon to bench, and we've still got plenty to go in this turn.
Yeah, now it'll be interesting to see the choice here for Justin between, it looks like maybe eyeing up the Mew, but you probably want to be getting down either that Origin Form Palkia V or, of course, that Terrapagos CX to make sure that your Noctowls will be working as quickly as they can.
So we'll see what the rest of the hand looks like. It seems that there is a Hoot in there, as well as it looks like potentially a Boss's Orders. Now, the question is, could you have an energy card to attack? Instead, it looks like that and the Lost Vacuum will be the targets for Ultra Ball. So yet again, Justin's going to get another Pokemon out into play. and can end this turn off by also using that Ditto to turn into a Fan Rotom. Instead, actually, going to just bench the Fan Rotom itself and can change this Ditto into a different Pokemon, maybe even something like that Origin Form Palkia V.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you feel more confident with it, you know, as it is currently in the active, maybe if you find a Water Energy, you can, you know, go ahead and use Rule the Region to search for that Area 0 Underdepths. I mean, you know, it's not amazing, but it gets you to Stadium, right?
And of course, Star Portal and Energy Switch are both options to make it so that you can still attack with that Palkia V if it does evolve, of course, into that Origin Form Palkia V-Star. So just that transformative start ability for Ditto. We'll see what that choice is. Luckily, though, with that Terrestrial Pokemon in play early, Justin's going to be able to use that Jewel Seeker ability with ease through this game.
Yeah, and actually, I stand corrected. It looks like it's actually already in hand, the Area 0 Underdepth, so it doesn't even need to rule the region. And this looks like it's going to be a really, really strong turn one from Justin, because I think the hand is literally just all birds. I think it's just all Hootoo and Noctowl at this point.
It may be the daytime, it may be the middle of the day, but Justin is getting nocturnal this game. The owls are out, and he is ready to search for all those treasures within his deck. That is a great combo, and even going to bench the Stadium, really just forcing Gabriel to commit that Lost Vacuum early on in the game to get rid of that Area 0, which is always something that you're going to want to consider. Of course, Justin will have a pretty easy time winning the Stadium War, pending he can find everything. Gabriel does have an Ultra Ball, so that must have been, you know, the top decker to draw off of Instant Charge. Can now at least get some more Pokemon into play.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and fetch that Charmander. Does opt to discard the Minion, interestingly enough. To me, that telegraphs that there probably is some supporter in hand already that was found off the Instant Charge. Looking at the prizes, that one of Fortin and one of Lost Vacuum is prized, actually, and one of Charmeleon as well. A little bit, not unworkable, but a little bit annoying prizes for Gabriel.
Yeah, the Lost Vacuum being at the top of the prizes means that Justin's going to have this Area 0 Underdepths in play for essentially the entirety of the game. Will not have to worry about getting more Stadiums, and Gabriel will really be unable to limit Justin's output in terms of damage, besides, of course, benching less Pokemon like he has done in the past.
Yeah, which he did use to great effect in Game 1 and in Game 2 as well, to be fair, just not quite able to do it all the way, especially considering, of course, that Terrapagos EX. It doesn't matter how many you bench or not, it's all based on what your opponent benches in terms of the Unified Beatdown damage, but it's going to look through the deck with this Ultra Ball and figure out what he wants to go for after this. I do see, is there an Arven there already in hand ready to go? I think that's what I saw. It was either that or it could be an Ino, actually.
Yeah, Iono could be great because you do have information that your opponent is holding on to at least one Noctowl in their hand, and any way that you can, you know, shut your opponent off from having easy access to that Jewel Seeker ability could 100% be a plus. You can't deny, though, the effect of just guaranteed getting something like a Buddy Puffin off of a card like Arven.
Yeah, so let's see what he goes. Oh, he's actually just the Ino there in hand, so he's going to go ahead and evolve to the Dusclops. Had that in hand, ready to go already. Is he maybe doing a Curse Blast? Nope, just going to go for the Ino now, because there is, of course, a debate, of course, as to whether you do the Curse Blast first or not, because if you go for it first, you could put your opponent on one less card, but deciding in this instance would rather just wait to decide what to put the damage on until after the Ino draw.
Yeah, it's tough when you're not combining that with an attack, right?
Yeah.
Since you would put 5 damage counters somewhere, you're not even taking a prize card, you know, you're putting the damage somewhere that could be essentially irrelevant depending on what Justin does on the following turn. So, of course, you always want to, you know, give your opponent less cards when it comes to disruptive supporters like Iono, but in this case, I think Gabriel understands that card's going to be better saved for a little bit later.
Yeah, and does find off the Ino and a Buddy Puffin, so we'll be able to get out that Pidgey. We did see how important it was for that Pidgeot to stay in play and how the game kind of fell apart when it got KO'd, so it may be in an ideal world to get a second one down, but at this point in the game, maybe you just think to yourself, getting down 2 Charmander is way more important because, because if you don't get 2 down, then one can get KO'd and then you can't attack.
Yeah, the thing I just thought about this is, you know, this Rotom's probably not going to want to stay in the active spot, so what do you retreat into? And the other big thing as well is, with there only being 2 Charmander into play, the Radiant Greninja is going to have an absolute field day, especially since Gabriel has prized, or does he have access to the Thornton? If he doesn't, then that is going to be tough.
No,
and
it
yes,
is prized,
that
yeah,
Thornton being prized is a big deal. Of course, Justin does not know that, but that does mean that if Radiant Greninja uses Moonlight Shuriken to knock out both Charmander, Gabriel Fernandez is unable to establish Charizard on the following turn.
Okay, so here's the opportunity then. I'm sure that Justin sees, you know, he's stepping out in the water. He sees there's only 2 Charmander out in play, and if he can, he will absolutely go for this play with the Moonlight Shuriken, checking the discard pile just to see what's what, and we do see there the Ultra Ball, and there's 2 Origin Form Palkia V-Star in hand, so one of them you could probably discard with no sweat, but then what is the other discard here? Maybe thinking about that Fan Rotom, doesn't really want to bench 2 of those if he can avoid it.
And now we start the Seeking. Jewel Seeker with this Ultra Ball could find one of those Noctowl, and from there, it starts to get out of hand for Justin. We'll have to switch this Palkia V out of the active spot. Does have that Prime Catcher, but you'd rather be using that one copy of Switch, I feel, if you're going to target 2 Pokemon, regardless of wherever they are, be it the active spot or the bench.
Yeah, and here I would really like to see a grab of both Earthen Vessel and Nest Ball. Get the Earthen Vessel to grab you 2 energy, or I guess Irida to kind of continue to chain even better. Actually, this is even better, right? Because if you grab the Irida and the Earthen Vessel, you can then grab a Water Pokemon for free and then another item. So yeah, this is absolutely the right move to make here.
Yeah, and this is sort of a tough spot on what item you want to grab in this position, since there are currently no water energy in the discard pile, and you still need to play the switch if you want to hold on to your Prime Catcher. So Justin has it guaranteed at this point, but would have to burn his Prime Catcher. However, I think that might be worth it in this spot if you're knocking out both of the Charmanders.
Well, we want to get the energy in the discard pile, right? We have the Earthen Vessel there, so yeah, I think off of this, you grab the Ultra Ball and the Radiant Greninja. You can use the Ultra Ball to grab another Noctowl, so you can go ahead and grab the Switch, whilst also getting those 2 water energy in the discard pile to set up for your Star Portal.
And don't forget about concealed cards. Can still use that ability to draw some cards first, and maybe even find a Noctowl or some energy cards, and save some of those trainers from being grabbed from another Jewel Seeker ability. It looks like with how Justin has things lined up, he is in an excellent spot to put himself in a strong position during this game.
Yeah, the chain is going here, and actually not going to opt to go for the concealed cards just yet. Just going to Ultra Ball away those 2 water energies, and then instead going to go for a Noctowl to grab another Earthen Vessel, and of course that Switch. So it's all set up here. I think he's basically got a guarantee at this point.
Yeah, I think just thinking right now, is there a better card to grab than Switch, since technically the Prime Catcher is granting that switching effect. Of course, if you are in dire need of another piece, it can always be better to grab that instead, but does have the flexibility. The hand is just what he needs it to be. We'll grab Switch and Earthen Vessel, and I think we are getting close to a potential Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken on turn 2 for Justin, just as you'd like it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we'll have to be the discard of the Glass Trumpet here. It pretty much is the only card you can afford to discard to make this play happen, but I think you're still fine with this, right? You still have 1 more Glass Trumpet left in the deck, and this play is going to be so devastating, it might not even matter.
This is a huge tempo swing for Justin. How will Gabriel respond in this position, especially if Justin can also attach an energy for turn, which he does have. There are 2 more water energy right now in the hand, so the 3 from Star Portal plus the energy attachment for turn means that Justin can not only attack with Radiant Greninja, but power up this Origin Form Palkia V-Star for the next turn and have so many options at his disposal. It's almost too perfect. It's almost going too well here for Justin in this 3rd game.
Could not have asked for more. And Nest Ball as well for good measure, just to get another bench Pokemon set up. When, wow, what do you do if you're Gabriel here? Especially with the Force and Prize, right? Like you just said, with this play happening, there is no way to set up a Charizard next turn.
And even if Thornton was in the deck, it would still be, a good amount to ask for Gabriel. He doesn't have Pidgeot EX set up to find that piece, and we just saw Lumineon as well hit the discard pile. So even in this situation, good and bad, it's almost as bad as it can get, but regardless, exactly what you want for Justin. Star Portal being used, we're finally going to see that Moonlight Shuriken come into effect game 3, and this time it's going to knock out both of the Charmanders.
Not only knock out 2 Charmanders, but this time finally able to get the manual attachment of the water energy as well, so he can then follow up with attack with the subspace swell.
And now it's on Gabriel here. How do you respond to something like this? You're not going to be attacking this turn. Cannot even use Radiant Charizard at this spot, since you can use Curse Blast to put your opponent down to 3 prizes, but Excited Heart would mean that Charizard still needs 2 energies to attack, and that is going to be a tough spot. Ultra Ball's a great way to start, but still a lot of cards needed to be found here for Gabriel.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you can grab yourself the Pidgeot, and there is the Rare Candy ready in hand, so you have a quick search options at the very least, but I mean, here you want to get down to Charmander, right, to try and avoid a repeat scenario, but as we already mentioned, Justin's playing that energy switch. If he can find it, he can just go ahead and Moonlight Shuriken and go for a double KO on the Charmander again.
Gabriel is a smart player. He is a seasoned player. Don't let his age fool you. He is talented. If anybody's going to figure this out, it's going to be him. He's going to do everything possible to keep himself in this game. He is not a player to give up in this spot.
No, absolutely he isn't. There is the Arven ready to go in hand as well, which is going to play now, and he's going to try and figure out the best way possible to get out of this. And yeah, one key part of that is going to be that unfair stamp that he just added to his hand.
A great card, especially since Justin decided to not bench something like Mew EX in this spot, instead choosing the Hoothoot. So I wonder here, Justin could have maybe prepared for something a little bit better by putting Mew EX into play instead, though there are benefits of having either of those Pokemon down.
Yeah, so here comes the Night Stretcher, gonna go ahead and find that second Charmander. So one more, so both of them down again, giving that little bit of protection, but you really want to get 3 down if you want to guarantee yourself a Charizard next turn. And the Unfair Stamp is going to be the best way to stop Justin from being able to do a really vicious counterplay, as we do see as well. Another potential stopper, the Counter Catcher coming in on this Terapagos CX to force another switching out too.
It does have a 2 retreat cost, and don't forget that Glass Trumpet only attaches energy to the benched Pokemon. So it will be a bit of a hassle here for Justin to either A, move that Pokemon to the bench, or B, power that Pokemon up, as Gabriel will unleash the stamp, Unfair Stamp. Gabriel will shuffle and draw 5, Justin shuffling and only grabbing 2 cards. And Justin, off of these 2 cards, if he can continue to find pieces that are needed, will put himself in an excellent spot to close this game out.
I didn't quite see what he grabbed there. He hid it from us a little bit, but I'm sure we will see when it comes to his turn. Meanwhile, from Gabriel's side, 5 cards drawn. There's another rare candy in hand, so could be ready to go with a Charizard next turn if both these Charmanders survive. But now he's going to have to decide what he wants to leave in the active, and I guess it's going to have to be this Dusclops, right? You can't leave the pitcher active. You can't leave the pitcher active here, surely.
It's tough. If you could get another Charmander down, I wouldn't hate retreating into the Charmander. If your opponent has the combination of cards to go Energy Switch, Prime Catcher, Attach for turn, and they have the knockout,
you're stuffed
gonna
anyway, right?
boost the game regardless of which Pokemon comes to the active spot. And Gabriel does have another Charmander, and I think that's got to be what you promote here. If one Charmander gets knocked out, that's fine as long as there's another Charizard or Charmander to evolve into Charizard in the spot.
You could also consider discarding the Stadium, actually. With that steady fire breathing, there is a Fire Energy in hand.
It's tough. You could definitely go for something like that, but I feel like Gabriel in this spot maybe just has to value the instant charge instead, to just put more cards together.
Sorry, steady fire breathing is the attack. Blazing Destruction, that's the Stadium discarding attack. I got it mixed up there.
Blazing Destruction, and we are going to see the Fire Energy committed, but it is going to be the instant charge, and here we go. What did Justin find off of these 3 cards? Of course, 2 from the Unfair Stamp, and 1 card for turn as the draw. Terapagos, as of right now, can't attack, it can't retreat. What does Justin have access to? Looks like not a lot. Does, however, have a Thornton in hand, so that is a potential, and does find Nest Ball, so if Mew EX is in the deck, which it is, Restart is now a potential option for Justin to fill the hand up to 3 cards.
Yeah, now the thing is with this Fulton is that you could just use it if you wanted to swap the Terapagos for just a Pokemon that has less retreat. But then, of course, if you do that, then your Area 0 Underdepths will stop working and you will have to discard down to 5 on the bench.
And I'm not sure if that's necessarily worth it here for Justin.
No,
I mean, even in this spot, if Justin, at the worst case scenario, would even just pass this turn, he's still in a very good spot. He took the first 2 prizes, and there's a lot of liabilities on Gabriel's bench, mainly that Rotom V and the Pidgeot. Of course, if Justin can just take another prize card this turn, he is in an excellent spot. There's the concealed cards. Doesn't draw into anything necessarily that he'd like. It looks like another supporter and another Area 0 under depths, and now comes the question. We'll look through the discard pile, see if there's any basic Pokemon in there, and choose whether or not it's worth it to play the Thornton when removing this Terapagos really limits your options and availability.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I don't know, if I was Justin, I would have maybe considered if I wanted to attach the Water Energy instead and go for the restart, because now the hand's in clogged, and now just has to pass the turn.
Wow, just has to pass the turn, and this is now a big opening here for Gabriel. Has the rare candy Charizard, and let's not forget about the Dusclops on the bench. Since Star Portal has been used, Justin's ability to attack with a powerful threat like Origin Form Palkia V-Star is going to be very difficult to use, so let's see exactly what can happen. If Gabriel can make use of something like Defiance Band, Justin right now, having taken 2 prize cards, a third with Curse Blast, means that the Defiance Band plus the 270 damage could knock out this Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Gabriel's got a big hand. He's got Quick Search. We'll see if he decides to do that and if he can make it possible.
Yeah, if he can go for it, he absolutely will. And there's the Professor Turo scenario as well to take the easy 2 prizes off the board from the Rotom V.
This works too, you know, limit your options for your opponent to close this game out. It takes a Pokemon off the bench, and that Pokemon is a big liability. Gabriel could even things up, and Justin now may struggle to route these last 4 prize cards to win the game.
Yeah, of course, with the Turo scenario, you do have to discard the cards attached, so yeah, just go ahead and make sure that Forest Sealstone is in the discard pile. Now, you do still have access to Quick Search here. You've not made use of that yet, but you already have your Charizard going, so yeah, what do you even grab here? I mean, there's a few different routes you could go. Do you still have access to a Counter Catcher? Because I think there were a few used and discarded, right?
So that's the question, right? Do you have the cards to Counter Catcher and knock out this Palkia? Or do you value just knocking this Terapagos out? And to be honest, Freya, I think I'd rather take this Terapagos out of play. You then limit your opponent from using that Jewel Seeker ability.
Absolutely.
Unless they can get another Terapagos down. And with how weak Justin's hand is, it's just one more card he's going to need to find when he's already struggling to find resources.
Yes, so the choice of the Quick Search is actually going to be this Dusknoir, which does get evolved straight away from the Dusclops, so that is a 130 damage that's being threatened at any point, even better than the 5 from the Dusclops, of course. And then there's going to be a Super Rod shuffling in some key resources back into the deck, get those energies back, make sure that you can sort of clean up the game with your last few attacks. And is there anything else going on? There is a Nest Ball maybe ready to be played as well. Gabriel wants to make sure that he does not throw this opportunity away. He has been given a chance to get back into this game, and he just want to make the most out of it. So it is just going to be an attack with the Charizard, and that will be a 240. That will be exactly enough for a knockout.
Burning Darkness taking the knockout, and also importantly, forcing Justin to discard his bench down, getting rid of those 2 Noctowl as well as the Fan Rotom. And now Justin, with just a couple of cards in hand, nothing really to make work.
It draws another Area 0.
Looks like that is actually a Glass Trumpet, okay. But Glass Trumpet cannot be used if you do not have a Terra Pokemon in play. So now things get tricky. That would have been a card that Justin could have used the previous turn, but now is useless. And with the way things look for this, I'm not sure Justin can even draw a single card off restart. Boss's Orders, Thornton, an Area 0 Underdepths, and a Glass Trumpet. No matter how you want to play that handout, it's not necessarily possible unless you go into that Terapagos. But from there, you only get a 1-card draw, and it needs to bail you out.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it has to be, right? I think you have to take one of these 2 Hoot, use the Thornton, swap it out for a Terapagos, and then take it forward from there. What else can you do, right?
You can't do much else. You've got to play to your outs in this spot, but you'd rather it be any other Pokemon than the Hoot as well, since you can't afford to switch this Radiant Greninja out. I mean, there is a world where you could, switch the Radiant Greninja out. It's technically done its job, and it would be guaranteeing you an attack this turn, since you could use the Glass Trumpet to power up the Radiant Greninja. However, we are just going to see the retreat at this point, so this makes me wonder whether or not, Justin is going to go for this Mew and want to use the Glass Trumpet on it instead. We'll see the choice. He's going to go ahead and use the Thornton, and it is going to be on that Radiant Greninja. So interesting choice to retreat first. We'll have to see exactly what he's going for here.
I think he wasn't 100% sure about how he wanted to approach that, because, I think it was just a decision there at the last minute. And
it's just tough, right? Because you can't really attack with this Terapagos here either. If you do that, you're just going to get knocked out again by Burning Darkness.
Oh, wait, there's an Energy Switch in hand.
Did find the Energy Switch, I believe, off the restart, so filled the hand up, will now use this Subspace Swell, dealing damage into this Charizard, but things are looking so dangerous now as Gabriel has Pidgeot online, has multiple Boss's Orders still left in the deck, and can potentially close this game out now in 2 turns. This has turned upside down here. Gabriel is now the leading horse here in this 3rd match.
I was going to say, can you close out in 1 turn? But no, you can't get Justin down to 2 prizes to use the Briar. That would have been a really big stream highlight moment. But no, just going to play it sensible, play it safe. You are not in a bad position here at all. You've been attacked, but you do not mind at all. You have your Quick Search ready. You have the Dusknoir available already. He's just going to consider how he wants to approach this here, because he knows that he is in a very good position to become a 2-time Latin American international champion, a 3-time overall international champion, but he does not want to throw this away.
Well, the biggest issue right now is you only have 1 Boss's Orders left, so if you want to take 2 knockouts, and more importantly, take that final knockout with Boss's Orders, you've got to find a way to take 2 prizes without using that boss, and I think it could potentially revolve that Dusknoir's Curse Blast ability, since by putting Justin to 3 prizes, you don't give him any opportunity to win the game on the following turn.
Yeah, that would be absolutely fine in terms of setting it up to make sure to close the winner's opportunity for Justin to make a comeback, but he is going to consider this very, very carefully indeed. There goes to the Quick Search, grabbed it so quick, didn't even see what he grabbed there. But it looks like, wait, what was that?
It is a Charizard.
Okay.
So I like this play here from Gabriel. Establish another Charizard EX so that is a guarantee next turn, despite any hand disruption. And of course, if there's any way to knock the Pidgeot out, it's going to get knocked out back in return from Charizard. Gabriel is closing all openings, all gaps, and is on his way to repeat as an international champion here in Brazil.
Yeah, and off the Arven does grab the Defiance Band and the Counter Catcher. So as soon as this Dust Noir gets enabled, we'll be able to make use of both of those cards. So yeah, Curse Blast is going to come in, and I mean, you want to make sure that you're doing it on something, but then you'll be even on prizes, right? If you do it that way.
Let's take the knockout. Oh, hold on. This is a tough situation. Looks like signal towards the Hoot Hoot, and if that's the case, then things go upside down. This is a situation that we're going to have to get confirmation on. If he signaled towards that Hoot Hoot, Freya, that means that, like you said, both players would be even on prize cards, and from there, Counter Catcher is not an option, Defiance Band is not an option, and now, all of a sudden, while Gabriel was filling up all the openings, he may have just smashed the wall down and given the opportunity back to Justin.
Yeah, so I think he's just trying to explain like the way that he was gesturing, as if he wasn't confirming what he was doing. He was just kind of deciding what to go for. But I mean, I can see the confusion, right? I can see how Justin might interpret it as, you know, he just realized that it was a mistake to go after it and is trying to like take it back. It's this is such an awkward decision. But
and has to stay with the decision to knock out this Hoot Hoot. This now changes the entire trajectory of Gabriel's turn. He's not out of it, though. The one saving grace for him could be that Briar now, the card that you mentioned, to keep himself at a chance to win this game. This, all of a sudden, completely changed. Now Justin's got to be thinking about, what can I do here? And is bailed out with this Origin Poor Palkia V-Star hanging on with just 10 HP remaining.
But Briar won't make a difference. You knock out this Charizard, and then the Briar turn skipped.
Exactly, it would skip at this point, and it also means that you would no longer be able to use Curse Blast since your opponent would be at just one prize card, so there's no way to add any damage, meaning that if you want to get through this Palkia V-Star, you have to attack into it. There's no other path.
And with that mistaken Curse Blast on the Hoot Hoot, Justin might have just been afforded the bailout opportunity he needs to take this game back from Gabriel.
Oh, this is so heartbreaking, Freya. Justin now has been given an opportunity, and no matter how you feel, you've got to take it. You've got to pounce at it in this spot. Justin is down a lot of resources, so nothing is guaranteed in this spot. We'll go ahead and play the Buddy Buddy Poffin and see what pieces he still has available. There's no Pokemon left in the deck with 70 HP or less to grab off this item.
Yeah, so how much will this Palkia be doing? It won't be a lot, right? It'll be, what, 160 right now?
That would be enough, though. There is 200 damage onto this Charizard EX. But from there, Justin would have to find a way to take this last prize card, and with there only being one bench Pokemon in play, with that being the Pidgeot, no matter how you design it, it's not going to be enough to knock out the Pidgeot since that Kiernan has been discarded early on.
Yeah, so as mentioned, that is the saving grace here for Gabriel. So, does find a knocked out Jewel Seeker, though. We'll be able to search for any two cards from the deck here. Will this be the difference maker as he does look through? I'm not sure if there's any cards in the deck that can make a difference here, though.
This is definitely giving Justin a bigger chance in this game, but I don't think that mistake necessarily lost Gabriel the game. He's still in a great spot. He's got an awesome board, 2 Charizard EX and a Pidgeot, and that's it. He's doing everything possible to limit Justin's damage output and make it so that if Justin wants to win the game, he's going to have to take this turn and 2 more turns to win, and that might just be enough time for Gabriel.
Yeah, so it looks like the picks from the Jewel Seeker, it is going to be that Nest Ball and that Ino. Makes complete sense. You want to make sure maybe to get a Serendipity EX if you do get KO'd so you can draw some more cards, or maybe just any other basic from your deck. Could be another Origin Form Palkia V. Just bench something, right? Just make sure that you get your bench as full as possible to do more damage, either with the Palkia or with the Terapagos EX, and then you're going to play that Ino, and you're going to cross your fingers.
And let's not forget here, we're coming under just 3 minutes left in this round. Time has gone by, so turns of time could be a factor. Just one more thing to think about in this crazy Game 3 of our Seniors Finals.
Yeah. And then off of that Ino does find what looks like a Night Stretcher and a Water Energy. We'll be able to attach that to the Origin Form Palkia V if he so desires, get another attack ready to go, but I believe that second Origin Form Palkia V-Star is in the discard pile along with both the Glass Trumpet.
I think at this point it's just thinking, should I be retreating this Origin Form Palkia V-Star and not giving my opponent free prize cards? The issue with that is no matter what Justin promotes, it will be knocked out. It is no difference. So maybe just attack with this Origin form Palkia V-Star, take the knockout, but the biggest issue is from that point, no matter what Justin sends up, Burning Darkness will knock it out, and I'm not sure after this turn he has what it takes to close this game out.
No, I don't think so, and even though we saw maybe that slight mistake from Gabriel giving Justin the opportunity, like you said even, it might not matter. Gabriel might have just still set up the good enough board to take the win regardless. There's the KO, the subspace swell onto the damaged Charizard. What does Gabriel draw? It looks like I know a couple of other bits, but I mean, here you just announced the KO, right?
You can just announce the KO. I think it's just double checking, how can I lose this game? How can Justin take this final prize card and is also going to Iono Justin down to just one card? Subspace Swell with 8 bench Pokemon does 160 plus the 60 base, so that's 220, plus 1 bench Pokemon for Gabriel is 240, and that will not be enough to knock out Pidgeot, even if Justin had the Kieran available. And I think with this, Gabriel has almost locked this game up. Despite having made that small error, he stayed composed and he looks promised to become a champion.
Yeah, he sure does. Attaching the Defiance Band, he is so close here. He can taste it. He wants to make sure, again, that he doesn't do something else like give Justin another opportunity to make a comeback play, but he's just working it through here and just doing the maths. I think he's literally working out in his head.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking about is, again, Mew EX can copy the Burning Darkness attack if you go to 1 prize card. I think that could be the only risk here for Gabriel, and that's why he's going to target this Mew EX down and try and just shut every obscure option out of the door.
Yeah, we know that's not possible because the amount of the energy switches used, but absolutely, just in case, that is absolutely the right move to make. Super heads up from Gabriel.
And now the doors are shutting on Justin. What can he do in this spot? Just a prime catcher.
And that's it!
He extends the hand. Back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the international champion here in Latin America.
Gabriel Fernandez, un nuovo campione internazionale dell'America Latina, in 3 meses campione internazionale del Pokémon TCG!
Whatsoever.
Not what you see in any match, let alone the
Year's finals match here at the Latin America International Championships. Let's get this action kicked off, starting, of course, with Henry. He will look at this hand, see what cards are available, and right away does have that Play Pokemon stamped Buddy Buddy Poffin to set the board up.
Yeah, already a great start. This has become, ever since it released, a staple in every single setup deck. Does let you, when you play it, search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less and put them onto your bench. So you can go ahead and use that to grab your Pidgey, grab your Charmander, grab your Duskulls, grab all your setting up basics.
So Henry will take this first opportunity to check through the deck, see what Pokemon are available. We'll most likely see one of those Pidgey get bench in preparation for hopefully an early Pidgeot EX evolution, thanks to Rare Candy, and that really is the big card that both players are playing the maximum 4 copies of, since it allows you to skip those stages of evolution and get Charizard into play as soon as the second turn of the game.
Yeah, I'll be honest, were it not for this card existing, I think that most, if not all, competitive decks would be either basic focus or stage 1 decks. Of course, with this Rare Candy, you can skip that middle evolution and go straight to the stage 2, so you can go straight from the Charmander to the Charizard, straight from the Pidgey to the Pidgeot. You don't even need to play Pidgeotto. You just, most of these lists don't. You just skip straight to the Pidgeot and get things going as quickly as you can.
So you see Henry immediately grab the Pidgey. That's sort of the gimme choice. It now becomes what that second bench Pokemon will be. Things like Duskull are very solid to have down to, put pressure on your opponent with that Cursed Blast ability from the Dusclops or Dusknoir. We do, of course, see that one Dusknoir is in the prize cards, so we'll have to rely off of just the Dusclops' Cursed Blast ability if he would like to use that. So even knowing that, we'll still grab the Duskull, put it onto the bench, and now from here, we'll see if Henry has something like a Rotom potentially to draw a few more cards. Of course, Instant Charge is super solid on this first turn, but that's not the case. We'll just pass things over to Sergio, where immediately with this Buddy Buddy Poffin, he will get the bad news that Pidgeot EX is prized. Don't quite grab that Pidgey yet, Sergio. You might want to rethink things once you see what you've got in the deck.
Yeah, I guess he might think, even after looking through the deck and seeing that both are prized, he might think, I don't want to give away too much to my opponent. Maybe I'll just put it down, make my opponent think that I have access to it still, and then my opponent might still target it down when it actually ends up working out better for me because I can't really make use of it anyway.
Also, that Charmeleon in the prize cards can be a little bit of an annoyance. There have been things like the Pokemon Tool Card Technical Machine Devolution that have come into play. Things like that, of course, can disrupt the strategies a bit, but of course, anytime that you can save one of those rare candy and slowly evolve a Charmander on the bench, it becomes a little bit more useful as Arven gets played, and of course, Sergio wanting to use this card as much as possible early in the game to search out a Pokemon tool card and an item card from his deck.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I mentioned, of course, right at the start of the game, which is it's really nice if you are going second that you can play that Arven on the first turn, and it means that Sergio, even though he's going second, is going to have a much sort of like stronger and more reliable board setup in this game here. Be able to get out that Cleffa, draw a bunch of cards, get out not just one but two Charmander, end the Pidgey, and a Duskull for good measure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Sergio grabbed a tool card off of that Arven. That could signal that there's things like Forest Sealstone in the hand.
Yeah, we see it there.
It is in the hand, so that is a good card to have. Of course, both players utilizing that one copy of the card, Star Alchemy. When you attach it to one of your V Pokemon, like Rotom or Luminion V, you can use your once per game V-Star power to search out any card. Sometimes it's good to use it early, sometimes it's good to use it late, but it's definitely a powerful tool you have access to.
Yeah, and here's a great turn one here, play here from Sergio, able to use that Fire Energy just to retreat the Duskull and retreat into the Cleffa, go for that grasping draw, top up the hand to 7 cards in hand. This is an amazing turn one for Sergio.
All thanks to that free attack cost. Some of these, baby Pokemon have access to some support Pokemon attacks for 0 energy, thanks to, of course, being that type of Pokemon, as Henry will kick things off here, drawing a card, and now is the big question, can he put some pressure on and Arven to start things off? That's going to be a great way to potentially get Charizard out and attacking.
Yeah, and you have to wonder as well, with the choice to not grab something from the Arven from Sergio, maybe it was because he was aware that he was going to go for the grasping draw and he didn't want to necessarily give himself one less card to draw by filling up the hand and forcing himself to commit something early like a Defiance Band.
So this is the big question here for Henry. Now, of course, Cleffa is a great support Pokemon, but it only has 30 HP, so maybe there's a world here for Henry where he can get a Charizard into play and also use something like the Cursed Blast ability to knock out a more desirable Pokemon on the bench, in addition to this Cleffa as well.
Yeah, and now this is what it's going to come down to with the Pidgey bench, right? Because, like we just mentioned, Henry doesn't know that the Pidgeot is prized, but if he can get the read on that somehow, he might target something other than the Pidgey, but if he doesn't, that Pidgey will be KO'd, but Sergio's kind of, in a way, okay with it because he can't get the Pidgeot out anyway.
So Rare Candy and Defiance Band, the 2 choices off of the Arven. And with the deck not being shuffled, I'm sure we have something like an Ultra Ball to potentially go back into the deck, or Henry is considering using this Luminion and its Luminous Sign ability. Now, of course, only 1 supporter card can be played per turn, but you now have a target to attach Forest Sealstone to, so that you can potentially get out Rare Candy Pidgeot and Rare Candy Charizard this turn.
Yeah, but of course there is a little bit of a risk here. As you can see, that Luminion V has 170 HP. So we mentioned at the start of the game, if you wait to the point where you can take a 2-prize knockout as your first knockout, you don't mind taking first blood, as it were. And if Sergio is able to get a Charizard out and go ahead and KO that Luminion, that prize trade starts to look a lot better for him all of a sudden.
So the supporter of choice will be an Arven for the following turn, potentially, and immediately looks like we may see the Forest Sealstone be attached to this Luminion and let it use that once per game Star Alchemy V-Star power. Now, we already know there's a rare candy in the hand, so this could signal Henry maybe grabbing something like Pidgeot, which, of course, you're using your 1 card search per game with this, of course, Forest Sealstone, but then in return, for the rest of the game, it's like you get to use a Forest Sealstone from here on out.
Yeah, and let's see if the trend continues, right? We did say right at the start that likely who can set up Pidgeot and keep it there will win the game. In this instance, it will be Henry setting it up first. Will LAIC see through to a win at the end of this game? We'll have to wait to see how the rest plays out to find out, but it's already looking very, very good for Henry on his second turn.
Exactly what you want to see Freya on the second turn of the game. You get to go before your opponent in terms of taking actions. You get to evolve before, so using that powerful attack is exactly what you want to do. So there it is. Rare Candy Pidgeot Quick Search is now up and running. And there's another rare candy in the hand, so if Henry chooses to, he could find something like Charizard EX from the Quick Search, and Rare Candy Charizard means that thanks to that Infernal Rain ability on Charizard EX, there's no need to attach those 2 energies from hand. You can accelerate them straight from the deck.
But again, this is where you have to be a little bit careful, right? Because KOing just a Clever by itself doesn't really feel great. You're taking one prize, but then you're already putting your opponent's Charizard EX to be able to do 210 damage with Burning Darkness. We do also know that Sergio does play that Defiance band, like even bump it up to 240. So got to be a little bit careful and a bit mindful about that, because you could combine it. Say you evolve this Duskull into a Dusclops, you actually suddenly have a KO on a Pidgeot EX out of nowhere.
Yeah, of course, board control is a big part of this mirror match. Those, like you said, frail two-prize Pokemon, the Rotom V and the Luminion V, are something that you, of course, want to avoid benching as much as possible. So Henry, in this case, looks like just valuing getting Pidgeot into play and searching out an additional card. Since there was a second Rare Candy, Henry could have potentially grabbed Ultra Ball instead of Rare Candy off of the Arven, but instead already just wants to have Rare Candy for the following turn, and will instead, it looks like, grab the Cleffa and another Charmander, potentially signaling a Grasping Draw in response to Sergio using it on his first turn.
Oh, I don't know about that, actually. I think there's the Ultra Ball in hand already. I saw him kind of moving the energies into the deck. I think he's going to be getting ready to go for a Infernal Rain. I think he's going to fetch a Charizard here.
All right, that would be a solid line. Of course, taking prize cards is how you win the Pokemon TCG. So you got to balance between, of course, knocking out a more desirable Pokemon would be favorable, but immediately you're going to put your pressure on your opponent to find a Charizard EX in response, as well as a way to bring up one of those bench Pokemon like you mentioned.
Yeah, and I guess in this instance, it might just pay off because, as we know, Sergio's Pidgeot EX is a prize, so there's no way for him to put together a combo turn with a quick search to try and put together the really big combo turn to KO Henry's Pidgeot EX, which would probably be the ideal response. It's going to be quite hard to do that.
Yeah, and this was a really tough discard for Henry. Had all desirable cards in the hand. The Arven, the Defiance Band, the Rare Candy that was needed to evolve this Charizard, and now with this Ultra Ball has to get rid of two very crucial resources, Boss's Orders and Counter Catcher, two of the four gusting cards that Henry plays to target those bench Pokemon.
Yeah, that's mega rough, but that's the decision that has to be made. So Rare Candy into the Charizard EX, that Infernal Rain ability coming in, letting Henry attach free fire energies from the deck to his Pokemon in any way he likes. Such a strong ability. Is an instant payoff essentially on the stage 2 when you get it into play. And with two of those free energy, will go onto the Charizard EX itself to power up that attack cost for the Burning Darkness.
It does also put the energy on the Charmander. There's good and bad when it comes to that. Of course, you get some energy ready onto it. It's going to want energy to attack at some point down the line. But if your opponent ever targets that down, the Charmander and all cards attached to it will be discarded. So Henry strikes first, taking the first prize card here of game number 1. Let's see how Sergio can respond. And this is looking like a pretty solid hand. I see Rare Candy and a Forest Sealstone, which can be used in return by Sergio, since that Luminion has now used Luminous Sign to fetch any supporter out of the deck.
Oh, I mean, here I was saying, I don't know if Sergio can put together this turn where he carries the Pidgeot, but I'm wondering if it might actually be possible, Because here's the thing, if you use the Dusclops to place damage onto this Pidgeot here, then suddenly that makes your Counter Catcher, your Counter Catcher's live anyway, right? But either way, yeah, you can put it together here if he can find all the right means to KO it, and then all of a sudden, Henry's once per turn quick search option will be gone.
The math would work out well. Of course, Burning Darkness doing 180 plus 30 for each prize card. So 2 prize cards taken means that you're doing 240 damage. Plus the Cursed Blast abilities, 5 damage counters from Dusclops or Dusknoir, but the Dusclops would work just fine. Means that you're dealing enough to take the knockout. Additionally, you might not even need to put the damage counters on the Pidgeot if you have something like with the Defiance Band, since you are putting your opponent to 4 prize cards, so it would work out. We'll see if Sergio can find that. It's going to be hard without the Pidgeot, but Pheasantipede EX will make that a lot easier.
Yeah, that flip the script ability, we've seen it is staple in so many decks now, just letting you, if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, lets you draw free cards, and these free cards are going to be key extra resources to see if you can put this together. There's the Forest Steelstone coming down onto the Luminion V, and it is going to be the V-Star power, that Star Alchemy, to search for any one card from the deck.
Yeah, and this would have been a perfect turn for Sergio if there were any of those Pidgeot EX in play. Already has 2 Rare Candies, so could respond in kind here to Henry's powerful turn 2. Instead, though, we'll have to potentially reevaluate how he wants to build this board up. Is he just going to rely off of the Flip the Script ability as much as possible, or will we see some potential other pieces? It will be Charizard EX grabbed from that Forest Sealstone, and now with Rare Candy, will respond in kind by using Infernal Rain to power up this Pokemon, as well as another energy attached anywhere if he'd like.
Looks like the answer is no, you would not like that. Just going to put the 2 fire energies onto the Charizard. And I kind of understand this because, like the direction a lot of these Charizard lists have been going in lately, they've already were quite low on the fire energy count, but both of these lists have gone down to only 5 fire energy in the deck. It's a very low energy count, so every single energy you attach, even with acceleration, has to be placed optimally. And actually, just going to go for the Burning Darkness on the active.
So setting up for a 2-hit knockout, Burning Darkness dealing 210 damage to Henry's Charizard as action is back on him. And look at these 2 board states, Freya. Henry struck first and has a lot more support online thanks to Pidgeot. If Sergio isn't able to, cook something up very soon, he may be in a lot of trouble just because of the consistency and game plan execution Pidgeot EX provides the player who's using it.
Yeah, and it looks like that prediction from the start might be coming true, right? Henry just being able to, once per turn, search for any card with Pidgeot. And even in a late game scenario, right, we do see there at the bottom of the deck that unfair stamp. If Sergio can't get a Pidgeot out, that unfair stamp is going to be so brutal because you can't search your way out of it with that Pidgeot anymore.
Yeah, so Henry, I have to imagine in this spot, could consider playing Boss's Orders on an opposing Luminion, since of course it only has 170 HP and could take another 2 prize cards. You have to, of course, balance the fact that these prize cards are available, but being overzealous could lead to your downfall.
But I mean, surely at this point, you're doing, you're not doing 210 damage yet, but if you can put together something with a Dusclops maybe, you go for this Pheasantipity, right? Because that's even better. The Luminion's kind of done its job at this point. It's there to be picked off at any point, but that Pheasantipity is pretty much the only consistency crutch that Sergio's working with right now. So if you can target that down, you absolutely would.
Yeah, you give and you take, right? Since you are using Curse Blast, right? 5 damage counters being placed wherever you'd like on one Pokemon is very solid, but you are giving your opponent prize cards. And you have to, again, be mindful of the route your opponent is trying to take to win the game. So Henry will have to consider that as he makes that selection off Quick Search again. Any card, so doesn't have to show Sergio which card was selected from the deck. And will now decide what he would like to do. Can still play a supporter card, attach, evolve, plenty of options at his disposal.
Yeah, and it looks like the choice was there, the Charmeleon. Okay, this makes a lot of sense as well. Just get your second Charmander evolved up into Charmeleon so that it can become a Charizard without the use of a rare candy, just getting it ready for the future. I like this a lot too. And it's just going to be an attacker to the active. Both of these players kind of playing it patient here, not wanting to take too many KOs too early on, it seems.
It will be the Burning Darkness, so 180 damage onto the bench. Top deck for turn, another rare candy. Would be great if you had something like Pidgeot to evolve. Now, of course, there is the Dusknoir as an option. The way the math works out, actually, at this point, of course, Charizard EX does have 120 HP remaining. So something like the Cursed Blast from the Dusknoir does do almost exactly enough, but no, nothing else besides drawing for turn and announcing Burning Darkness will take both of those Pidgeot EX off the prizes. That's exactly what Sergio wanted to see if he was taking 2 prize cards this turn.
Yeah, definitely. And now you got to be thinking, if you're Henry, do I consider trying to go after this Pidgey here? We've seen that it hasn't been evolved into anything yet. Maybe now is an opportunity to take it down, even at the prize trade, but also cut Sergio off from that key search option.
Henry looking at this Night Stretcher, of course, a new powerful card released in Shrouded Fable, could put back this Charizard EX from the discard pile into the hand, allowing Henry to accelerate energies from the deck yet again and get another Charizard EX online. Does have to be mindful, though, that there are 2 fire energy in the discard pile, and having note of those resources are very important.
Yeah, I believe these players would have had a look to check to see, make sure there is enough energy available, given, like we just discussed, the energy count is quite low. So it'd be 2 in a discard pile, 1 already attached onto the Charmeleon there. So there should, in theory, be 2 more left in the deck. And there weren't any prizes at the beginning, were there? I don't recall seeing any. Oh no, there's 1 actually. So okay, but that's still fine.
1 in the deck, but 1 is just enough at this spot. Burning Darkness will find the final fire energy. Now there are ways, of course, to recover those. You see the 2 Super Rods still in the deck. But for now, it's just going to be Henry accelerating that fire energy, shuffling the deck, and immediately looking to potentially grab that powerful A-Spec Unfair Stamp to disrupt Sergio, especially since he does not have Pidgeot EX set into play, which is sort of a safeguard almost to a disruptive card like Unfair Stamp.
Exactly, it is. And now, I've got to be honest, maybe Henry's considering, if he can, combining this Unfair Stamp with bringing up this Pheasantipity for a KO, so that way there is pretty much no, it's going to be very, very hard for Sergio to recover. He'll only be working with 3 cards.
So you got to balance both things. Of course, you would limit the card draw from your opponent, but you have to ask yourself, what would you rather have? Your opponent's ability to draw 3 cards, or a Charizard EX out in play?
Yes, that's true.
And the way I see it, I think the chance of your opponent missing Charizard EX, spiraling the game out of control, just feels like too good of an opportunity to pass up.
But again, the way I'm thinking about it, though, is that this Charizard, even after these 2 prizes are taken, won't be KOing Henry's Charizard, so he doesn't necessarily have to deal with it straight away. And if you cut off the draw option, it means that Sergio is so much less likely to be able to set up a follow-up Charizard, because you'd essentially have to draw an out from your deck.
Yeah, the big piece here, though, for Henry, of course, let's remember that Ultra Ball on turn 2 did discard a Counter Catcher and a Boss's Order.
Oh,
so
that's
with both of those
true,
pieces down, you've got to maybe ask, do I have the flexibility here to make maybe a slightly more optimal play? Some would say, of course, to knock out that Pheasantipity. It's a little bit risky. You don't want to shut yourself out of options when this board state feels so good for you.
Yeah, you might be right. Well, either way, it's up to Henry to decide. The unfair stamp gets played. Let's see what he finds over these 5 cards here. Ooh, getting a quick look.
Looks like a few pieces, something like Defiance Band, another rare candy. I think the only remaining piece that would be nice here for Henry is getting down another Charmander, of course, to make it so there's no risk in terms of getting a follow-up Charizard in case Sergio has, you know, a strong combination of cards, something like Rare Candy Dusknoir, Curse Blast, Rare Candy Charizard. It's always good to have a backup option, and Henry does have another Charmander, and I think that will be the choice here for Nest Ball.
Yeah, very, very sensible there. Given that there's only 1 Charizard in play, make sure you can follow up with another Charizard EX when you want to, and so a really good find there, that Nest Ball off of the unfair stamp. Now, in terms of the rest of the hand, another rare candy there ready to go. And thinking about it more, given the current situation, yeah, maybe it is just best here. Just deal with the Charizard. Like you said, sure, your opponent will get to draw 3 cards off and flip the script, but you're still taking out their biggest attacking threat. There's no Pidgeot on the field. Maybe that's just for the best for now.
Yeah, especially since you have a flexibility to grab any card. Quick Search has not been used yet, and you see that Super Rod, I think a very solid choice. There are the last remaining Fire Energies in the discard pile, and that's something you absolutely want to get back. So those 2 Fire Energies and an additional Pokemon can also be shuffled back in. I think the question here is, do you need another Charmander for this game? And I don't think you do, so a smart choice there for Henry. Doesn't want to maybe draw into that card later when he'd rather be a more powerful or useful card instead.
Yeah, absolutely. Get those energies back while you can, so you can make use of that Infernal Rain. And then, since you don't need to search anything bigger this turn, just make use of that Quick Search for the Super Rod. Retreat of the Cleffer, goes the Charizard into the active, Burning Darkness, 2 more prizes for Henry, over to Sergio to see how he can respond after this really brutal unfair stamp.
These are going to be big draws here for Sergio. Of course, does have some protection with the Flip the Script ability, as we will see Charmander come into the active spot, and right away, no cards played. Pheasantipity's Flip the Script, allowing the hand to be filled up to 3. There's an Ultra Ball, but really looking for the rare candy. Do we see it?
Oh,
not
no.
quite. Now, key note here, that Lumineon, usually a great target off of Ultra Ball, is already in play. And this is not something great at all. I think that Charmeleon for Sergio is still in the prizes as well. It wouldn't be a great piece to evolve in this spot, but if you're not finding rare candies, you've got to build up to a Charizard somehow. You've got to ask, if Sergio can't attack this turn, what's the next best thing he can do?
It's really hard to say, right? I mean, you know that at least your Pidgeots are back into the deck if you have some way of putting that together, but maybe, yeah, just gonna have to try and maybe buy some time with this boss's orders. It doesn't really feel great, though. The Lumineon only has a retreat cost of 1. It's not exactly that hard to get out of the active spot.
We'll bring up the Lumineon. Henry did, of course, shuffle those Fire Energy back into the deck, so that's one way he can potentially pivot this Lumineon out of the active spot. And it looks like we're just going to see an energy brought back from the Night Stretcher and retreating into this Duskull, prioritizing, not giving up this Charmander. But this is disaster here, as Henry still has a boss's orders left and potentially even something like a Curse Bomb. I think Henry might have the pieces here. Rare Candy into the Dusknoir. That means as long as there's an energy card, or excuse me, an energy card and something like a boss's orders, that could be all he needs here to close this game out, assuming he can knock out this Lumineon, but at minimum can take 2 prize cards if he chooses to.
Yeah, so it's going to be the boss's orders choice here, and I think because there is only 1 of those left in the deck, whereas you have more than sort of 1 switch out with the retreating, it makes sense to go for this here. Now, I do wonder, like, the rest of his prizes, there is a Fire Energy in the prizes. I don't know if it's going to end up being taken. Oh, but hold on, there's the other Rare Candy ready to go in the hand, taking Rare Candy and use Infernal Rain. He's got it.
think he's got all the pieces here. Henry having the double rare candy in combination with the Dusknoir, and by using the Cursed Blast ability and that boss's orders, will have enough here to close this game out, giving his opponent the prize, but taking the prize of his own, and the boss's orders onto either of these two prize Pokemon on the bench will close things out. Henry Kuninari taking game number 1 in this LAIC finals.
Brazil 1-0 up against the US in this junior showdown, and already giving the thumbs up to the crowd. He is loving his position right now. Why wouldn't you? You are only 1 game away from becoming an international champion.
You see the excitement from the crowd. That was an intense game, of course. You've got to feel for Sergio a little bit in that spot. I think if he has Pidgeot EX, we definitely have a lot closer of a match. But that's part of the Pokemon TCG. Sometimes the cards you want are going to be in your prizes, and you saw that he was at a big disadvantage. If you're in his spot, though, you've got to shake that off and get yourself in a good mental spot to not let that affect you in Game 2.
Yeah, and I do believe we have the replay ready just to go over that Game 1 to show you guys at home just how that really played out. We did see Henry did go first. We were talking about whether going first or second was better, but Henry really used that going first advantage to the maximum here. That double Pidgeot prizing on Sergio's side really hurting him. Henry able to get out the Pidgeot on turn 2 and just search for absolutely everything he needs, kind of playing exactly into that prediction of whoever sets up Pidgeot wins.
Sergio, you know, has got to be feeling it a little bit in this spot. Pretty unlucky there to have both of those Pidgeot prized and just drew nothing off of Unfair Stamp, the main selling point for it as the A-Spec of choice in this deck. It's doing exactly what it's meant to do, disrupt the opponent, slow them down, and just one missed beat is all it can take sometimes to win a matchup, especially a mirror match.
Okay, now, if you're Sergio here, what are you thinking? You're thinking, okay, I'm a game down. Doesn't feel amazing, of course, but you know you have to keep your head clear, right? It's very hard to kind of, or very easy to kind of lose sight of things. Where you think, oh, you know, 1 game down, this is it. But you have to keep your head in the game, right? You've got to keep focused, brush it off, and think I can win the next 2 and can make the comeback.
Yeah, and Sergio opting to go second here, it seems. Wants to, you know, get the advantage of playing a supporter card, maybe using an attack like Cleffa's Grasping Draw. As we talk, there's pros and cons, but that's what Sergio feels more comfortable with. You've got to prioritize comfort over, you know, what else maybe other people say is optimal or think. You got to trust yourself in a spot like this.
Yeah, you got to trust yourself. You've come this far already. You know you are a strong enough player and that you are a deserving finalist. So you have to brush it off and know you can make the comeback in the next 2. But here we go. Henry going first, per Sergio's choice, and off to another very strong start with a Charmander, a Pidgey, and a Buddy Puffin for good measure.
Absolutely what you want to see, getting all of these basic Pokemon set up into play, threatening a lot of pressure with rare candy on turn 2. Looking at these prize cards, nothing super relevant. Of course, a rare candy combined with Pidgeot and Charizard. Those are cards you play multiple copies of to avoid them both being prized. From there, though, it seems like Henry's going to be able to execute his strategy as well as possible, pending, of course, the other cards in his hand are strong enough for him to execute his game plan.
Yeah, this is something we have seen sometimes where you almost get a false impression of a really strong start, right? You go first, you have the Buddy Puffin, you have all your evolving basics, and then nothing to follow it up with. So we'll have to get a good look at the rest of Henry's hand to see, I do see, you know what, actually, now that you mentioned it, I see a couple of rare candy, but I'm not sure if I see any way to search out evolutions or anything like that. I think it's 2 rare candy and a couple of Night Stretcher.
As of right now, it will not be a necessary problem, but that's definitely something to think of as you're going through this Buddy Puffin search. It may be better to grab a Duskull in this spot, but because your hand is so weak and there are not a lot of top decks necessarily that could help you out, giving yourself Cleffa as a choice off Buddy Puffin now extends a few extra cards in your deck. Of course, those 5 Fire Energy and even something like Professor Turo's Scenario, albeit not a great card, of course, it's just there to pick up a Pokemon, but by picking up this Charmander, you could allow that Cleffa to come in and use that Grasping Draw attack.
Yeah, and this is so smart and a heads up from Henry, right? Because you know that you're ahead, but you don't want to get greedy. You take an honest look at your hand and you realize, okay, my setup is decent here, but I haven't got a great follow-up. So, for a worst case scenario, let me just get the Cleffa out so that I can, if I really need to, just do that Grasping Draw. Like you said, even give myself more outs to draw out of this bad hand if my top deck isn't that great.
See if there's anything else here for Henry. As it is, pretty good turn 1. as action will be passed over to Sergio, and he as well having a great hand to start things off. Buddy Poffin to follow, and also that Arvin supporter card, which is exactly what you want to play in these first few turns to solidify your setup.
Yeah, once again, showing the advantage of going second, being able to play that supporter. And unlike Henry, of course, if Sergio decides to go for a Cleffa himself, being that he is going second, he'll be able to attack and you make use of that grasping draw straight away to refill his hand to 7.
I'm sure he'll be more than happy to see these are the 6 cards that are prized. Nothing super relevant. Now that Fezandipity EX we saw was useful for Sergio and is a great card in this matchup and in practically every single matchup with that flip the script ability. But from there, it seems like both players' prizes will allow them to navigate the game as intended, as we'll see Buddy Poffin grab both Charmander and also has a Nest Ball in the hand. This time, Sergio looks like is going to prioritize Rotom V, not just for that instant charge ability, but also since it's a great Forest Seal Stone user.
Yeah, it makes complete sense here. And with that Arvin, of course, you will be able to go ahead and grab that Forest Seal Stone along with another Buddy Poffin. So Sergio is absolutely ready to go for turn 2. This is not going to be like game 1. There will be a pitch-out setup here. His bench is going to be perfect. He's going to probably end this turn on an instant charge for good measure as well. So yeah, not even needing to put down the Cleffa. Really strong turn 1 from Sergio.
Yeah, an excellent turn 1 here for Sergio. Will be able to end things off with that instant charge, a super powerful ability that allows you to draw 3 cards. However, it does end your turn, but there's no better time to use that than on a turn where you're choosing not to attack, because of course attacking is the last action you do in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and of course, unlike with Cleffa, which does draw cards until you have 7 cards in your hand, doesn't matter how many cards you have with Rotom, you can just, whenever you want, just you use the instant charge ability and draw 3 more cards, top it up to a huge hand size, and really strong turn just ending there on the instant charge, not even going to use the Forest Seal Stone yet.
And wow, it's just a Radiant Charizard top deck for turn for Henry.
Oh, no!
Has to just pass the turn back. This is absolute disaster, pending Sergio can set up his board from this point. Does, of course, have the Forest Seal Stone, Charmeleon getting evolved right away, and I think there's a solid combination. Having the Ultra Ball and the Forest Seal Stone, along with that Charizard EX, means that this Rotom can grab 1 rare candy to evolve into Pidgeot, and a 2nd rare candy means Charizard and Pidgeot can both be online turn 2.
Yeah, and that's so brutal, right? You give yourself the best chance possible to give yourself an out to a draw by putting down this Cleffa, but then the top deck just does not help you at all, and Sergio is probably going to be able to run away with this game here, honestly.
Can't count Henry out just yet, but things are definitely looking grim. There's the quick search ability, can search for another additional card of choice, and it will just be another rare candy Pidgeot, rare candy Charizard, the dream setup for any Charizard player. Sergio, for sure.
Yeah, rare candy, Charizard, Infernal Rain, 2 energies going straight onto that Charizard, no questions asked. Made possible with the use of that Forest Seal Stone and with the Star Alchemy with the quick search, just setting up the absolute perfect board. What do you do if you're Henry here? Just hope you top deck into something better, right?
Yeah, and there's a weird scenario here where you could actually use Boss's Orders to target the Cleffa down just because of how bad the hand is, but instead, just going to use Burning Darkness, take the knockout. What's the draw for turn? It's a Defiance Band.
Oh,
There's
no.
really not a lot going on in this hand. A few of these counter cards, of course, Defiance Band working on having more prizes. Something like Counter Catcher, there's a pair of those in the hand too, but is it really worth playing a powerful gusting card like Counter Catcher if it's just to buy yourself some time? Usually it's not, but in this case, you need all the help that you can possibly get.
Yeah, I mean, it is also another card you can play out of your hand, even just to maybe force a retreat from a Rotom or something like that. It also means you can draw more with Grasping Draw. There are a few more cards in Henry's hand that he can play out as well. That Defiance Band, he can preemptively attach it to a Charmander. It doesn't feel amazing, but you got to do what you got to do when your hand is this weak, right? And yeah, he's going to go for the Counter Catcher.
So it will be the Counter Catcher. We'll see what Pokemon is brought up into the active spot. It will be the Charmeleon, so it does have a 2 retreat cost.
Ooh, hefty.
However, if there is another Charizard EX, that can essentially power itself up. But regardless, if Charizard EX came into play, a Pokemon would be able to attack this turn. As we see Defiance Band come down, and even going to bench a Pokemon that's good in the later game, the Radiant Charizard, just to try and draw more cards off the Grasping Draw attack from Cleffa.
Yeah, and exactly like you said, maybe Sergio could have thought if it might have been worth just bringing up that Cleffa and then attacking into it just to stop this draw out. But, as it stands, Henry been bailed out a tiny bit here, although, that hand still doesn't look great, though.
Not great for cards to draw. He may need help again. from this top deck, as Sergio will immediately use the quick search to start this turn off, and I'm sure we'll be seeing some way for either Charizard to come into play or something like Professor Turo's Scenario to evolve this. The big thing, however, is there is a Fire Energy in the prize cards and one in the discard pile. So because of that, you can't evolve straight into Charizard, and instead, Sergio will have to commit his supporter for turn to that Professor Turo Scenario, allowing him to pick this Charmeleon up and move in a new Pokemon to the active spot.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate because it means, of course, you can't play that boss's orders, which could have been nice to bring up that Pidgey, for example, if you wanted to go ahead and take that away as an out, but instead just going to be, oh, do you notice something, Ethan?
What is it, Freya?
No, I said, do you notice something?
Nope.
No? Okay, sorry.
All I see is that Terrestrial Charizard coming up and taking a knockout, and immediately Henry will be on the clock. He's going to need a lot of help here. What is the top deck for turn? It's a Nest Ball. There's definitely a usable card as long as Pheasantipity EX is in the deck. That Flip the Script ability can allow him to draw 3 cards since a Pokemon was knocked out. And there are a lot of rare candy, Freya, so a lot of cards off the top of the deck can be a big help for Henry here.
Yeah, and the fact that that Pidgey wasn't able to be targeted down because Sergio was forced to use the Professor Turo's Scenario, it might be just a little bit of grace that Henry needed to buy himself to make a comeback here. So this is going to be a very, very big free card off of this Flip the Script and Pheasantipity. Nest Ball to put it down, shuffle the deck. What does he see off of these? It's going to be very, very big.
Everything, every decision in the TCG matters, but more than ever here for Henry to keep himself alive in this game too, has got to put something together. There's lots of pieces in the hand, but those are only one piece of the puzzle, few pieces of the puzzle. What do we see? Rotom, an unfair stamp does find the Rotom V, but I don't think there's a Forest Seal Stone, and while unfair stamp is a great card to give yourself a fresh hope of life, you are going to shuffle back both of those rare candy that are in the hand and have to try and find them again off this new shuffled hand of 5 cards.
Yeah, but at this point you have to, right? If nothing else, just to cut down Sergio's options a little bit. Even though the Pidgeot is already established, it's kind of, yeah, you have to fire it here.
And it does have a counter catcher in the hand. I'd really like to see Henry try and take 2 prizes this turn if he wants to, you know, stay ahead, or rather keep pace in this game. If you just attack into this Charizard again this turn, that damage down the line could be essentially irrelevant compared to damage placed onto some of these benched Pokemon. So we'll see if Henry wants to use that second counter catcher here or save onto it later.
Yeah, I think he is very much debating or using it, or rather, he knows he wants to use it, but he just wants to decide what to target. So we'll target down that Rotom now with the counter catcher. Debating whether to bench the Duskull as well, but actually he's going to opt not to and is just going to fire off that unfair stamp.
Yeah, I think a smart choice. A lot of players would say, oh, I want to bench that Duskull since I don't want to draw back into it. However, this does leave the space open for Henry to find a card like Lumineon V to put onto that final bench spot so that Arven can be super powerful, grabbing the Forest Seal Stone and an item card like Rare Candy to get a Charizard, or ideally Pidgeot and Charizard into play.
Yeah, so the free cards of the Pheasantipity were very important. They did flip the script and they got back into this game, but now it's going to come to this unfair stamp. It will put Sergio to 2 cards with a little bit less to work with, 5 cards to find some combination of cards to put together a comeback here on this turn. Either, like you said, a Pidgeot, maybe even a Charizard, just take 2 prizes, just something to work with here when Henry has really not been having the good grace given to him by his deck so far.
So this is step number 1. Disrupt your opponent, find some cards.
See an
those are a pretty good 2 cards to start things off. Now, of course, Sergio can find any card he chooses to off of the quick search ability, pending that Pidgeot EX is not removed from play, but there it is. Arven being played for turn can grab Rare Candy and Forest Seal Stone. Now that Forest Seal Stone could be used if Lumineon comes into play, and while this could be great at getting Charizard out into play and taking 2 prizes, Lumineon's just another liability you really don't want to have on your bench.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he drew the Lumineon, but he did draw the Rotom V, so maybe given that he's not searching a supporter right now, that would be, it still doesn't feel great. 190 HP is not a lot, but if you want to use this Forest Seal Stone, you need to bench a V Pokemon, so you might not have a choice. Yeah, there it is.
It will be the Rotom over the Lumineon.
Both Pokemon
will still be knocked out, assuming Henry is planning on knocking this Rotom V, as it will boost Sergio's Burning Darkness damage to 240. we will see the Forest Seal Stone be used, and I think that signals Rare Candy potentially as the choice, or a Charizard, either or, whichever is not in the hand. It will be the Rare Candy Charizard, and Henry is able to respond here for 2 prizes, but again, not having the stability of Pidgeot EX has proved to be the narrative for both players on whether or not they're being in a favored position to win this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Henry there forced to go for the Charizard because taking the 2 prizes is far too important here. Sure, you would love to have this Pidgeot set up, but if you're not taking 2 prizes, you are falling far too behind in tempo. So having to prioritize here smartly, it's what you got to do in this situation to keep yourself alive. And then it will be the Burning Darkness for 240 damage, taking the knockout on this Rotom V as we head back over to Sergio.
Does find a counter catcher as the top deck for turn. And we'll see the quick search instantly be used for Sergio to find a card. And I think this is time where you got to put your foot on the gas and try and take prizes as quickly as possible. You've got Pidgeot in play. You've got Charizard powered up. Something like Boss's Orders twice, or even Boss's Orders in combination with the powerful Cursed Blast could be all Sergio needs to close this game out.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what he grabbed there off the quick search, but we did see earlier that the Turo had to be used to pick up the Charmeleon, of course, and one thing that Sergio will still need with 1 energy prize is get some energy back into the deck. Oh, we do see there, Rare Candy into the Dusknoir, actually.
Wow, Rare Candy Dusknoir keeping that in play. Will he use Cursed Blast now? It is going to be used onto this Charizard EX. Interesting decision using Cursed Blast now. Now, of course, it will give Henry a prize card in this spot, but this is where things get a little bit dangerous. There's always the potential for a card we haven't talked about yet, Thornton, to come into play and essentially cheat a Dusknoir out, since Henry is now just at 3 prize cards left and Sergio has gone down to 2. Something like Burning Darkness when your opponent only has 1 prize plus a Curse Blast could give Henry the cards he needs to win. It's going to be a lot to find. I don't know if Henry will be able to do it, but if he can, he will be the LAIC champion.
Maybe would have been a little bit more possible if the Pidgeot was in play. So I think, you know what, once again, I think it's going to come down to that versatility, that flip the script. If you can find the pieces to put together this combo, you will become the LAIC champion. This is an opening that Henry now has because of the way Sergio played out his turn.
So there are a few pieces already in the hand for Henry that are solid. Rare Candy and Dusknoir, and does also have Luminosity V, and that could search out the Thornton. So the choice here for Henry is, how do you want to sequence everything here? Can you search out every card before you go for this play? He's going to just use the flip the script right now.
Oh, see an
Ultra Ball,
Rare
Candy.
I mean, that does it, you know.
And Counter Catcher. Hold on here. Let's see if Henry has the pieces. I think he might just have it here.
Yeah, he does.
Let's see here if Henry can find this play. Finds the Duskull. That's step number 1. Step 2, Freya, is put that in the discard pile, and he's looking at the Thornton.
Yeah, I think you've seen it, because you can use the Curse Blast to KO 1 and 2 bench Pokemon, use the Counter Catcher to bring up the Pidgeot, and then Burning Darkness to KO it, and then you will become the international champion.
Don't even need the Counter Catcher. You could push Sergio to 1 prize card, so Burning Darkness does 330 damage to this active Charizard. Here we go. Let's see it get played out. We'll see the second Ultra Ball go into the Charizard EX. Burning Darkness is now online thanks to Infernal Rain, and we will see potentially Luminosity come and find that final piece. The only question here, though, is there another Ultra Ball in the hand?
There is!
And there is! I think Henry has all the pieces he needs. Ultra Ball for any Pokemon, doesn't even need the Dusknoir, it's already in the hand. And these last final steps are between Henry, Kuninari, and an international championship. There's Luminosity, and the Thornton comes out. As long as it switches a Pokemon that's been in play for a turn, like this Rotom, Rare Candy, Curse Blast onto one of these bench Pokemon, and Henry Kuninari will close out game number 2 with a powerful Burning Darkness and becomes your LAIC champion.
Henry Kuninari, o campeão da América Latina de 2025!
Congratulations to our junior division international champion. Just when things looked extremely grim, flipped the script, Serendipity EX came in clutch, and Henry was able to put together the combination of cards to close out game 2 and become an international champion.
What a comeback from Henry there. Just saw the opening that was offered because Sergio decided to...
We head into game number 1 of our grand finals here at LAIC. Luminosity Gaming from North America is your purple team, and Tuzzy Esports from Brazil is your orange team.
Looking at Luminosity Gaming going to the bottom path, Miraidon and Snorlax is going to be very difficult to contend with, not only because of the caliber of players, but how good those Pokemon naturally are in the early game. Overlord quickly going to use the help of Otter to clear some of this Pokemon. That Kubfu needs to hit level 5 to get into an Urshifu, because until then, it's kind of not great.
That's right. Kubfu is a sweet little boy, but he is unfortunately not very good at fighting here in Thea Sky Ruins. And as soon as they can get that to level 5, he will evolve into Urshifu, and that will be huge for them. Obviously, Tuzzy Esports wants to stop that any chance they get. They're sending a lot of experience with these wild Pokemon over to the side of Luminosity here as we have our first KO.
John Deco able to get that K opener with Salto in tow, dispatching of Slash Can, and I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty surprising KO here. Look at the plays. They knew he was hiding in the tall grass. Cerulege getting pushed around by the light screen there from Otter.
850 birds is going to lead to a fight because that's a good amount of experience. Moving in is Fob. Actually, nobody willing to scrap, maybe playing a little nervous here, but there's nothing nervous about where Overlord's going, which is straight at you. They're fighting on pad. Look at them darting through. Another KO for Otter as Chansey goes down. Now they're going to get a lot of points in and really start taking over the top path.
That's right. The aggression there from Luminosity. As soon as that Kubfu became Urshifu, as we talked about, it started diving onto that goal zone. The main objective here in Unite is scoring points and breaking these goals, and that's what they were looking to do there. Pick up some big KOs on the enemy team. Take that Eos energy that they've gathered and score some big-time points. They are now up 38-2 at the start of this match. Miraidon now level 5, by the way, or actually level 6 at this point. At level 5, it unlocks that charge beam, and you can see that crazy amount of lightning damage there.
Everybody pivoting to the middle. Another crop of birds have just populated, and we're going to look if they're going to go for each other or the wild Pokemon. Looks like we're going to focus on the wild Pokemon. Overlord going to keep Salto at bay. Moving straight forward with coaching. Otter is moving through, and they're looking to make a push. Now, Jandeko is very low on HP. The Pikachu sitting on pad might have to eat a full charge beam. Nice reposition, and now Luminosity uses that to take a huge amount of KOs, and let's see how much damage they can do to this goal zone.
Wow, look at this right here. Leaving this goal zone at 1 so they can take someone who has full pockets of Eos energy, score, and break it here whenever they want. 115-16. Luminosity showing you right now why they are the 2-time former world champions at this game.
They are moving very well. No steps lost. Overlord quickly scoring. They want to break this thing and alleviate that opportunity because the first objective is going to hit the map at 7 minutes. Regieleki in the top path and a Reggie in the bottom path randomly spawn.
Yeah, they also have the opportunity for Overlord to use his stacking item there, become more powerful as he continues to score. They break the goal zone. They take that bottom objective. Overlord can stay there by himself while the rest of Luminosity moves to the center to get some experience for Miraidon and defends this top point.
Yeah, they get that Registeel buff just in time for this next fight. They're moving forward. They're jumping on top. Nice Mimikyu Unite. Is that going to end up in a KO? Not quite yet. Fob moving forward, but the charge beam rings true. Able to pick up a couple KOs the other way. Make it 2.
Kyrios, one of the best attackers to ever play the game, on top of this former EX Pokemon. Now all of the former EX Pokemon, Mewtwo, Miraidon, Zashi, and Ho-Oh, all of them are available for play here in the UCS. So if you watched us last season and you've not seen some of these Pokemon, here they are now.
They are just fighting Tuzzy on pad here. Salto is trying to grab everyone's attention. Miraidon Unite just for the Salto knockout potential, and they are able to close the door. They're going to try and get this Regieleki before it completely leashes and gains all that HP back. They're about to keep it at half and hopefully send it down the path towards Tuzzy Esports.
Yeah, that's their plan. Send it towards this tier 2 goal zone. But you can look here on the side of Luminosity. They actually don't have a ton of experience. Overlord now bullying this Cerulege here. They're actually running back through their own central area as Slash Can, the Snorlax, is chasing them in the center.
Yeah, they're just putting pressure all over the map, keeping Tuzzy on their toes. Heavy Slam comes in. Hydro Typhoon only keeps up Slash. We're in the back line. Salto with a nice Unite hits 3, and this is an opportunity to push back. We got the Blastoise looking like 733, using those 2 cannons on its back to get a KO.
Now you can't get too confident if you're Luminosity here. Huge counter push from Tuzzy Esports. They're making their way to this goal zone. Big time Unite move from that Blastoise, and Umbreon set up a huge fight for them. They're going to try to score, but look at that charge beam, stopping all of it. Mew coming in with the Surf, and now Luminosity's back on the push. Huge solar beam. Cerulege Unite move, but no, picked up by the Mimikyu.
Yeah, I mean, that Cerulege darted in, just has a big old sheet put on it. Fortunately, Fob looks like they're going to make it out, which is probably the best result they could have asked for. Giving, oh, no, was that a Shadow Sneak across with the sickest pickup ever? I mean, I thought they were getting out scot-free, but trainer said not today.
That Shadow Sneak on Mimikyu, if it's moving through the tall grass and it's moving against these obstacles here on Thea Sky Ruins, it increases its range. And Mimikyu can teleport to its location. It was able to catch the Ceruledge even after a really impressive evasive maneuver there from Tuzzy.
I'm taking a deep breath here because Luminosity Gaming is getting a lot of speed, picking up a lot of steam. Tuzzy Esports finding some moments, but they haven't really materialized into anything quite yet. 4 minutes, mid-birds are here, Electro Balls are chasing everywhere straight into the back line. We are now using a Unite move, and the Urshifu is racking up the hits. Hydro Typhoon's going to put an end to that. Salto's trying to hang tough, but it's 4 players down instantly, and all Jandeko can do is run back to home base and wonder what the heck just happened to my squad.
Yeah, they had the Bliss assistance, they had the Unite moves, but it just wasn't enough to take down Luminosity there. And as you can see on the sides of your screen, the level advantage for Luminosity is getting a little out of control. There's a level 13 Mimikyu right here compared to the level 11s on the other side. And those few levels are massive, secured by the Mew. They're going in, but it looks like they're going in to get KO'd once again as Luminosity is ripping through Tuzzy Esports.
It all started with an amazing secure by Otter. That's the advantage you get by choosing a not true support, but putting that light bulb on it and playing it as one. You still get that great secure tool. Mimikyu Unite is popped immediately. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. Good chance they'll get that back. They are putting the pressure on. That goal zone's broken. This lead is egregious. And although we're spinning to win and might get a couple KOs, they are fighting forever over here. 2 players down for LG, and if I'm them, I'm getting out of Dodge because you don't want to give back that comeback experience.
That's right. There's a lot of experience in Pokemon Unite that comes from KOing these wild Pokemon, but there's even more that you can get from KOing enemy player Pokemon, especially if they are a high level. As we saw Overlord on the Urshifu go down here, that sends a ton of experience over to the side of Tuzzy. If you're a higher level Pokemon and you KO a lower level Pokemon, you do get some XP, but not nearly as much as if you were lower level and KO a higher level.
You can see Slashcan's positioning here. There's going to be another basement Reggie populating. It's what we call the bottom path Reggie, as Slashcan is literally just going to try and buy a little time so their team can easily take that off the map and not let Tuzzy really make a play for it. Immediately a block, just knocking back a couple players. And you can see the rest of Luminosity taking that thing immediately.
Yeah, and they took a Reggie steal there, which is going to give them a really powerful special attack and attack boost here, heading towards Rayquaza at the 2-minute mark. It feels like Luminosity Gaming is in total control here in game number 1. Hitting that Shadow Sneak, but I do not think he wants to jump into 5 members of Tuzzy.
But that was a nice little stitch of it, jumping right over on top of Overlord. They found them quickly, and they're going to try and dive. That forces Overlord's Unite out, and they're into the back line. Nice combo. Blitz assistance there for the save, but it's not quite enough because here comes Trainer. Now 4 players down, just trying to KO Overlord. And it's Jandeko again running around. What happened to my team? They have to go in with a Volt Tackle. KO streak of 3 for Trainer. Rayquaza's already at half, and this thing looks over.
That's right, and because of Overlord, this thing is over. Lord, what a fight there from Luminosity Gaming. Extremely impressive, even with the Bliss assistance once again, with the Unite moves being thrown, with the targeted fight there from Tuzzy, they were not able to take them down, and a lot of that has to do with the massive level advantage that Luminosity was able to gain throughout this match. As they have their Rayquaza shields, their scoring is increased in speed, and it's also harder to block until you are able to break those shields. So Luminosity 563 to 16 in our first game, an absolute dominant performance in game number 1.
Yeah, after the 2-minute mark, all the scores you put in become double. So if you're holding 50, you get 100. Hundo Burger, bang. And of course, you can see how that scoreline crawled up a quick 300. As soon as they got Rayquaza unimpeded, they were able to score 100, 100, 100. Now we see they're still going in for another Hundo Burger right there. And now Tuzzy Esports is probably going to use the next 45 seconds, not do much, just chat about that game and give themselves a bit more time to figure out their strategy for the next one.
Yeah, if you're this far behind at this point in the match, there really isn't much you can do. You could run to the other side of the map, see if you can get a few points in, but you know it's kind of a fruitless endeavor. It is time for Tuzzy Esports to be using their comms to discuss what went wrong in this match, how they can adjust heading into game number 2, and if there's anything they can do to shut down this Luminosity squad. One thing's for sure, I think this Urshifu, this rapid strike, the water bear, if you will, has been slept on by the community. Widely considered a bad Pokemon currently, and we are seeing it shine here in our first game of the Grand Finals.
Well, we got to talk to Luminosity yesterday after their game with YT, and you know what they said? We think it's the best thing going. So it's proving that they are right, at least in that game.
Yeah. Absolutely stunning performance here to start us off. Luminosity looking like the unbeatable force that we've seen them throughout this tournament. I think there were a lot of question marks around Luminosity heading here into year 4 of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, right? Would they ever be able to reach those highs again that we saw in year 1 and year 2 after a pretty disastrous year 3 for multiple members of the crew? This squad looks flawless.
It really does. I mean, all 3 of your attacking Pokemon with damage numbers over 80k. Even your support, Mew, was almost at 50k with 49. And now we're watching some of these highlights. Pretty much just Luminosity highlights back and forth. They really were in control the whole time.
Yeah, look at that moment right here. They tried it twice. They have the Bliss assistance onto the Cerule edge. They have the knock-up. They have a lot of opportunity to get a KO here. It's going to happen again right here. Targeted, moving in. Pikachu Unite, Bliss assistance coming in, but still, they cannot stop this. And you know, a lot of that also, you saw the charge beam from Curios just leveling the entire crew right there. Miraidon is finally let off the leash, and it is performing well. But let's talk about, again, one of the greatest of all time, maybe the greatest player in Pokemon Unite's history, Overlord from Luminosity Gaming.
Your player of the game,
Our Putagu, if you will.
266, that score doesn't really matter. It's the 81k damage and the engagements that they were taking, and 14 assists, which means other members of the team were stepping up, like Trainer, and getting KOs as well. Curios' Miraidon looked clean, Overlord's Water Bear looked clean, and if I'm in the shoes of Tuzzy Esports, I'm considering banning the Water Bear.
Yeah, I actually think taking away that Urshifu would be interesting. This is Overlord we're talking about. They have some other options here,
right.
But this thing is really difficult to deal with. As soon as Rapid Strike Urshifu is going to hit that level 5, it's going to be very difficult to shut it down as it continues to combo and regenerate its health. You put one of the most skilled players in the game on a Pokemon like that, and they are incredibly difficult to shut down, as Tuzzy Esports has just found out.
Yeah, not only that, we are playing on a LAN environment, which means there is no ping going on, which means that you can be even more meticulous with those moves and really extract as much value as possible. And Overlord has shown time and time again on LAN that they can do that.
And here we go, heading into game number 2, our draft. Tuzzy Esports is now going to be our purple team, with our first band. Luminosity Gaming is going to be our orange team. Tuzzy going to kind of dictate the draft a little bit right here. They don't want to see the Leafeon. They don't want to see the Hoopa. Luminosity finally going to get it to decide. Do they ban Darkrai once again? And they do. Yes, they do not want to see this new Speedster on the other side of the map.
It's incredibly strong, incredibly good. Taking a look at Slowbro, it's Slow Beam, which is essentially a lockdown Unite move that can catch and kind of override all the other ones. They don't want to see that happen to Overlord at all and risk losing that player, so they ban that out instantly. And Jandeko lining up this Mew and going for that as a pick to try and cut off Otter's options. You see the Hoopa ban and now the Mew, and that makes Otter have to go further down on the list.
Yeah, now we're going to have to see how Luminosity wants to react to this right here. Obviously, this Mimikyu has been extremely powerful for Trainer. We also have a possible Blissey being locked in. They don't want to deal with this Bliss assistance again. They're saying, all right, you're going to take our Mew, we're going to take your Blissey, because we actually think it's insanely powerful. For my money, it is the best supporter in the game.
Umbreon quickly selected by Southdale. I want to talk about this Blissey real quick. Slash they won 2 world championships with Slash playing Blissey. It's curious to see, is Otter going to stick with Blissey? Slash going to stick into the true tank role? It looks like yes, as they are hovering Snorlax, but that's also a cool flex that they can make, because Otter, up until this point, has been playing attacker and a bunch of other roles, so a lot of flexibility within the squad. Greedent not banned this time, which means it's picked, and Southtown locking in Umbreon again.
Yeah, I love to see Greedent here. Greedent is such a disruptive force out there on Thea Sky Ruins. Greedent is always in the enemy's face, always in their central area, forcing fights they don't want to take, trying to steal all of their berries and their wild Pokemon and trying to steal objectives. It is incredibly annoying, so difficult to deal with, and an absolute joy to play, and sometimes a bit of a nightmare to play against. And we've seen Luminosity actually target ban it earlier, so we'll see if they were right to do that as they lock in Clefable and Pikachu here as their final picks. I have to say, looking at this squad on Tuzzy Esports, I have no idea how they're going to do enough damage to Luminosity. This is a very low damage composition.
Yeah, well, you got the stacking Greedent, so maybe you put a little bit of hope there. You hope you kind of go into a hard carry Jandeko Mew. And Kyrgios is getting the last pick of the draft and locking in Lucario, which is a bit surprising to me. And I think if Luminosity can at least handle the Greedent, they're going to be in good shape.
So Overlord moving over to Lucario, one of his signature Pokemon. In year 1 of Pokemon Unite, Lucario was just about everything and some of the best had to be the best on this Pokemon. Kyrgios now taking the Ceruledge here, which is going to be interesting to see him kind of play that in a attacker role, right? We have Trainer up on the Mimikyu, and to the other side, as we talked about, Tuzzy. They have some great Pokemon here. They have Shutdown with Umbreon, with Pikachu. They have an Annoyance with Greedent. I just don't see where the core of their damage will come from this squad.
They can certainly throw a lot of static, pun intended, with Pikachu and crowd control that CC. But if there's no follow-up to take advantage of it, it kind of just, it's a flash in the pan. It's like, there it was, and okay, we're done here.
Yeah, as we get ready for our next match, our team's loading in here. If I'm Luminosity, after that first game, and then especially after this draft, which again, I think is a bit of a head scratcher for Tuzzy, I'm feeling very good about heading into this next match here.
Yeah, I mean, a similar draft out of Tuzzy, though, dispatched Nouns when they had Darkrai. So maybe Tuzzy has a little bit more insight here. Maybe they've cracked the code on something that you and I aren't quite privy to, because they found themselves all the way to the grand finals, and that Greedent was a key component.
And here we go, game number 2 of our grand finals. Tuzzy Esports out of Brazil, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming from North America, your orange team. Luminosity up 1 game right now on Tuzzy Esports as we head here into game number 2 with a very interesting draft between these two teams. Some real different looks.
Yeah, Overlord quickly running by everybody just to start getting those stacks in. Meanwhile, we've got to defend the pad back the other way. No new news for these teams.
No, as you can see, we just have kind of the classic Lucario running past the enemy team, looking to stack up that attack weight and steal as much experience as they can. And now they're going to try to punish this Greedent. Greedent using the X speed right here, hoping to get away. They do secure the wild Pokemon experience on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, and that's what's most important. Don't let them take everything from you here. As Overlord is quickly darting through, they might be able to get a Lel as they run through the speed flux zone, and Otter's just on the absolute chase, trying to chuck those big hamburger helper mitts that it carries around.
Yeah, and there we go. Heading up to the top path here. Another great secure there by Overlord. Wild fun fact, so far during day 1 and day 2, 2,810 wild Pokemon have been knocked out. That's a lot of experience. That's a wild fun fact.
That is a wild fun fact indeed. Nice little push by Overlord to get the experience to their side of the map in the form of those birds. And now they're putting the Trainer's going to go down. Jam coming up his fall with all the pressure. Jandeko's there as well. Listen, we are questioning about how much damage they can do, but with enough persistence, they're able to find one. However, giving one right back the other way is not a great look. They're trapped. Overlord taking a ton of damage, and they go down with the Greedent pulling up.
Who was that silly caster earlier talking about not enough damage on the side of Tuzzy Esports? I swear some of these people have no idea what they're doing in the booth up there. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, no.
Oh,
okay,
geez.
so Ceruledge going down in the bottom path as well. So, I mean, it's kind of going rough everywhere for Luminosity Gaming. Tuzzy Esports has a heck of a strategy here, and they're executing well. A little bit of a false start here by Trainer when they came up with the Mimikyu kind of right in the middle of a blender, and they got knocked out. Now it's Tuzzy with all the impetus. Nice Solar Beam going to come through from Jandeko. They're going to put the pressure on, and we're e-speeding through into the back line. Volt Tackle kind of gets canceled out. Heavy Slam there, and a converted KO.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Luminosity. You saw the safeguard onto Overlord as he jumped in with extreme speed Lucario, triggering those resets every time he was hitting a new Pokemon so he could continue dashing around the battlefield as they are now scoring in this top path. While that one fight looks pretty good for Tuzzy, this is looking great for Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, they rolled up with all 5 and they said, let's just group up, let's make a push together and stop getting picked apart, because when they are found out as individuals, it's easy for Tuzzy to deal with them.
And take a look at this. Overlord scoring once again, stacking that attack weight again, giving him multiple levels of attack stat right there every time you're able to score up to 6 scores, which is what a lot of these top path Pokemon are looking to do right here. Heading into our bottom path, we now see Tuzzy Esports possibly mobilizing for this bottom Reggie. Reg Ice has spawned here in the bottom path, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to fight over it. 4 members of Luminosity, 3 members of Tuzzy waiting on that Pikachu.
Max, nice little belch on top of Regice, getting some space, and here comes Overlord, and here comes Curious going straight into the back line. They're putting on damage. Lining up Regice is getting very low. The Secure is there, or a cannon out of Lucario to confirm that. Lel is low on HP. Shadow Sneak on them. Trainer goes in and locks in the KO. We're pushing forward. Southhouse trying to get it, but they're getting blocked back and away from the rest of their team. Overlord is still working through, and they're on the chase. Umbreon gets heavy slammed and has to separate. Electro Ball comes in, but that's just enough to keep score. Shadow Sneak into the background. Is anybody going to follow through? No. Trainer decides not to commit. Another great heavy slam, another block, and now we're chucking lightning from the skies, Spraggles.
And here we go. Lucario jumping in, but not noticing the gravity, and Lucario gets taken down. Beautiful gravity by the Clefable. Lucario didn't have enough information. They jump in and get stunned in that zone. Pikachu moving forward. Mew moving forward as they're looking to fight on this goal zone. We have Curios showing up, but they might be too little too late as we are continuing this fight. Curios in trouble. Unite, move right back to them with Bliss Assistance, and we get a couple of KOs for Luminosity.
Nice little save by the Bliss Assistants here on Curious to make sure when they went into deep waters, they had a lifeboat to pull them back to shore, and they were able to get 3 KOs, protect that goal zone, and ultimately feel pretty good about that exchange.
Trying to chase this Greedon down is a little tricky. Greedon running through the squad, however, and it looks like the block is going to sort it out. Unite move from the Greedon, trying to get away from this and possibly defend this tier 1 goal zone. 1 point goes in from Slash, setting up a big overcap opportunity in this top path as we see Overlord dashing through the birds in a one-horse open Lucario.
That was the thing that you said.
I got there.
Yeah, well, you did. You did something. Here we go. Regieleki quickly taken by Luminosity Gaming. The pressure is on. You see Southdow half HP. They are gone. Now we have a Thunderstorm by the Pikachu with the engage. Right into a Power Nap back the other way by Snorlax. They're going to pop up Lel, and Overlord's living in the background here. They're living in the back door, and Curios finally figures out how to press some buttons, and they get a KO streak of 2. They are relentless here. These teams want to fight.
Yeah, they are brawling here on this top path. The Umbreon Unite move. We have Regieleki walking. Ideally, they don't want this to walk in for Tuzzy Esports because it means more scores for Luminosity. We have Slash staying here. He does have the opportunity to use Heavy Slam and block and try to position this in a way where Regieleki can walk in. We're going to see if Slash can make the play right now. Here comes the Heavy Slam. Here comes the block. It's not going to work. He's going to have to pull back, but it would have been very fun.
Yeah, fun fact indeed. Luminosity Gaming have caused their opponents a total of 18 minutes and 6 seconds of status effects during LAIC. Bring your full heals, folks.
Yeah, you're going to need some full heals, everybody. It's going to be tough to deal with Luminosity out here, as here we could have another status effect as that Mimikyu would jump in and cause a fear effect onto the Greedon if they decide to fight.
Otter just hanging out. Really, they're just gaining vision so they can position around the rest of the map. Slash immediately goes in, goes for a block to try and pin everybody towards Luminosity. Cerulege Unite for a couple. Thunderstorm back the other way to keep them standing. Slash with the follow-up. Overlord with the pressure. They go in and work right past the gravity. Not going to be held down today as they are getting pushed back. Bliss Assistance just in time as Overlord keeps going deeper. KO streak of 2 for them, and they're chasing more. Finally, they take a deep breath. Shadow Sneak, cross-down shootout, so Trainer can get out of there too.
If you look at this match compared to game number 1, Tuzzy is definitely doing better on the scoreboard, but as these fights continue, it does feel like there are less and less options for them to somehow take down Luminosity. They are a pretty tanky squad. They have some great recovery on their side, and also, again, the damage from Tuzzy just feels a little underwhelming. We're going to see if they can make some big plays here as we get ready for this next Regieleki spawning in the top path. Slash moving forward, setting up with a block, pushing the Greedon towards the squad.
That was a great catch if they could have converted on that. You understand what they're trying to do with that now. Volt Tackle goes in, doesn't quite deal too much to Slash. They're feeling comfortable, but they are peeling back towards their own tier 1 goal zone here, giving Tuzzy Esports an opportunity on this Regieleki if they want it.
Yeah, here we go. Tuzzy trying to fight near this tier 1 goal zone, but it's going to give shields and healing to the side of Luminosity. Big time Unite from the Pikachu, and they're going to pick up a KO. Snorlax with the Power Nap trying to defend this goal zone, and that's another KO for Tuzzy.
Yeah, they're doing their quick math, making sure they can get as many points in as possible, but meanwhile, while that was happening, 100 points went in back the other way. Mimikyu for 50 and Curios on the Cerulege for 50.
Yeah, huge scores there from Luminosity, so they decided instead of taking the fight, they were going to wear down Tuzzy in that tier 1 goal zone, and they were going to score on the other side. They are now up over 100 points as we get ready for Rayquaza. 10 seconds now until Ray hits the board, and this is the big big moment in a match of Unite. You need to be the team that wins near Ray. We have the Shadow Sneak onto Clefable. Obviously, Trainer is not going to want to jump in there. As Luminosity turns right on Rayquaza, they look for the rip right away, and they take it immediately.
Oh man, just ripping the cloth off the dinner table while Tuzzy Esports was sitting there waiting for a meal. They didn't even get a chance to get a sniff. Now they're going to score a ton of points. The burgers have been cooked up. They're being served, but that dinner cloth is gone. These goal zones are gone, and Luminosity Gaming is cruising to a Game 2 win.
I mean, if you don't show up to Rayquaza, a team can take it right in front of you, and that's exactly what Luminosity did. Tuzzy was not in position for it. They played their advantage. They pushed immediately onto Rayquaza. No one there to stop them, and there you have it. Luminosity taking game number 2.
They are approaching the game in new and clever ways. You actually saw Slash expose themselves to get vision on every member of the opposing team. That Shadow Sneak that hit Lel and forced out the gravity means that they didn't have a good way to engage themselves. And right when that happened and that gravity was down and there was no opportunity for Tuzzy to go anywhere, because the Snorlax had full vision, of course you just rip it. Everybody else was there but Slash, and it makes it easy work.
Yeah, it makes it easy work. You get a lot of information with a Shadow Sneak. Slash knows exactly where they all are, and it's going to be extremely unlikely that Tuzzy can get there in time, and it's something that a lot of teams would not expect, right? A lot of teams would not expect that the team that is already ahead is going to put themselves in possibly a dangerous position by going for Rayquaza right away. But Luminosity, they are just, you know, so smart when it comes to a play like that. They are so aware that there's nothing that Tuzzy can do because they're in such a bad position.
Listen, you and I have cast a couple big grand finals, and I'm really hoping this doesn't square up to be like the other ones, those absolute 3-0 sweeps. Tuzzy Esports going to need this Brazilian crowd to hype them up, get behind them, and try to build some of this momentum. Because like LG said, you know, you're going to need more than the fans to get this done, but they certainly don't help.
Yeah.
Or they certainly do help. They do help. I promise you, the crowd helps.
One horse open sleigh, you know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we each get one. We each get one. Holy.
As we're getting ready here for game number 3, I mean, this is looking like vintage Luminosity, right? It's just incredible stuff here. 11 KOs from Curios, 6 from Overlord, 2 from Otter. You look back the other way, they really didn't have a lot of damage. They just didn't have a lot of ways to actually take down members of LG. I liked elements of their strategy, but it just does feel like they were outclassed time and time again as a squad when it was time to output some sort of KO to the other side.
The isolation that LG was able to build is incredibly impressive, and you actually notice it in Lel's recovery line. Clefable is one of the best healers in the game, and sitting at 45k means LG did a great job peeling the players away from where Lel could support them and taking them out, and that's what you got to do with such robust targets, such tanky targets that Tuzzy had on their side.
You can take a look here on the stage. That is the hardware they are playing for right here. The Pokemon Unite International Championships here in Latin America, and those are your trophies for our 2 teams. Someone's walking home with gold and someone's walking home with silver.
Right now, it looks like Luminosity Gaming is marching away with the gold. Tuzzy Esports needs to adjust. They need to get the crowd behind them, and they need to build themselves a little bit of confidence. They went back into what has been working for them all weekend long. Luminosity Gaming clearly studied tape. They had a clear understanding of what was going on and how they were going to counterpunch that. And looks like we're into the next draft, into game 3, which could be our last game of Unite at LAIC.
That's right, this could be our last match here as Tuzzy is on the ropes, the last remaining team from Brazil against the former champs from North America. Luminosity banning out the Slowbro and Darkrai. On the other side, Tuzzy banning out the Leafeon and now Mimikyu. They do not want to deal with Trainer's Mimikyu, and we haven't seen much else from Trainer, so we know Trainer's Leafeon's amazing, we know Trainer's Mimikyu's amazing, so we're going to see what else they want to bring out here. We've seen Trainer on lots of things throughout the years. Zoroark, that he actually is hovering right now, is kind of a staple for Trainer, but I don't know if they're going to be bringing it out here in game number 3 or not.
I actually like this first Miraidon pick here. It's something they've been using well, and Tuzzy has been using well So selected for you, so you make sure you have it. Auto-grabbing Mew as well, because we just saw Jendeko trying to cut them off of that pick. So lock up some of your core pieces, and we know the rest of these players can go in any direction.
Yeah, we've got the Blissey here on the side of Tuzzy. It's a very powerful choice, and it has that game-changing, it has that game-changing Unite move. But now they are pairing it with Mewtwo Y, it looks like. Which is going to be very interesting. Mewtwo Y paired with Blissey's Helping Hand was a monster in your solo queue games, and now you're going to see it up on the big stage. There have been a lot of questions as to whether or not Mewtwo would make its way into the meta now that it was finally allowed to play with the rest of the roster. Well, we're going to find out here today.
Slashking getting Umbreon, and they might be one of the best Umbreons on the planet.
Yes.
Especially last year. They look great on that Pokemon. And probably a Water Bear again out of Overlord here. We've got a 3-headed bird and a Blaziken. So really high octane picks to round out Tuzzy Esports, and Trainer quickly goes back to the Zoroark. These teams are going to fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a brawl. Overlord on that Urshifu. Slash again on one of the best Pokemon that he can play. Trainer, of course, settling into that comfort pick of the Zoroark. On the other side, you've got top-tier Pokemon. Blaziken, which I think has been underutilized in this tournament. Dodrio, my absolute favorite in Pokemon Unite, inside Pokemon Unite. Dodrio, the 3-headed bird, the 3-hatted bird, the 3-bandana bird on the side of Tuzzy Esports. Is it going to be enough to stop Luminosity Gaming? Will this Mewtwo Y actually be able to get something done? We're going to find out. That is, interestingly enough, an EXP share on the Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at this Mamoswine, and it's going to be stacking, and it's going to be going for some damage as well. So Tuzzy Esports pulling out all the stops, going deep into the guidebook here, into their own strategy guide, and seeing what they can pull out to at least take one off Luminosity Gaming and keep Brazil's hopes alive.
Now the momentum is obviously fully on the side here of Luminosity as they get ready for this next game. Everything comes down to this for Tuzzy Esports. They have to win 3 in a row to take these grand finals. Sounds impossible, but it's been done before. In fact, it's been done before against Luminosity Gaming. So this is not an impossible task, but it's going to be tough because Luminosity is playing like the former world champs that they are. As we head into game number 3, Tuzzy Esports out of Brazil, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming from North America, your orange team. Everything on the line for Tuzzy, and this could be their last chance here at LAIC.
We've got a bunch of comfort picks on the side of Luminosity. We hopefully have got a bunch of comfort picks on the side of Tuzzy. They're all bringing incredibly powerful Pokemon here, and now it's all coming down to this. Tuzzy Esports back against the wall. They need this win.
Let's talk a little bit about the ban meta we've seen throughout this tournament. Top 4 Pokemon to be banned: Darkrai, Blissey, Leafeon, and Mimikyu. And we saw a ton of them here. I think Blissey is an absolute force, and of course, Darkrai is just so incredibly powerful right now.
But you can see the strength of building teams that fade away from something like Blissey. I mean, LG has barely chosen Blissey. They've actually leaned more into like Mew and Hoopa. So if they get a Blissey, great. If they don't, all right.
I think what we're seeing out of Luminosity right here feels like what we've seen from some of the great teams of all time. Of course, Luminosity being one of them. Fennel recently at the World Championships felt like they could flex to just about anything as Dodrio heads down here to the bottom path. Kind of a sneaky play from Tuzzy, seeing if they can make something happen. They do take a lot of this experience as they push towards this goal zone. A lot of teams fighting that top path, but it looks like this Dodrio is looking to make some hammock. Hammock? Okay, goodbye.
Looking to make some hammock, some ham and cheese, some something.
I wanted to say havoc.
You got there once you corrected yourself like 4 times. Jendeko coming through. Did you see Falb on the poach on Slashcan? Couldn't quite convert on the KO, but it removed them from the equation, which allowed them to push a little bit further. Now, the fact that they didn't leave with anything after that is what gives me concern.
Dodrio keeping up with levels here, now level 6. We have Jendeko getting caught here as Overlord heads towards the central area now of Tuzzy, something that this Urshifu can do very well. They're looking to take away some of these buffs from the other side. 8 minutes on the clock, which means these birds have spawned in the central area here. Foul being pushed back with that light screen as we have Slashcan zoning out so they can get all of this wild Pokemon experience. Perfectly played there by Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, hitting that foul play, great engage by Trainer. Falb has to run away. They actually have to split apart so they don't give up 2 KOs if they decide to pursue. Trainer going right back up top. Falb still just a combustion. Ugh. as they're going to have to try and contend with the much stronger Pokemon sitting across the way. Numbers, however, will help.
Yeah, take a look at this here. A level 8 right now on Trainer in that top path. Level 7 for the Urshifu. This is just going to be really tough for Tuzzy. That Zoroark will rip them apart given the opportunity, and they're looking to move in, and they make their combo, but don't pick up a KO.
No, but in the face of 4v2, nice Ice Fang reposition. That's a quality KO to pick up and a lot of good experience. Slash is trying to protect this thing, but they are 4v1 here. They're just trying to run around and A-press so these scores don't go in. They are unsuccessful. That thing is broken in their face, and now the score lead is on Tuzzy Esports side.
Beautiful stuff from Tuzzy. They are waking up, getting out of that hammock, and they are ready to fight here in the top path in the central area. Trainer coming down using the Unite move, but they beautifully distance themselves from it as Mewtwo looks to pull forward and get a KO. They decide to back up given their HP is low. We have Slash and Trainer moving forward. Curios trying to chase them out, and it looks like they're going to be able to make it away from that engagement. Beautiful stuff there from Tuzzy.
When Zoroark used that Unite move and popped everybody down to 15% HP, that is the moment that Zoroark's dream for. However, Tuzzy at least adjusted well. Every player running in a different direction, so the Zoroark couldn't combo through all of them, and they only left with one KO. Charge Beam is right on target, secured by Trainer, and now they're going to go for a fight here. The Thunder's chasing Southtow. We have the Unite move out of Slash, and they're going to use that to push. Oh man, there's the Overlord Unite for 11 hits, 12 hits, gets a KO. Now they're pushing on pad. The follow-up is there. Trainer's looking for their way in. They see the Blaziken in there, and they're able to get the KO with the support of Curios. The goal zone is gone, and all of a sudden, that point lead swings the other way as another player for Tuzzy goes down.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Luminosity. A little bit of a tough fight, but they were able to dodge that Dodrio Unite move, and they were able to set up a really good moment for them. We have the Zoroark at level 11 right now, out-leveling Tuzzy by a considerable margin. If it goes down, that would be amazing for Tuzzy. If it's near them, however, it looks like every player on their squad could get KO'd.
Every time this Tuzzy Esports team tries to walk up, they are just eating a fully charged charge beam to the face, and you can't engage when half your HP bar is gone before you even get to press a button.
I gotta say, Slash now defending this tier 1 goal zone against multiple members of Tuzzy, deciding whether or not they want to move forward. One of the big plays that saved that Regieleki for them in the top path. Slash moving forward, making sure Blaziken couldn't get anywhere near it, pushing forward with the foul play right into the Snarl. Beautiful stuff from Slash. As we've said, one of the best to ever do it on the Umbreon.
Yeah, one of the best to ever do it, period. Two-time world champion here. They're seeing Southtow taking a ton of damage, and that's actually a damaging Mamoswine, which means getting them put down is actually a source of damage that Tuzzy needs. Overlord going to scamper away here. Charge Beam Rhydon is on there. Trainer's working through, and they're going to secure another one. We are just going to put the pressure on here. Mamoswine Unite is popped, and they're trying to go on the chase because Overlord's in the back line. They're going to try and make a difference. Crashing on Earth is the Mewtwo Unite, but it's not really stopping anybody. Otter is down. That's just the support. 2 players down the other way. Now they have Trainer a little low. KO Shrika 2, just kidding. Rack him up for a couple more. The whole team is wiped. This is a game 3 for LAIC Championship, and Luminosity Gaming is making it like a pub.
Luminosity looking amazing here. That is a level 13 Zoroark right now. It will be 15 by Rayquaza. If they're able to shut it down, they have a chance right here, but it's so incredibly difficult. When the level lead gets this high, that Pokemon is just so much more powerful than the other side. The KOs, the wild Pokemon experience, the outplays has all put Luminosity in this position right now, and they are so good at keeping their powerful carry Pokemon fed, and you see it here in game number 3.
Mew Unite to just go in and find out where Falb is. Electro Ball and a big boosted auto is going to bully Falb away from them, and you know, just using that now so they can get it back in time for Rayquaza.
Yeah, 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, which means a minute 30 till the possible last Rayquaza we will see at LAIC. We are going to find out if there's anything Tuzzy can do to stop the former world champs. And right now, it looks like they're running out of options.
Running out of options indeed. Their next option is taking Ray. They're going to need it. They're down by 150 points. Another engagement on Southtow. Ice Fang doesn't hit anything, not a soul in sight. They're charging up an overheat that's not going to find anyone either. Looks like Tuzzy Esports is just trying to chuck stuff and see if anything will land. They're able to pick up a KO on Curios. That's pretty good. They're collapsing on the goal zone, also good. They're getting backdoored by Trainer though, and here they come. They're trying to rip through this Mewtwo. They are going to be successful. Peeling to their side of the map is great. KO Shrika 2 for Trainer. They're coming alive. And they're on the chase. They don't care anymore. They think they've got every fight they want to take, and I believe them. Southtow is low. Ice Fang reposition doesn't matter. Now Otter's going aggro on Fob the Blaziken. They serve through just to get them put down. KO streak of 4 for the Zoroark, and Mew tags one up as well.
They still could not pick up the KO on Trainer. They expended a Dodrio Unite move for it. They're looking for him with Mamoswine. They just can't seem to lock this Pokemon down. Level 14 for the Zoroark, level 14 for the Urshifu, level 13 for the Miraidon, and it is looking grim for Tuzzy Esports. They're going to need to make a miracle play here at Rayquaza because their tournament is on the line. The championship is on the line right now. They have to catch a member of Luminosity and pick up a huge KO. If they can, possibly they can win. Luminosity getting aggressive and moving in now.
Ice Fang reposition, that's the opportunity they want. Mewtwo Unite hits a bunch of people. They're actually sending all of Luminosity scrambling. Overlord goes down. Bliss Assistance just
Trainer's
in time,
down.
and it's saved. There's 2 players down. They're on the chase. It's on Curios using the Miraidon Unite, but to no value. Fob carried up that Bliss Assistance and used it well. Now they're trying to get in the back line. Charge Beam finds. Now it's 3 players down, 2 players down for Tuzzy, 2 players down for Luminosity Gaming. Take a deep breath. We're going to have to re-engage.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to refight this, which is actually a nightmare for Tuzzy right here. They finally got the Urshifu. They finally got the Zoroark, and now they're going to have to re-engage on this squad. Dodrio having to run. Blaziken's HP is very low. Mamoswine looking for a possible way to start this fight. The side strike from Mewtwo. Mamoswine moving in. Luminosity zoning them to this small choke point right here.
Overlord still has their Unite move, and I think they're looking for a way in. They see it. They're going straight for him. Comboing up. Dodrio is down, but so is Otter. Oh, Saltao used their Unite move. Didn't find anybody, but Overlord finally hits that Unite button. They're going to try and close it out on Yell, going to Jandeko. Saltao jumps in for the save. Overlord is low again. They have to scramble away. Charged up Overheat doesn't hit anybody. Overlord's going straight to score. Here comes Trainer. He's cleaning up the trash. Call him the Street Sweeper because Tuzzy Esports has just been buckled in Brazil.
That's right. Luminosity Gaming with 30 seconds left on the clock, taking down every member of Tuzzy Esports, doing it in dramatic fashion as only Luminosity can. The former world champs will now become the champs here at LAIC as our last 15 seconds count down. Tuzzy with an incredible run, the hope for Brazil, but unfortunately it was dashed by some of the greatest to ever play the game. Tuzzy put up a valiant fight, but nothing could stop them. Once again, your former world champs are your LAIC champions, Luminosity!
Welcome.
And Vitorello, it is the Malamar versus Azumarill lead. That is a great start for Vitorello.
That is indeed exactly the alignment that you want. Malamar doesn't want to take any of these charge attacks, but can hang on with the bubbles here, building up some more energy, perhaps trying to attempt to catch. There it is, the attempt, but there's the Shadow along the Merrick to start off this grand finals. MartoGalde not getting the alignment that he needs here.
And he said he can maybe try out some things. He has some room for error. Of course, he is on that winner's side of the bracket. So even if he loses this series, there will be a bracket reset. So he has 2 bites at the apple here. But Vitorello is actually taking a lot of damage from that drill run, but able to bank up all that energy. Probably going to get soaked into the Azumarill here.
Shadow, Alolan Merrick, Fire Spin, dancing through the Alolan Sanchez. What do you soak the damage on here? The Malamar is able to deny all this energy from the Alolan Merrick. Vitorello is fine with letting the Marowak go, just letting the alignments get back with that Azumarill. He still has all the energy as well. And the timer's not up, so going with the player immediately, this pulls the shield from MartoGalde if he doesn't want to take that big super effective damage from this attack.
Just like Vitorello was doing all day on day 2. He's getting really good alignment. He is making perfect calls. And in this game number 1 of the grand finals, he is able to get the perfect situation. That is a great swap to soak the energy into the Azumarill here. There isn't actually a place to go for your backline because you have the glaring Moltres in the back. You're probably just going to stay in with your Azumarill here.
Likely staying in with the Azumarill because the Moltres is also good against the Malamar. So Vitorello is in a very fine spot here. Also keep in mind, he has that shield advantage. We saw MartoGalde on the left shaking his head a little bit, knowing the position is just really rough. He's not being used to the fire types answering his Alolan Sanchez. They haven't been as frequent in this tournament, but the Shadow Alolan Merrick is no joke.
I don't know if he's seen a single fire type in this tournament yet, and that Shadow Alolan Marowak just shredded that Alolan Sandslash that has probably been the MVP all tournament long from Marto. Throwing the resistant Ice Beam probably is going to secure the knockout anyway, but this Azumarill actually comes out with a little bit of health. Can you threaten this Moltres enough, get some Protect Shields? The problem is you're the one down a Protect Shield here if you're Marto.
And I think that all the energy from this Azumarill is definitely going to get shielded, knowing that Malamar's access to Superpower, which is neutral on the Dark and Flying type of the Galarian Moltres, it would do about 50% damage. So I think for Vitrello it's just crucial to stay above that health, but the Azumarill almost being sucker punched down there, going for the first Ancient Power here, and he has 2 loaded already.
And the thing is, you're so high on energy, you're gonna land this Ancient Power here. Can he grab the boost as well? But Malamar maybe isn't out of it yet, because Malamar is also loaded with energy. Look how much energy Malamar has. I think Marto has a shot here, and
Going
he calls the foul play.
He calls it. What an incredible play by Vitorello, and this makes him in such a good position. There's still so much energy on the Malamar, but Vitorello is 1 sucker punch away from 2 Ancient Power. Can the Malamar outpace the 2 attacks here?
And he is almost at that second superpower. Can he reach it in time before the next Ancient Power? Doesn't look like he's gonna make it there. Wait a second, hold up. Does Marto have double? I believe he might be 1 side wave away from the double. We're gonna find out after this Protect Shield. Does MartoGalde have the double? No, he does not. And Vitorello is able to throw the Ancient Power.
The hometown hero takes the first game against the Tercero del Mundo, and that is a great step here, but you have to win 2 more to reset the bracket here, and then Marto still has another chance in another set here. So an incredible start to this first setter. Vitorello with that Shadow Alolan Marowak and just being so strong into the Malamar, recognizing from his previous set, MartoGalde versus Richie, that Marto was really relying on those 2 Pokemon, the Malamar and the Alolan Sanchez. Marowak did so well there.
Let's break that down real quick. If you are new to the Pokemon Go Grand Finals format, MartoGalde is coming in on that winner's side of the bracket. That means that he has an opportunity to win here, become champion, or if Vitorello wins this series, there will be a bracket reset because we have double elimination, and that would be MartoGalde's first loss of the entire tournament. And that means after the bracket reset, whoever wins that next series is going to be your Latin America International Champion.
But we still have some games to get through first. Of course, Marto is only 1 point down, still can get 3 back here. Both players are thinking and getting ready on what to bring here. One player already locked in, the other still thinking on what to bring. Do you go with the same lines here? Do you want to safe switch that Alolan Sandslash again? Because it wasn't as safe there against that Alolan Marowak.
I mean, what a bold choice. Marto said in the interview he can take some risks because he has that room for error, but that was a huge risk. A safe swap on the Alolan Sandslash here. It hasn't been polarizing all tournament long, but now it is polarizing in this one matchup, and this one matchup is the Grand Finals. We are in matchup into game number 2. It is grass versus grass. Vitorello instantly pivots out of his superior to an Azumarill. ABA weak to the jump up.
That is not an answer at all. Azumarill's quite bulky though, so can't hang on with this energy ball. Maybe Marto wants to swap out before taking an Ice Beam here, but because that is double super effective. Going into the Verastegui here. Verastegui doesn't take much damage from the bubble, but the player from Azumarill is not gonna take it well.
Yeah, it actually, he puts up the Protect Shield here, trying to endure this health on the Verastegui, and now it's going to have the opportunity to probably knock out with Hydro Cannon plus Shadow Claw, but you have to do that before the player up, and I think Marto is shaking his head a little bit. I think he miscalculated. He thought maybe he could get enough reach to knock out the Azumarill, but I don't think he has it.
And now being able to Shadow Claw down though, this player is going to do a lot of damage, but MartoGalde doesn't want to put up 2 Protect Shields here because then he won't be able to shield any other attack, and it may be crucial for the remainder of this battle, especially considering the superior, even though it doesn't have a great matchup into the jump love, still has access to Aerial Ace as well, which would be super effective. But this Ice Beam going to do a lot of damage. That's going to be a boom!
Wow, that chunk there, and now suddenly you can get the Powder Snow down. You have so many good answers for this superior, and now is this going to be the Leaf Tornado here? No, it's actually the Frenzy Plant, and it's going to be landing into the Alolan Sandslash, but it really doesn't do much at all. You get the full farm down.
But MartoGalde gave up switch advantage here. That means that now Vitorello with the shield advantage can bring in his own Alolan Sandslash, and it will be aligned later against the jump if he can able to win this matchup. Going for the Ice Punch base.
Wow.
Vitorello.
Oh my goodness! Vitorello is out of his mind with that call. It is double resisted into his Sandslash.
and going for another bait at this point. I don't think you need to take any risk as Vitorello puts up the Protect Shield here. What a risky call there from Vitorello, but it is the exact plays you need to win a championship like this against a player like this.
And doubled down with that Ice Punch bait, so went 50-50 with those Ice Punches, so it's not terrible for Marto here. Now putting up the Protect Shield against this Drill Run because you really have no answer for this Alolan Sandslash, and this Alolan Sandslash has the energy, was so patient here, and now is going to get the farm down for Alligator as well, the patience.
He tried to catch MartoGalde, wasn't able to. Vitorello way too patient there, and in comes the Jump Bluff, but this is the worst matchup you can imagine for the Jump Bluff. All the energy is walled, and the Ice Punch is double super effective.
And this is gonna chunk the Jump Bluff, doesn't quite knock it out, but you now are just gonna get Powder Snow down, throwing an Aerial Ace that is gonna be resisted. Vitorello instantly, no Protect Shields. Suddenly, Vitorello is on pace to win 5 straight battles in a row.
No shooting at Aerial Ace makes sense. Here comes another Ice Punch. The Drill Run would have definitely gotten the knockout there. So naturally, Vitorello preserved his shields for all the energy from his Alolan Sandslash. He is almost at 2 Drill Run here.
He's gonna throw this Drill Run. That's gonna be super effective. And now suddenly, he knocks out Marto and has taken 5 straight victories.
Wow, what a play there by Vitorello. He is 2-0 up into MartoGalde. What a crazy match that we had there. Wow, the hometown hero.
One victory away from resetting the bracket here for Vitorello. He has a Brazilian crowd on his side. You can hear them cheering.
The crowd is going wild. Let's take a look again at the replay for Alligator into the Azumarill. We saw the leads earlier, Superior into the Jump Bluff. That was such a great lead, and he was ABA weak into that. He had the Azumarill in the back, Vitorello. But MartoGalde giving up the switch advantage meant that this Jump Bluff was going to be aligned later into the Jump Bluff, and that meant that it had such a great matchup there. So you have for Alligator going down there, the Alolan Sandslash was able to clean up with a Drill Run. Vitorello making all the calls required to close up this game here. And now it is going to be game number 3. MartoGalde has to get the reverse sweep here to come back in this battle. We're getting into game number 3. Let us hear you in the chat. Here we go. It is the Jump Bluff into the Galarian Moltres.
And this is a decent neutral lead for both of these trainers here, but you really don't want to take the charge attack energy. You are doing this super effective fairy wind damage, but with 2 shields up, you can be okay in this matchup, but you definitely have to use shields. Trying to swap on a Brave Bird or Ancient Power doesn't catch anything, but there is no clear answer in the back for Vitorello.
And Brave Bird is coming through. He's going to do a lot of neutral damage. Brave Bird, this does a lot. Zoom! So much health gone on at Azumarill, and Vitorello staying in now, swapping into the Azumarill here to soak all the damage from MartoGalde. We've seen this a lot yesterday in day 2 as well. Azumarill hardly using any shields, just a damage spawns.
Yeah, and it really often is that sponge for the Azumarill. That is why it's so safe in the meta, and as soon as you know that that Jump Bluff is switch locked on Marto's side, it's just so safe to bring in, plus you hide it from that Jump Bluff in the late game as well. But Marto's going to be able to throw these play roughs. It's actually almost out of play rough range right now. Can maybe even get back to his timer soon. Does he try to get back to his timer? He does want to avoid that backline matchup of the Jump Bluff into that Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Is this going to secure the knockout on the Azumarill? Vitorello wants to keep that alignment. And in comes the Jump Bluff with so much energy throwing right before the eyes. Excellent counting here from MartoGalde. This is going to secure the knockout.
Yeah, it will secure the knockout, but it also will secure the opportunity for Vitorello to get his damage in on the Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Here comes Alolan Marowak enters the field. The switch clock from MartoGalde is not up just yet, so this Alolan Marowak is going to get a lot of energy here.
And he actually lets a full fire spin through as well. That is terrible for Marto there, throwing that Aerial Ace, and his switch timer is not back up. These fire spins aren't doing as much damage as I thought they would. Now able to get to the next Aerial Ace, you actually might be able to get to 1 more before you get fire spin down.
And remember, the Galarian Moltres in the back does have a lot of energy, so the Feraligatr from MartoGalde does have some player. This Jump Bluff almost being able to get to another Aerial Ace with Vitorello, making sure that he doesn't have to use another Protect Shield here. Does MartoGalde decide to put up a shield here? No, he does not. But I think that may have been crucial. You want to get the shields down to take out the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, but that really wasn't that terrible for Marto there. You were able to put in a lot of chip damage, maybe put this Shadow Alolan Marowak in range of the Shadow Claw down, but first there is going to be a Bone Club putting up the protection for Marto, but you're going to get a healthy amount of energy, and how impactful will that energy be against that Galarian Moltres in the back? Here comes the Moltres. It is just loaded with energy. There's only one protection remaining. Does he go for the big Brave Bird or the Ancient Power bait? At this point, the Ancient Power will probably do enough damage. Just go straight Ancient Power here.
You need 3 Hydro Cannons. MartoGalde with Vitorello is so close to 2 Ancient Power here. He still has 2 Protect Shield in play. This is the place to use them in the second game, the end game of this grand final matchup. The first this Protect Shield is going to take away from MartoGalde. He's no shields anymore, and Vitorello's building up energy.
Oh, the patience from Vitorello. He knew it was happening, and Vitorello is victorious. He just won 3 straight games in a row to reset this bracket.
The hometown hero getting the clean 3-0 against the world's 3rd place finalist. He is resetting the bracket. We're gonna get another best of 5 here.
That is 6 straight victories on stage for Vitorello here on Championship Sunday. He was able to reverse sweep Richie. Now he 3-0'd MartoGalde, and now we got a bracket reset. The next trainer to win a series is gonna be the champion.
MartoGalde really not prepared for those fire-type Pokemon. He didn't face them at all on day 2, and now he's facing Vitorello in the very final match of this tournament, and he has a fire-type Pokemon. MartoGalde had no idea how to deal with that. That Alolan Marek had the alignment every time. Vitorello was not afraid to bring it into his team of double water-type Pokemon.
Yeah, the problem is all the safety that he had all tournament long with that Alolan Sandslash. It wasn't a polarizing Pokemon. In this matchup, it is extremely polarizing, and plus, the Jump Fluff was able to do so much heavy lifting for Marto. Now suddenly it's a disadvantage in this matchup because there is a strong fire type. Remember, Vitorello, that's his favorite 2 Pokemon. Shadow Alolan Marowak and Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And both trainers are ready. We're getting into the bracket reset of the grand finals. Game number 1, it is the Azumarill from MartoGalde into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash from Vitorello. This is a very neutral matchup.
And look at that, sitting the Shadow Alolan Marowak for Vitorello and keeping the Alolan Sandslash on the side for Marto here. And the difference here is, against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, this Azumarill has a better matchup than it does against the normal one.
Now, this Alolan Sandslash does so well here because it resists the charge attack damage from this Azumarill, but the Azumarill resists the Power Snow of the Alolan Sandslash. And to your point, the non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash is just bulky here, being able to hang on easier because it would hang on with the second player of here. As you can see, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash won't be able to do that.
Yeah, and here comes the next charge attack of the Drill Run. It's not going to be quite enough to knock out the bulk of the Azumarill here. And will this Azumarill get to one more charge attack, or will you try to pivot? No, actually just getting to the play rough, trying to secure the knockout, trying to take the alignment. And alignment's going to be really important in the scenario that you think Alolan Marowak is lurking, but there is no Alolan Marowak lurking in the back.
MartoGalde has had it with the Alolan Marowak. He brought both Azumarill and Shadow Verastegui in the back. We see the Galarian Moltres from Vitorello, and it's not gonna have a great time into the Alolan Sandslash. But here's the thing, I think MartoGalde brings the Alolan Sandslash into this matchup to soak up damage.
Yeah, I think you absolutely have to take that resisted play rough, but the thing is, if you can ever get a little bit of residue energy on your own Alolan Sandslash, plus the energy from the Feraligatr, you have a chance against that backline of the Galarian Moltres. But how many times have we seen 2-shield Galarian Moltres close out games? Can Vitorello win his 7th straight battle here with that Galarian Moltres in the back?
And there we see the Alolan Sandslash come in. MartoGalde did not want to swap out earlier because he really is just frightened by the Alolan Marek now. And because Alolan Sandslash is quite the alignment-dependent Pokemon, he wants to ensure that it is going to take all the damage that Vitorello built up on this Azumarill. Going for another player off here, but not before the drone is going to land. This is not going to knock out, but 2 of them will take the Azumarill off this stage.
And this is going to be a really tough decision for Marto here, because as soon as he sees that Moltres, he has to decide, does he want to give Sucker Punch down energy for Vitorello, or does he want to instantly pivot to the Feraligatr? It is going to be a tough choice here. When is Vitorello going to unveil it? There it is. There's the Moltres, but but maybe a little bit early because he didn't soak the energy on the Azumarill.
He is swapping into a loaded Alolan Sanchez. Is going to deal some punches here on the Galarian Moltres, and if you can get those shields away, then maybe the Feraligatr can close up this game because it has access to Ice Beam. Vitorello realizes it could be the Feraligatr. He doesn't put up the Protect Shield because an Ice Beam would do way more damage.
Now do you even swap? Yes, you do swap, but Marto is regretting it because this Shadow Claw energy or damage is not going to be that impactful. Suddenly, you're giving the opportunity for Vitorello, but no! Going for the Hydro Cannon first, have to throw out the Protect Shield. I think this was Charge Attack priority.
This is going to get super close here. It wasn't Charge Attack priority. Vitorello is at 2 HP power. He is going for the Brave Bird. Oh my goodness. Is he going to call this?
He's going to land it. Oh my goodness, there's a no shield.
Okay. The Brave Bird lands, knock out the Feraligatr. In comes the Azumarill, trying to bubble down this Alolan Sandslash. There's still a shield on MartoGalde's side. There isn't on the Azumarill. This is going to be a fast attack down.
Yes, and you're going to be able to get this knockout right here. It's going to be Powder Snow versus Sucker Punch here. Which Pokemon can do it? What Powder Snow? Two Powder Snow. Marto wins it. 1 HP in a dream.
Vitorello tried throwing the charge attack there, but wasn't able to. There was still a shield on MartoGalde's side as well. What a really close game. After 3 consecutive losses, MartoGalde is finally able to take a game from the hometown hero.
He puts a point on the board and stops the momentum from Vitorello, able to stop the streak of 6 straight victories. Now he is 2 wins away from becoming the Latin American International Champion on the back once again of Alolan Sandslash. Do we see the adjustment to the Alolan Marowak from Vitorello in game number 2?
The Alolan Marowak was so crucial in the first best of 3 here. Didn't bring in this match at all. Both Alolan Sandslash put in so much work here. Here we see that Ice Beam taking out the Azumarill, but the most crucial part in this game was that Galarian Moltres that had 2 shields. Vitorello let that one go because an Ice Beam from the Feraligatr would have done way more damage.
Yeah, and it's just so tough here. Once you debuff yourself as well, you're taking more fast attack damage. You have to pivot out, and then you gave that opportunity, and looks like there is going to be something underway in terms of a review here. So we're going to let you know as soon as we know about that.
It looks like it is going to be a rematch because Vitorello missed a sucker punch there that may have led into a potential tie. So we're getting into an actual, again, game number 1. We have the trainers locked in. It is going to be the Alolan Sandslash into the Gastrodon.
And Gastrodon is so much better against Alolan Sandslash than Shadow Kanto Marowak is, so you have to instantly pivot. And here comes the Moltres, the best answer for the safe swap of Shadow Feraligatr.
Vitorello has all the answers here for the Pokemon of MartoGalde. We don't see the jump left in the back from MartoGalde, so he doesn't even really have a solid answer into that Gastrodon.
And now you got the bait with the Hydro Cannon. When do you throw the Ancient Power, or do you just try to shield through? No, actually throwing that Ancient Power after 6 Shadow Claws, and there was no charge attack priority from MartoGalde like we saw so much in day number 2.
Putting up a protection and getting the boost!
He got the boost, and now he has his defense has rose. Does he try to protect shield? Yes, he's going for it. He's gonna go for the Sucker Punch down.
Vitorello has Lady Luck on his side, getting the Sucker Punch down. Alolan Sandslash, yes, can come in and try to clean this up, but you may have to put up a Protect Shield because this does more damage now.
And now the Brave Bird is gonna land. Usually the Brave Bird does less than half, but when it's boosted, it is gonna put a dent in this Alolan Sandslash.
Whoa.
Wow!
What the hell? That does so much damage. Ice Punch coming through now. It is going to finally get rid of this Galarian Moltres, but it almost took out 2 Pokemon from MartoGalde.
It pretty much did. There is a 1 Protect Shield advantage for Azumarill, but Azumarill has a lot of work ahead of him. I don't know how Marto's going to do it. A little peekaboo from Vitorello, knowing that he's going to have this backline matchup of the Alolan Sandslash and Gastrodon into the Azumarill. Remember, this is a rematch. Vitorello has still won 6 straight battles. Can he make it 7?
Here we go, Duron coming through on the Azumarill, and now you can just soak up all this damage on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. The Gastrodon in the back is just looking so good still, even with that shield disadvantage. The Alolan Sandslash will be able to wear down this Azumarill to where the Gastrodon may be able to clean up.
And the problem is, where do you even use your Protect Shield? Yes, you probably need to use it now against this Drill Run, but you have to take out all of that health of the Gastrodon. That is just an impossible battle for Marto.
The last Protect Shield is now used from Marto-Galde. He's building up more energy, but there's the Drill Run. Vitorello's not thrown just yet. he's just trying to expect the catch the whole time successfully. Goes down with the Ice Punch, and now the Gastrodon is there. There's still the drone loaded on it Alolan Sandwich, but how are you going to get through this Gastrodon though?
Absolute precision from this new trainer in Championship Series. How is he doing this? And the play rough is undercharged. Marto knows this is over. Vitorello is about to win 7 straight battles, 4 straight against Marto.
Earth Power removes the ground from the Azumarill, leading Vitorello into a 1-0 lead in this Grand Finals bracket reset.
What a swing there. Marto thought maybe he had a 1-0 victory. Now he's in an 0-1 hole. Vitorello is now the trainer, 2 victories away from being crowned champion. How does Marto bounce back here? He has lost 4 straight battles. He just saw his 7-11 gaming teammate win 3 straight battles. That is just so tough mentally.
And here we see that Galarian Moltres with that Ancient Power boost on its side. It's, I believe, a 1 in 10 chance to get that boost with an Ancient Power usage, and then it put in a dent into 2 Pokemon of MartoGalde. The Azumarill couldn't hang on there. Vitorello just expecting all the catches from MartoGalde. He basically is just not throwing his charge attack until, because he's just waiting for MartoGalde to swap.
The problem is, Marto's strategy is just not that good in this matchup. Alolan Sandslash and Jumpluff Core is not good against the Shadow Alolan Marowak. And then the Alolan Sandslash that's been so safe is not as strong against Gastrodon. One of the few Gastrodons to make it to the finals. We got game number 2. It's gonna be Marto with the Shadow for Alligator lead. Oh my goodness, Vitorello is making every call.
He has a family, Vitorello. In comes at the Alolan Sandslash, but on the contrary, the Alolan Sandslash regular hangs on here. Shadow does get knocked out by a single Earthquake.
And you got the double Poison Sting energy advantage here. You're gonna be able to soak up this drill run. Looks like there was an Earthquake registered on charge attack priority.
Stone Edge,
but it was a Stone Edge. Wow! Vitorello doing everything. Oh my goodness!
This is just local. And look at, it makes sense because if you look at the back line, Vitorello is double strong into the Feraligatr, going for the Stone Edge. Again, does Vitorello even shield this? He doesn't!
Wow, he doesn't even need the Alolan Sandslash, just needed to get this Clodsire low enough to then get an energy advantage here. What does he go with? He's gonna go with the Moltres here. He's gonna get the full Sucker Punch.
He is ABA weak into the Alolan Sandslash, weak in the front and weak in the back, but in comes the Feraligatr. MartoGalde, even though this isn't a great matchup, he knows where to put the alignment now because Vitorello revealed all his cards.
Yeah, and that is huge. Marto is now in this battle because of the strength of that Alolan Sandslash. He is not out of it yet. He can tie up this series here. The Ancient Power is available, the Brave Bird is available, but going for the Ancient Power bait, it's not even a bait because this could even knock out the Feraligatr here.
I think at this point MartoGalde is not... Oh, he is going to shield this up. Really wants to get rid of that. And catching the Hydro Cannon on the Superior. This is resisted damage.
That is huge, but now Marto can go straight into his Alolan Sandslash and he can dictate the tempo of this matchup. He can bank up as much energy as one. We know there are 2 Protect Shields remaining, but that Moltres is incredibly low HP.
And remember, this Alolan Sandslash, Richie had Shadow Claw on it, but MartoGalde's Power Snow is going to be super effective on both the Superior and that Galarian Moltres, so you have a lot of fast stack damage. The writing is on the wall of Vitorello here. He is going for the Frenzy Blade, which is a relatively efficient attack, but it's resisted on Alolan Sandslash.
And it looks like, is Marto even going to go for a charge attack here? And he is not. He's just going to go for straight Powder Snow damage. He knows there's 2 Protect Shields remaining. MartoGalde is getting back in this series, and he ties it up 1-1.
There we go. He's selling the crowd. I want to hear you. Let's hear the support for these 2 trainers making a show here in São Paulo. 1-1 between MartoGalde and Vitorello.
The crazy thing is, Martine, it feels like Vitorello is dominating the series, but the score is 1-1. That's the crazy thing. Yes, he won 4 straight battles. He was up 1-0. It's 1-1. It is anyone's series to win.
I love this set and how these players are making all these calls. Vitorello was confident. He was countering the Feraligatr so well, but he realized if I use a Protect Shield here, a potential Alolan Sandslash is going to be trouble. And there was that Alolan Sandslash in the back. So even though Vitorello was double strong into Feraligatr, he was also double weak into the Alolan Sandslash.
And what a call from Marto to just keep doubling down with that Alolan Sandslash, bringing it in the back. There has been no Shadow Alolan Marowak this entire bracket reset. Do we see that in this game number 3? which we have right now. It is tied 1-1 with the 2025 LAIC Championship on the line.
Feraligatr into Gastrodon. Now this is a very, very neutral matchup. We know Miloslav has been buffed, does a lot of damage now, and Gastrodon is so solid now. It should win most scenarios here. If this Feraligatr has a very high defense and HP, MartoGalde will be able to force the switch fed into 2 shoes. But look at that,
look at
this.
Let's go. But look at this though. Look at the backline. He brought the Moltres to be the answer for the Feraligatr. There is no place for this Moltres to go. There is an Alolan Sandslash and a Zoomerl on the backline for Marto.
And in comes the Moltres. MartoGalde swapping immediately into his Alolan Sandslash. But I think that the Azumarill may have been a bit of a better place here. MartoGalde was shaking ass a little bit. He responded quickly, but did he put in the right answer?
I think he's worried about Superior in the back. I think he was thinking that Superior might be lurking in the back for his double waters. But the thing is, there is no Superior in the back, so this is not terrible here. Marto actually going for the Protect Shield, knowing that if there is that Superior in the back, he's gonna need something to try to take it out.
And down goes that Moltres. Now, you do have the Gastrodon, but it's so low, it might not even be able to take out the Alolan Sandslash anymore. You come with your own Alolan Sandslash, but you're in an energy deficit.
And is he gonna go for it again? No, he went for it so many times in that first series, and now Vitorello calls it. Wow, he just knows everything here. Protect Shields on that drill run, but if he was wrong, he would probably lose the game, so it's a really smart call.
Trying to make the catch, and he does!
He does catch it into the Gastrodon here, which will secure the knockout. But wow, what an uphill battle this is going to be for Vitorello and his favorite Pokemon ever, that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
There's so much energy already on the Feraligatr. It is Gator time with the Hydro Cannon coming out so fast, and a really efficient charge attack is going to chunk into this Alolan Sandslash. But it has a lot of energy, and it should be able to knock out this Feraligatr with one of these charge attacks. Here we go. There are no protection anymore on MartoGalde's side, but he still has a full Azumarill lurking in the back.
That is the problem here, because with some bubble damage, the Play Rough plus some more bubbles is probably going to be enough. You even have your own Alolan Sandslash. Marto was in an 0-4 hole, and now suddenly he is the trainer with all the momentum. He is on pace to win 2 straight to take an advantage in this series.
He found the ingredients to come back against the hometown hero, Vitorello, with that double water strategy. The Alolan Merrick nowhere to be found anymore from Vitorello. Fearing those water-type Pokemon, Azumarill and Alolan Sandslash always has been such a strong core, and MartoGalde is proving again. Can he get the knockout with the player? This is still going to get really close, because I think the next Drillon will knock out, but you need 2 Drillon, though, as Vitorello.
Yeah, and you're going to need another one for that Sandslash, like you mentioned. So now you are at that drill run. It is going to be able to get really close to the knockout here, but even if it doesn't, there's just too much health on the Alolan Sandslash. Can he secure the knockout? He doesn't secure it. We get the swap, we get the powder snow down, and suddenly we got a trainer with 1 victory away from becoming champion.
MartoGalde 2-1 now against Vitorello. So many losses in a row, and now he has 2 consecutive wins here, making all the plays he needs to win the LAIC. He has been in the grand final so many times in so many tournaments, and he's showing that the experience is now coming up here as we see the crowd cheering for him. He's in a great spot right now.
Let's talk about the resume of Marto. He said this season has been a dream come true for him. He has won a special event. He's got 5th place in Joinville. That is coming off a 3rd place at the World Championships. He was 5th place in Mexico City special event last season, 3rd place in Goiânia, and then also he was one of the top cut trainers in the first ever World Championship ever. And not even to mention his grassroots success as well. He was one of the best trainers at the start of Pokemon Go PvP, and now he is 1 victory away from taking his first international championship.
MartoGalde, one of the most accomplished players in the world, an absolute staple from the LATAM region. Both players are locking in their match. It could potentially be the last battle, or can Vitorello, the hometown hero, tie it up we are going to have an Azuro from MartoGalde into Galera Motors from Vitorello.
And everything has flipped here. Marto has a positive lead. There is that core breaker in the back line, though. Uh-oh, the back line is looking really tough for Marto.
And Vitorello's just staying in. He knows that if there's an Azuro here, perhaps that Alolo Merrick might be strong in the back. This is actually not looking that bad for Vitorello. Putting out the protection on, but it's an H power bait.
Oh, that is such a momentum swap there. Can you swap into the jump up here? What do you bring in to counter swap this Azumarill? You don't want to leave both of these Pokemon in the back line to face that Shadow Alolan Marowak. Remember, Vitorello has not brought this Shadow Alolan Marowak this entire bracket reset. Now, with his tournament dreams on the line, he has it.
But MartoGalde is fine staying in here. He has the Alolan Sash for that Galarian Moltres in the back as well. And even Jump Love with the Fairy Wind. Fast attack doesn't do terrible there either. So I think he's just going to stay in. And no, he's now going to the Alolan Sash to soak up all this damage from the Azuro. But the switch clock is so misaligned here. At some point, we might see that Alolan Merrick enter the stage.
Yes, and there is a Protect Shield disadvantage here as this play rough is going to be landing into the Alolan Sandslash. The timer is just seconds away from being available here. Do you try to hold on to this energy if you're Vitorello? Maybe you try to soak a Drill Run before you unveil that Shadow Alolan Marowak. Here comes the Drill Run into the Azumarill.
This is just so well played from MartoGalde, keeping all that energy. Allows him to get to another Drill Run against his Alolan Marowak before it gets the Fire Spin down. Incredible play from MartoGalde and letting it through as well.
Yeah, but suddenly the biggest threat for your backline is almost going to be knocked out with that big chunk of damage. The problem is your timer is not available, so the Fire Spin down does happen. Here comes the Azumarill. The Azumarill is already loaded with the Ice Beam, throwing the resisted Ice Beam into the Alolan Marowak.
This is a resisted, might not knock out, but I think the next bubble will take it. Oh, he might actually be able to get to the Shadow Bone, and he does get the Shadow Bone, but it's against the Jump Love.
It is swapped into Jump Love, knowing that he needs to save the shield for that Brave Bird or Ancient Power, knowing that he needs a little health on the Azumarill to get back to that Ice Beam. That was a magical play from Marto.
And now farming up energy on this jump, going straight for the aerial ace. If you let them all through, then you are threatened by the fast attack of two Pokemon. So naturally, Vitorello has to put up one of his Protect Shield here. And now you have to knock out this Jump Up and then the Azumarill. But there's still a Protect Shield on MartoGalde's side. Going on the Charge Attack priority, I think this super effective Ancient Power will knock out the Jump Love.
And it does go through. I don't know if it's enough. Jump Love is not so thick, and he holds on. And this is key chip damage into Vitorello here. And now suddenly it's going to be Azumarill versus the Galarian Moltres, but it's just not low enough to get bubbled down. You need to get the double charge attack, but Vitorello has his own Azumarill.
He has Azumarill, but the Azumarill from MartoGalde has so much energy. Vitorello, I don't remember how much energy there was on the Azumarill, but he's gonna need to pull through with that. He swaps it in. There's the energy here, and now MartoGalde has a chance to manage his energy perfectly here, throwing the players right before the energy from MartoGalde. Perfect counter by Vitorello.
And Marto has the opportunity here. If he can get an Ice Beam knockout into this Azumarill and get to one more Ice Beam before the Ancient Power is available, he can win. Will he go for Charge Attack priority? He doesn't go for Charge Attack priority. And now suddenly this Play Rough is going to be landing into the Azumarill. Can Marto endure the Play Rough?
He does.
He does barely, but the Ice Beam is going to be coming through. The problem is you can't hold two Ice Beams.
The Sucker Punch might knock out this Azumarill from MartoGalde. And yes, you get the farm down. Does Jump Love have energy? No! Vitorello dies up the score!
And we have a Game 5 here in this bracket reset. I think Marto had an opportunity there to close it out, maybe with an Ice Beam thrown onto the Azumarill before you got hit with the Play Rough, and then getting to another Ice Beam into that Galarian Moltres. Of course, maybe that Moltres could have gone to an Ancient Power, but it would have been really close.
Butters, I think what allowed Vitorello to excel in this matchup is, again, the Shadow Alolan Marowak. There was no Feraligatr this time from MartoGalde. He ran ABB weak to the Alolan Marowak. As you can see, the Azumarill leads to counter it, but he had the Alolan Sash and the Jump Love in the back.
And it doesn't get any better than this. You don't bring the Shadow Alolan Marowak all 3 games. You bring it to Game 4, and will Vitorello bring it to Game number 5? Both these trainers have 2 victories. This is the bracket reset. The next trainer to win a game will be your 2025 Latin American international champion.
The stakes are high, the pressure is high. We are almost getting ready for the decisive game number 5. MartoGalde, I think if he threw the playoff earlier in that matchup, may have been able to be in a better spot there, but now he has to keep his cool. Both players have to lock in. Chat, audience, I want to hear you here. We're getting into decisive game number 5. It is going to be the Verastegui from MartoGalde into the Galera Multis from Vitrello.
Here we go. It is a tough alignment for Marto here. If he is able to pull off this game, he will be able to pull off a miracle because he has a backline matchup of an Alolan Sandslash versus a Shadow Alolan Marowak if he loses this lead.
Here we go, the Hadouken coming through. Vitrello shields it, wants to keep that switch advantage. He knows that if there's the Alolan Sandslash in the back, is the Alolan Marowak, but in comes the Azumarill. Now going for the Ancient Power bait. Does MartoGalde call this, or does he shield this bait? This won't do as much damage as the Brave Bird. And MartoGalde puts on the Protect Shield!
Oh no, just like he did in the game before, and now suddenly there is a Protect Shield parity in this battle here, but this is all lurking to be a backline matchup of the Alonelins, the Sandslash versus the Marowak. If that is Marto's destiny, I don't know how he can win it.
It's gotta be the Verastegui show one more time for MartoGalde as Vitrello charges up energy. That makes it so difficult for MartoGalde to swap out at some point, because if he were to catch an attack on Alolan Sandslash at some point, then the Alolan Marowak will say peekaboo, and it will fire spin it down.
The huge thing here for Vitrello is he was ABA weak to the Azumarill, and he baited out the Azumarill, but the Azumarill is now out of this matchup, so that actually gives an advantage back to Marto. That Azumarill is looking really strong against the backline of Vitrello.
The clock is up. In comes the Alolan Marowak. No, building up more energy, perhaps soaking damage here, because the Alolan Sandslash does have access to Duron. Looks like Vitrello does not want to have any of that, but you need to use your Alolan Marowak somewhere, because there are 2 water types in the back from MartoGalde, and you've seen this as Vitrello.
And I think Marto knows that the Alolan Marowak is in the back. That's why he didn't throw his energy. He didn't want to become energy dry, and now throws the back-to-back. Super effective. A Fire Spin does come through there, but that's going to be super effective damage into the Alolan Marowak, and it's just going to shred this Sandslash.
The switch clock is almost up, but it looks like you get Fire Spin down. This Alolan Marowak has energy, but so does this Verastegui now. You can get to the Bone Club. This is not doing as much damage as that Shadow Bone, but I think we'll almost start a knockout, so MartoGalde puts up the shield. Verastegui needs to take care of that Galera Multis that has been so important for the Brazilian hometown hero.
This in-game is going to be so close here as Verastegui secures the knockout. The Azumarill throws a charge attack priority. What a call from Marto! And it is no shielded by Vitrello.
No shielded. Azumarill goes down with all that energy. It is all in the hands of the Galera Multis. Now it has some energy. The problem is there's also the Azumarill from MartoGalde. In comes the Hadouken, and this opens the door to a potential play rough or Ice Beam later, because he puts up the last Protect Shield.
He shields, and is the Azumarill in range of the Brave Bird? I don't know. It is gonna be coming down to this. The whole championship comes down to this Brave Bird right here. Azu holds on, and Marto has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time.
MartoGalde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion. Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo. He has come from
Pokemon that if it gets a substitute up, it can do so much, but our players are ready. They know exactly what they want to do, and it's going to be Takumi Matsuo leading the Volcarona and Golden Go, where it's going to be Ismael Hoggui with the Incineroar Amoonguss. Classic defensive pivot lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do really like Takumi's approach on this, wanting to be able to identify, maybe if I go and get some setups going with a Volcarona whilst having some form of main damage input from, let's say, the second slot being that Golden Go, I could start wavering and taking advantage of the passive lead of that Incineroar and the Amoonguss. So generally speaking, you're really in a good spot where you could try to at least get some guaranteed damage, whittle down the HP of the Amoonguss, but that has to come to a cost of being in acknowledgement of that Incineroar, which may want to go on the offensive.
Well, if that Incineroar was going on the offensive, it will now be protected by a Terra Water Amoonguss alongside of it. not just going to be stuck with that grass typing facing down the fire typing of the Volcarona, which instead will just be protecting, scouting out what Ismael wants to do. Will just be a knockoff, though, immediately into the Golden Go. Does not pick up the one-hit KO, but will knock off the choice specs. That means this Make It Rain will be both resisted on both Pokemon and have reduced damage because of the choice specs being gone.
Yeah, beautiful play from Ismael. Absolutely taking advantage of that turn one momentum. Early terror, but I think a very necessary one in order to allow Amundia so much more flexibility going into the second subsequent turn. Now, the Volcarona over on Takumi's side, at least that slot, is in danger of a Spore focus. Golden Go's no longer locked into choice specs, Make It Rain. However, it's just lost so much HP and momentum for itself. It may feel threatened enough to have to actually switch out.
Yeah, it has not only lost the choice specs, it also lost the special attack from the Make It Rain, which is why we're going to see Takumi retreating the Golden Go, just pivoting into the Incineroar. Now, this Incineroar is Rocky Helmet, not the safety goggles, which means that both Volcarona and Incineroar are threatened by a Spore from the Amoonguss. Terra Blast will target it down, but just do enough damage to activate the Citrus Berry, and this Amoonguss has more health now than it started the turn thanks to that Citrus Berry. Here's a parting shot, going to limit the damage from that Volcarona even further as Ismael pivots.
Yeah, and at this point, Ismael's really taking control of this board positioning. Takumi feeling like, at least if I'm going to be going down with a Volcarona focus or going to be losing the movement in the subsequent turn, let me just try to get some chip damage onto Amoonguss. But we've already seen how incredibly bulky this Pokemon is, and there it is. The Spore focus is on the Volcarona. Will have to, unfortunately, go through a mandatory turn of sleep in the subsequent turn, but this isn't looking primarily really good for Takumi. You need to be able to get some immediate focus pressure against such a bulky core with that Porygon 2 now on the field as well.
Yeah, and the Porygon 2 will be the pivot option from Ismael, which means there will be Trick Room threat. And with Golden Go at such low health, this Amoonguss probably feeling pretty safe to just be launching spores wherever it wants to go. Takumi has to use the first mandatory turn of sleep on Volcarona. As the Golden Go on the switch in, of course, the Good as Gold ability will prevent the Spore, but now Trick Room is up. And this Golden Go, it does resist everything that Ismael can do to it, but it's still at 45 hit points. That's not a lot.
No, definitely is not. And this is sort of the interaction we're talking about. You can utilize the Golden Go as a Spore switch in as long as you're able to position yourself quite nicely. However, Takumi really needs to be able to get that offensive pressure increased and up against Ismael's Pokemon, because I don't see a through line in order to be able to start picking up KOs. Take a note, the Regenerator ability is still available. If the Amoonguss wants to switch out, it just instantly regains a bit more of HP and becomes even tougher to be able to deal with moving forwards. But notice that Ismael hasn't revealed the fourth Pokemon yet, most likely on Ursaluna, and it could be coming in right now to proc the Guts.
Well, there it is. It's the Ursaluna switching in to hopefully proc that Guts. Porygon 2 just firing off a Terra Blast into Volcarona. The one bright side for Takumi is that the Porygon 2 only got an attack boost, but an absolutely free switch in for Ursaluna by tanking that Thunderbolt on the switch in will just be a tiny little bit of damage to that Porygon 2 from the Fiery Dance on Volcarona, which now will start recovering some of that hit points back with leftovers, but Ursaluna's on the field, and you're going to need a lot more recovery than that.
Oh, yeah, and at this point, this is looking really good for Ismael's momentum. Volcarona wasn't even able to get a secondary effect increase to its special attack thanks to the Fiery Dance there, and it's really in a point where it feels quite awkward, and it doesn't immediately threaten the damage to be able to, you know, make a dent in Ismael's core 4 right now.
Well, Takumi is doing a decent job of stalling out this Trick Room with that Protect. Will prevent the Facade from Ursaluna and allow the Golden Go to fire off a Make It Rain. Deals good damage to the Ursaluna even without the choice specs now that it has reset its special attack by switching in and out. but another Ice Beam will be plenty to pick up the KO on that Golden Go.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good reaction play from Takumi. Easily can see the Volcarona wanting to actually switch out, maybe get some Intimidate cycling going, and essentially waste out the remaining turns of Trick Room and pivot yourself to the point where you can start picking up those KOs, because Porygon 2 may be inclined to even go for a recover here, because I don't quite see what more it can do. You don't necessarily hate the Golden Ghost remaining on the field.
There's another facade into the Volcarona. The Incineroar's Intimidate is not enough to protect that Pokemon from the might of Ursaluna. Incineroar, though, will be able to tank this Ice Beam quite handily, and Ursaluna takes another turn of burn damage. Now, Takumi has Fake Out pressure on the field, which means that there will be the opportunity to continue stalling out these turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, and it seems like Takumi's actually trying to hone in on the aspect of the Golden Goat being that main offensive threat, and having the Rillaboom and Incineroar sort of act as that immediate support on the side. You've got the Fake Out potential, you've got, of course, the pivoting action going, the really good synergy between them. So I think you're just going to have to wait and stall out the final turn of Trick Room in order to bring that Golden Goat in. However, you need to guarantee the Porygon 2 is at low enough HP in order for the Golden Goat to come in and start doing its business and sweep.
Yeah, here comes the Incineroar to get Intimidates down onto both Takumi's Incineroar and Rillaboom. We are going to run out of Trick Room turns here, which means that Ismael is going to need to get another Trick Room set up. Planning for that, Porygon 2 will recover to heal up all of the chip damage that it has taken so far, as Incineroar just gets a knockoff on the Incineroar on the switch in, which will just knock off the safety goggles, which does not matter in this set whatsoever. Just trying to get damage down on that Ursaluna.
And to be completely honest, as much damage as you can deal on the Incineroar is super key, because there's no direct way to be able to damage it. As importantly, except of having that power gem on the Golden Goat, because Rillaboom doesn't even have a ground type access to itself to be able to. It's got the U-turn instead on this Assault Vest set. So it's more so around, is there a direct way that you can break the Porygon too? Because after that recovered grassy terrain, it really feels like Ismael's just going to set up another Trick Room and pivot, get that Ursaluna back in order to sweep. But ouch!
That's the big offensive threat now off the field. Golden Ghost switches in and gets knocked out by the knock off. Takumi, though, will go for the parting shot, which means that the Rillaboom will get to come back in here, threaten Fake Out once again, and the Incineroar will also come back in. That means that the pivots are done for, though. These are the final two Pokemon for Takumi.
Yeah, and at this point, I do feel like this is pretty much over for game one, because you've still got all four of your Pokemon on Ismael's side. You've just set up Trick Room. You've got the Ursaluna in the back. You just need to make sure that you bring it safely onto the field, and maybe even waste away the grass terrain turns in order to avoid any grassy glide priority coming out and threatening it, especially because I believe it was at less than half of its HP. So you just got to be a bit more patient from Ismael's side in order to be able to just waste away Fake Out initial pressures and just get that pivot action going.
Absolutely. Making sure to waste this grassy terrain is going to be key for Ismael to protect that Ursaluna. The Ursaluna and the Amoonguss are the only reasons that Takumi has not terrestrialized that Rillaboom into the water typing so far. So if those Pokemon can be dealt with, the water Rillaboom could be pretty strong here, but Ismael's just going to switch out the Porygon 2, going to bring back in the Amoonguss. This, of course, Amoonguss under Trick Room. The Incineroar can still be spored and put to sleep. The Rillaboom cannot, but it's another knockoff into the Incineroar on Ismael's side. That is this Incineroar for Takumi's only attack. Has Will-O-Wisp, Fake Out, Parting Shot, and Knockoff, so that's all the damage it can do.
Yeah, and that's really not enough in order to be able to most likely bring this back, especially since you allowed the Amoonguss to freely switch in there, and now all of a sudden you're in a point where you can easily put the Incineroar over on Takumi's side to sleep, as it doesn't have safety goggles, it does have Rocky Helmet, but you need to also just be able to start dealing some really good damage on the Rillaboom too, because like we've said, it can directly impact the Amoonguss and that Ursaluna with its grass typing.
Well, the water terrestrialization has been forced out onto the Rillaboom now. We'll be able to resist Ismael's Flare Blitz coming out from Incineroar, but the Spore from the Amoonguss will connect onto Takumi's Incineroar. So Takumi does successfully get the Rillaboom in position where it is not spored on the Terrestrialization turn and fires back a big Wood Hammer into Amoonguss. One-hit KO. Terrain is still up, able to pick the Mushroom off the field, gobble it all up, and now Takumi has some momentum.
Yeah, although this does give a free switch in to Ismael, you can easily bring in the Ursaluna here, and especially with that parting shot, rather than it being a flare blitz, it's such a nice play from Ismael, because now, not only have you dropped Rillaboom's attack to -1, you've got Fake Out immediately available right next to that in Ursaluna, and you're just going to start sweeping right now because, like we said, there's no protects on either Incineroar and Rillaboom. You are under Trick Room, and at the moment, you just need to be able to just pick up those crucial KOs whilst not having any impact on your own attack.
Absolutely, you have the Fake Out pressure now from the Incineroar. You also now have another Intimidate.
Yep.
Not just the parting shot drop onto the Rillaboom, but another Intimidate coming out as well. Rillaboom is not going to be too happy about that. Goes for a Desperation Grassy Glide, but the Fake Out will just prevent any of that from happening. And Ursaluna now firing off a Facade into the Incineroar. No chance to wake up. Takes the damage from the Rocky Helmet, which will add up with the burns of damage that Ursaluna has been taking, but too little, too late. Still too much time in Trick Room, still too much momentum and power on Ismael's time, and not enough on Takumi's.
Yeah, and I mean, even if, let's say there's a scenario the Ursaluna went down there, you still have the Porygon 2 to contend with whilst having the Incineroar parting shot support by your side, and being able to sustain yourself with that recover further on just means that this is essentially a game that's already been over, but it will just be bringing it down to the next level as Facade goes ahead, wraps things up, and Ismael is 1-0.
Ismael cleans up the board with that Facade, knocks out Rillaboom, and is only one game away from becoming an international champion. Takumi is on tournament life here, needs to win 2 in a row. And I think that first game showed just how difficult a matchup this can be for Takumi. Props to him for making it interesting there, but so many options, even just from the Amoonguss there.
Yeah, and I think something we really do have to call out, both of these young trainers have faced each other already before this set in, of course, this tournament, where Ismael was able to win in Swiss round number 6. It was their first time ever that they went up against each other, and you can see that Ismael has a really good grasp on what needs to be done, what sort of lines they need to follow in terms of being able to dismantle Takumi's team, and we just saw that executed to a very high level in that game 1.
Absolutely, and you can see from the Swiss ranked records that are on your screen, that means that Ismael was the only loss that Takumi suffered so far in this tournament, and is one game away from doing it again. I think this was such an interesting start, leading with the Volcarona and the Golden Go, and I think that makes a lot of sense from Takumi, just trying to get as much offensive pressure on the board as possible. And even being able to survive that knockoff is pretty huge for the Golden Go. Could come in and switch around before. Maintaining a Spore immunity on the team is critical against this Porygon 2 Amoonguss core.
I would very much like to see a Quiver Dance, though. If we do see a same lead from Takumi, you want to be able to at least start reaching a point where you can have both of your Pokemon become a main threat that Ismael has to immediately respect, because we see that initial turn of getting the Trick Room set up guarantee with the Incineroar and the Porygon 2 by its side is in order to enable that Ursaluna, but no Porygon 2, a switch up already, but none whatsoever from Takumi.
Yeah, well, let's run it back. Let's get the Amoonguss and the Incineroar. Let's get the Volcarona and the Golden Go on the field. Let's see what we can make happen this time around. And I think you're so right. The Volcarona just did not end up being that offensive threat that you really needed out of it. But here we go. We are right into it on turn 1. Once again, Terra Water on the Amoonguss. This Amoonguss now will be very difficult for the Golden Go and the Volcarona to break.
Yeah, and that's sort of the purpose of the Amoonguss in this situation, a matchup based off of course, that game 1 scenario. Knockoff does come out once again onto the Golden Go, now leaving it on 53 hit points. But we see a change up, the read, Thunderbolt straight into the Amoonguss, but not quite enough.
that there's some good damage onto the Amoonguss. Another Thunderbolt will be plenty to pick up the KO, but without the choice specs, not enough for the one hit there after the fiery dance. Volcarona, though, will be put to sleep on turn 1 this time as Amoonguss sees the spore of the Pokemon that can be spored and says, I will click spore.
I do really like that read with from Takumi's side, but if you're going to make a read, you might as well commit. And I feel like a Terra Fairy, Terra Blast there may have just been enough, perhaps, but you have to obviously be aware of the Citrus Berry recovery. That's why Citrus Berry Amoonguss is such a big threat. It just throws any sort of damage calculations askew.
Yeah, and some critical information about speed tiers for those players as well, with the Incineroar getting the knockoff first, making sure that there would be no choice specs boost on there. Here comes the Porygon 2 once again, this time getting the attack boost on the download once more as Takumi has to waste that turn of sleep. The knockoff onto Rillaboom will knock off the Assault Vest, which means that this Porygon 2 is a pretty big threat to the Rillaboom now.
Yeah, being able to have Ice Beam coverage there is quite nice, and it may even force the Rillaboom to consider the Terrestrialization. So at this point, Ismael just is in a position where it could either go for the Trick Room or straight for the damage. However, you want to be able to, now with the adaptations Takumi's made, try to get that mode enabled, maybe bring in safely that Ursaluna. I wouldn't put it past them to actually go for the parting shot.
Yeah, well, the Terrestrialization from Rillaboom means it is now vulnerable to Spore, so needs to stop Trick Room from getting set up however possible. And right now, that was just fake out and hope that Volcarona wakes up. And unfortunately, it did not. However, the Water Terra typing will protect itself from that Flare Blitz, which means there will be one more turn where Takumi is able to target down that Porygon 2 with both the Rillaboom and maybe, just maybe, that Volcarona.
Yeah, and I think Takumi just needs to try to go ahead and get that weight right now. You want to be able to at least exercise some threat and immediate pressure with that fiery dance, actually. A bit of chip damage, obviously, but you got the potential of a special attack increase, which we do not see, though.
Yeah, no special attack increases either times that Volcarona went for the fiery dance, which means that that Porygon 2 tanks it pretty easily. And now the Incineroar gets to parting shot the Rillaboom to drop the attack even further and make this Porygon 2 feel much safer. Here comes the Ursaluna, though. Ursaluna on the switch and could be threatened by the Woodhammer, but instead just targeting down the Porygon 2. And that Porygon 2 is so happy to set up Trick Room with his best bear friend right by its side.
Oh yeah, and that's why it's so detrimental when you're going up against this mode that you need to make sure that you're actually removing that flexibility of having the parting shot Trick Room set up in order to immediately bring that Ursaluna primed and ready to pick up the KOs. It is very interesting to call out the Incineroar being faster than the Rillaboom. I think, like we mentioned just before, you're able to get that early parting shot to reduce the attack output of the Rillaboom. It had to get a crit in order to pick up a KO, and that's why we're actually seeing the switch out for that pivot action.
Yeah, more pivoting, more intimidates, doing whatever possible to keep this Ursaluna in check by whatever means necessary. Takumi will go ahead and protect the Volcarona. Just, again, has to stall out these turns of Trick Room, but Ismael is not falling for it. Just catches Incineroar on the switch-in with a Facade. Deals huge damage to Incineroar, and Porygon 2 is back to full.
Yeah, sustaining all of that HP, being able to essentially have a full 100% HP recovered. Porygon 2 is not a point that you want to be able to be at if that is on the opposing side of the field, because right now, all you need to do is just try to commit to playing defensively. If you're Takumi, maybe try to get that Golden Go switched in, anticipating a Facade in that slot. I think that's the only reaction you could try to go for, because you need to try to outlast these remaining turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, anything to outlast the Trick Room with Ursaluna, with Guts activated already. And Ursaluna does go for the Facade, will be negated by the Ghost typing of the Golden Go. And actually the Terra Blast coming out, dealing a little bit of damage to the Ursaluna, not one of Takumi's Pokemon, as the Fiery Dance finally gets a special attack increase on this turn of Trick Room. So one more turn of Trick Room has been wasted here, as Takumi gets a lucky break there and is able to survive.
Yeah, that may have potentially been a misclick there, but the state of the matter remains, like we mentioned, one final turn of Trick Room remains. You need to be able to now, if you're Takumi, bring in that fake out pivot. Probably going to be an Incineroar in order to reduce the damage output yet again of the Ursaluna, but that's taking into consideration you're probably going to lose it. So that immediately means subsequently you're going to have the Rillaboom fake out pressure, but there's no defensive play on the Volcarona. It's out for the count.
Yeah, Volcarona is just down to another Facade, and Porygon 2 is stuck Terra Blasting into the Golden Go.
Wow.
Which will be able to fire back finally with a Make It Rain, and Ursaluna has been removed from the board for the first time this set.
Yeah, and of course this will invite the fake out users to come in. Probably going to be the Incineroar, although you got the option of going for that straight damage onto the Porygon 2, and that's why Rillaboom is such a great key piece here, but you're going to have to contend with that opposing Incineroar. Obviously, we've got Golden Go immune to the fake outs, but it's at -1 special attack. It doesn't have its choice specs. I don't think it has the necessary firepower in order to dispatch of this Porygon 2, which can easily close out this game as long as it's got that core of Incineroar and Amoonguss right by its side to support it.
Well, Takumi has found a way back into this, but you're right. Golden Go without that special attack, with that special attack drop, without the choice specs, just isn't going to be hitting as hard as you really want. And for this, the final turn of Trick Room, Porygon 2 once again gets to recover all the way back to full health. Now this fake out into Incineroar means that there will be no move made on Ismael's side this time, but that was a pitiful Thunderbolt. Porygon 2 loves tanking those all day, every day.
I think at this point, Takumi was probably hoping for paralysis, because at that situation, that's...
Or catch the Amoonguss.
Or catch the Amoonguss, exactly, because you really need to be able to just start whittling down Ismael's side that's just so healthy. And of course, benefiting off of the grass terrain doesn't make things easier for Takumi either.
And of course, with the terrestrialization on Rillaboom, this Amoonguss has plenty of opportunities to target down Takumi's side with Spores. Takumi does finally retreat the Golden Go to reset the special attack and bring in the Incineroar to get the Intimidates down onto Ismael's Incineroar, able to tank a Flare Blitz because of that, as now taking more damage from Recoil and Rocky Helmet than it dealt to Takumi. While Rillaboom re-pivots here, U-turns out, and Golden Go's coming back in.
Yeah, this is actually really nice because you're trying to be able to set up the board where you at least have one fake out user by the side of Golden Go in order for you to be able to actually go ahead and get any sort of damage dealt with, because like we know from this Porygon 2, there's no direct solid way to be able to pick up a KO on the Golden Go. The only option is going for the Ice Beam, and we already saw it's not enough to pick up the KO from that 86 hit point range.
Yeah, and critically, this was a choice specs Golden Go, which means it does have more attacking options than just Shadow Ball and Make It Rain. It has Power Gem, so it is threatening the Incineroar on the opposite side, which will be faked out immediately. Porygon 2 tries to pick up the Incineroar on the opposite side with Terra Blast, and it does. But this Golden Go hitting a super effective Power Gem without choice specs needs this to KO, and it does!
And it does. What a key play in order to be able to finally dispatch of that fake out user pivot cycle that we've been seeing. And now you're going to be able to bring in your Rillaboom. Whilst we have already known you've got the fake out pressure, you've got that Water Terra Amoonguss on the other side of the field. You can finally start threatening it. However, something to also call out, I believe Rillaboom did lose its Assault Vest earlier, so it's going to be taking a bit more damage than it typically would.
It will take more damage, but this Golden Go has been sitting on grassy terrain for so long. It has recovered so much health already. And with only the options of Terra Blast that will do nothing to Golden Go, Ice Beam that does negligible damage, and Pollen Puff on the Amoonguss, there is not anything that can quickly pick up a KO on this Golden Go. The Ice Beam, fingers crossed for a freeze if you're one of Ismael's fans out there, as this Thunderbolt just barely misses the KO on the Amoonguss.
Wow, but this already leaves the Rillaboom to be able to pick off that Amoonguss with a Grassy Glide. I think, like you correctly identified there, Evan, Ice Beam Freeze feels like it has to be the play in order to slow down that Golden Go and hope you can out-sustain it going outside of Trickerman in the following turn. So this is going to be quite crucial, and there's no actual adaptation there. It's just going to be the straight KO onto the Mushroom, leaving Porygon 2 on its lonesome self.
Yeah, Rillaboom making the most of the grassy terrain while it's got it. Picks out the KO onto Amoonguss with that grassy glide. Another Ice Beam onto Golden Go, gets the freeze!
Oh, wow!
It is a warm summer day here in Brazil, but not for Golden Go, which is going to be spending the turn frozen.
That is not a good place to be in if you're Takumi, because you need to be able to out damage this Porygon 2. Obviously, we saw the Ice Beam isn't as effective, but it's the fact that if it accumulates over time, you give it an opportunity, 3 or 4 Ice Beams, it may well actually be able to finish it off, but the Rillaboom is still available, does have grass may not have grass terrain, but the important thing is you want to be able to start picking up the damage as fast as you can.
While still targeting down the Golden Go, dealing 26 damage that time around means 2 more Ice Beams will do it as Rillaboom goes for the offense. Wood Hammer onto Porygon 2, Golden Go. It's just chilling, man. It's just chilling, letting Rillaboom do all the work this time.
It quite literally is. In this scenario, it just needs to wake up. You want to be able to force so much immediate pressure, not allow the recover to come out. There it is, it's forward. Thunderbolt into the Porygon 2. You just need to be able to put it within a range. It feels like you have to go for the recover, or you go for the critical hit, and you just put down the KO and you force a game 3.
Game 3 for the Latin American International Championships. Incredible. Takumi finding a way out there, managing to preserve that Golden Go, firing off some really critical attacks into the Amoonguss and the Porygon there at the end. Incredible play. We are going to a game 3.
Oh, yeah, we are. And in what fashion as well. Takumi absolutely piloting that incredibly, even with the RNG against himself there with that freeze. But I think we were talking a bit about the adaptations. That turn 1 read into the Water Terror felt so appropriate for Takumi to be able to start this set on a good foot. Although we did see Ursaluna at some point, it just took too much damage to the point where it wasn't able to essentially get its sweep set up. Takumi dealt with that threat so incredibly well. You got the Intimidate cycles going. You made sure the Fake Out was always available, if not on every second turn, on every third. And you're able to get that pivot cycle going with the Rillaboom and Incineroar. And that's such a key way to be able to slow down the momentum over from Ismael's core 4.
Yeah, and a couple of really key things that Takumi did there. I think he identified that Ismael, with that Ursaluna, was leaning towards the facade. Never clicking headlong rush, which meant that Golden Go could switch in there and waste one of those turns to the normal immunity. And here we go. Number 3, game number 3, the leads are the same. Both players have taken a win with this setup. It's going to come down to this.
Yeah, and it's going to be very close as well, given how that game 2 went. And now there's so many different mind games. Volcarona, of course, as we saw, is always threatened by that Spore. It doesn't have any sort of way to be able to avoid it unless it's a direct switch into a Rillaboom. However, you've got the main damage potential from this Golden Go. You want to be able to either go for a read and go for yet another Thunderbolt into the Amoonguss, or perhaps try to start focusing down with the Power Gem into the Incineroar, which would have been a good option.
Well, here is an adjustment here. Takumi has taken so much damage turn 1 from knockoff each and every game so far. Now, with the Water Terastallization, will not take quite as much damage this time around, but it will be the Water Terastallization on Amoonguss as well. Both the Incineroar and the Amoonguss resisting the Make It Rain, while just another Protect coming out from Takumi's Volcarona.
Yeah, just defensive there, wanting to make sure that you cannot be susceptible to these spores, but more importantly, this Terra allows the Golden Go not to take so much damage. It's lost its specs, but at least it's dealt a bit of chip damage, and it still has a lot more room of maneuverability going towards the next steps of this game. 115 hit points is a much better place than, I don't know, like 57 or around that 60 mark. Yeah, if that, exactly.
And this is really interesting too, because the Golden Go now did a little bit of chip damage to the Amoonguss. One of the things you have to deal with Citrus Berry is I don't want to proc Citrus Berry. I just want to make sure that we are getting the KOs cleanly as possible.
Yeah.
So could be setting up for some interesting little damage calcs here.
Yeah, definitely. And there's always the chance of, I would say, rain, but in this case, paralysis, if you want to opt in for that Thunderbolt. No switch outs from Ismael, just a fiery dance targeting that slot.
Just over 50% health on the Amoonguss. Gets the special attack boost too. That's a huge deal for this Volcarona. Flare Blitz does not deal a lot of damage into the Golden Go thanks to that terastallization. Here comes the Thunderbolt. Has to make it raindrop and no choice specs. Not enough to pick up the KO. Amoonguss will hold on just barely and eat that Citrus Berry.
Yeah, and this is why it's so crucial to be able to identify which move you want to go for in that turn 1 scenario. If there was a power gem perhaps, then at least you would have made sure that you guarantee not dropping your special attack, going into the knockoff interaction in the subsequent turn, and that would have most likely been able to pick up the KO if there was that Thunderbolt that freed up the slot from being choice locked. But now Volcarona is asleep. At least you've still got a board where you're facing an Incineroar and an Amoonguss, and you can start trying to capitalize off of the passiveness. But we've seen Ismael, the way that they've been playing, probably want to start getting that Porygon 2 and Ursaluna mode going, start the pivots, you get the regenerator, healing, parting shot, and all of a sudden you could even have an Ursaluna right next to a Porygon 2 at the very next end of this turn.
Well, Golden Go is not going to be on the field. Takumi wants to continue to preserve that key piece of his comeback in Game 2. Incineroar will switch in, meaning that there will only be an Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar, of course, as well as the Amoonguss, but it will just switch out as well, activate the Regenerator ability, heal more health, and here comes Porygon 2 out here trying to set up the Trick Room for the Ursaluna, most likely in the back. Volcarona just keeps on snoozing. Volcarona, it's finals, wake up! As Incineroar goes for a parting shot to immediately remove that boost that it received from the Fiery Dance.
Yeah, and at this point, you're just setting up your board quite nicely, being able to take advantage of that additional turn of sleep. You can easily start rotating. Let's say just make sure that you've got the Ursaluna proc of the Flame Orb into Guts, and even start pivoting around. You could go for a Protect. You could either even bring in the Incineroar once again. As long as you're able to just reduce the damage output of Takumi's side, you're in a good spot. You've got that sustained strategy in order to be able to capitalize off of it. And something to note as well, all of the download boosts so far have been attack. They have not been special attack, which is so crucial as we see the Volcarona wake up.
Volcarona heard me. It woke up and went for a Fiery Dance, dealing a little bit of damage to that Ursaluna. Of course, every piece of chip damage on that Pokemon matters. This is the biggest offensive threat on Ismael's team, and it has just taken a hit for the first time this game as Rillaboom comes in to replace Incin.
And the fact that Ismael wanted to go for the offensive play with the Ursaluna, not want to go for that safe Protect Trick Room, really means that Ismael wants to start wrapping things up because of the -1. Not enough to pick up the KO onto the Volcarona, but the Trick Room is now on the field, and Ursaluna is still within a slot where it's quite nicely placed in order to start sweeping. However, -1 attack, you need to potentially consider switching out.
It's a -1 attack, but also this Rillaboom just set up grassy terrain, can start launching grassy glides into the Ursaluna and basically into everything on Ismael's team except for Incineroar.
Yeah, and I think in this scenario, Ismael can easily want to try to bring that Incineroar back in. However, you really need to focus on the nature of this Volcarona. It hasn't been going as much for the setup move of Quiver Dance. It's been hoping for the boost via the Fiery Dance, whilst at the same time in parallel, dealing the chip damage required. And there it is. Ursaluna switches out saying, no, I want a bit of a break right now. I want to be able to get that Incineroar cycle going as there we have it. Second Incineroar says, yeah, I want a bit of that as well. Let me join in.
We've already had first Incineroar, but what about second Incineroar? As the Intimidate actually landing most critically for Takumi's side. Getting the Intimidate down onto Ismael's Incineroar, which means that those Flare Blitzes and knockoffs will not be quite as effective. And another turn where Volcarona is just protecting, just stalling out these Trick Room turns, and Ismael is trying to focus it down.
Yeah, and being able to have the compounding effect of the grassy terrain recovery with those leftovers mean in a couple of turns, it's just going to be so healthy to the point where it can actually start setting up as long as you're outside of Trick Room and there's no direct threat on the other side, obviously looking at you or Ursaluna.
We're all looking at Ursaluna in this game. When Ursaluna isn't on the field, we're all asking, where's Ursaluna? Bring Ursaluna back. But here, we have the setup here. Incineroar has Fake Out, prevents Porygon 2 from going on the offensive with a Terra Blast. Instead, just a Flare Blitz from Incin. Not enough! 8 hit points! The Intimidate and the Grassy Terrain and Leftovers Recovery have kept the Volcarona up on the field, and a Terra Blast into the Incin, a critical hit. Deals good damage right back.
Yeah, and that's so important to be able to start whittling down the HP of these super bulky Pokemon. Sure, there's grass terrain on the field. The fact that the Volcarona survived is so crucial for Takumi because you can best try to utilize that even towards the mid to end game scenario that we're very quickly approaching, and just try to capitalize off of coming outside of Trick Room, making that the bait in order for the Goldengo to come back in and start trying to sweep.
Well, and here is a big turn. Volcarona protecting again. Ismael is continuing to target down that Pokemon as Takumi is continuing to protect it from any attacks. And the knockoff, knocking off Porygon 2's Eviolite is so huge. That is where Porygon 2 gets its strength, gets its defensive stats from that Eviolite, and without it, it is now much more vulnerable to big attacks like Wood Hammer and Grassy Terrain.
Yeah, and that's huge for Takumi because now you know that the previous damage calculations are slightly off, to say the least, obviously. 50% to your physical defense and special defense is so big for such a bulky Pokemon at that. Ursaluna is now, however, back on the field, but being able to have Volcarona quickly recover its HP and just try to last the remaining turns left of Trick Room in order to better place your Goldengo is such a really cool strategy and take on being able to try to utilize such a setup sweep potential set.
Yeah, a couple important differences here though. The Goldengo has Terastallized, which means there is no immunity to Facade. Facade is now extremely safe for this Ursaluna to go for on basically any Pokemon, and it has not been intimidated.
No, and that's so crucial because obviously you pretty much see a KO with a Facade as long as you don't see a Protect. Incineroar switching out, wants to try to make sure it gets that pivot going, and it seems like Takumi is willing to lose the Rillaboom potentially, but double switch, however, Goldengo might actually be the bait here.
Willing to lose any one of these Pokemon here as Goldengo switches in, but Ursaluna's Facade will connect on Rillaboom, and that picks up a one-hit KO. Takumi's biggest offensive threat into the remaining Pokemon of Ismael Hoggui has gone down in a double KO. The Terra Blast is enough to pick up the Goldengo on the switch in as well. That means it is just Volcarona and just Incineroar left, and I don't know if they have the damage to break through this Porygon 2 even without the Eviolite.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly difficult. The fact that Ismael's 4 Pokemon are so bulky gives another dimension to the feeling of, okay, well, it's not just 4 Pokemon. It could count like a 5th Pokemon or a 6th because of how bulky it is. And seeing the deficit right now, 4 versus 2 is not where you want to be with Takumi. You don't even have a setup already available on your side. Sure, you do have Fake Out. You are going to be able to slow things down a tiny bit over Ismael's side. You've got an Intimidate, and most crucially, on the Ursaluna. Probably going to be able to survive with an Incineroar, but you only have 1 Fake Out. And at this point, Ismael probably sees a KO on the Volcarona with both Porygon 2 as well as that Ursaluna.
Yeah, these are all tasty KOs on the board, but Ursaluna will just retreat, trying to make sure that things are safe for Ursaluna the next time it shows up. Intimidate will connect onto the Incineroar, while Porygon 2 most likely trying to be protected from an all-out assault. Instead, just the Fake Out here, as Porygon 2 will be unable to set up Trick Room, and Volcarona goes for a Fiery Dance. Takes just a little bit of damage into that Incineroar, but not get another special attack boost critically as well.
Yeah, I love this play because this was the super safe play in order to have that Fake Out available in the subsequent turn, get the Trick Room set up without being directly threatened of a KO onto your Porygon 2 outside of, let's say, a critical hit from a knockoff. But even at that case, you're not going to be able to get rid of the Porygon Porygon 2, even with the Eviolite loss. You just need to be able to set up Trick Room yet again. Ursaluna comes in, and Sweep City begins.
Yeah, and because that Incineroar on Ismael's side has proven to be extremely fast, the fake out pressure is largely just on Ismael's side now. And actually, because the Incineroar already used fake out, it totally is. So Volcarona is left protecting, being passive and unable to get any damage off. Would not have dealt anything anyway because of the fake out, but it all comes down to what damage this Incineroar can do. In fact, it will do none. The damage it's doing is stat-based, hoping to make sure that Takumi can stall out as many turns of this Trick Room without giving Ismael a free switch into that Ursaluna.
Yeah, this looking incredibly dire to much of the point where I don't see a clear win condition from Takumi's side. You needed to be able to have a lot more HP available for Volcarona whilst having additional special attack boosts to really make it a threat in order to pick up those KOs, because the fact that Porygon 2 without an Eviolite can't get KO'd right now is incredibly bad, as it's not even able to pick up the Volt.
Yeah, can't pick up the Volcarona, the knockoff, not enough to pick up the Incineroar either, even with the boost from holding the safety goggles, and the Flare Blitz will just clean it up for Ismael, and Ismael is one Pokemon away from becoming your Latin American International Champion.
All it needs right now is for Ismael to pick up the Incineroar without support. It is on its own. Takumi, at this point, has so many of their resources wasted, and we've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it. Ismael! Earlier matches, Carlos Eduardo has the advantage 2-1, but let's see what's going to happen. Make some noise for the seniors finals. Carlos Eduardo leading with the Primarina and Magmar versus Pietro's Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Amoonguss.
It is double redirectors on the field paired with double spread attackers. Primarina and Ursaluna will be happy to ignore the Rage Powders or Follow Me's coming out from either side, but very interesting to see the Magmar out there in front of the Amoonguss. You hate that if you are the Amoonguss player.
Yeah, and no bringing the Talonflame just yet, which is fascinating. Normally you'd think you want to be able to get that immediate offensive pressure on the field, but having the utilization of the Terra Normal accompanied by redirection, it really does prove that it's a really good place to start picking up those immediate KOs if possible.
Yeah, well, speaking of immediate offensive pressure, Terra Normal on Ursaluna Blood Moon is scary. And actually, it's so scary, all three Pokemon on the field have protected itself from that Ursaluna.
Very good observation there, of course, but I think one of the most crucial things of Carlos actually going on the protect front is to be able to waste that Blood Moon. You want to be able to avoid those immediate KOs as best as you can, because you're not able to use that move a consecutive time. So Carlos actually identified Primarina could be well placed here in order to start whittling down that Blood Moon offensive lead and sort of trying to force the hand of Pietro to have to bring a potential mail-in DD and Sneasler in the back. As we were talking about just now, Evan, the terrains may potentially be quite crucial if both of our trainers have that mode in the back.
Well, Pietro at least has not brought that mode, instead opting to switch in the Dragonite here. Amoonguss has switched out, will not be able to get anything done against this Magmar, and Dragonite's just going to tank that overheat from Magmar. Intended for the Amoonguss, but multi-scale Dragonite tanks it like a champ, and Ursaluna wisely did not go for the Earth Power on, or the Blood Moon on turn 1, so we could get the one-hit KO on turn 2.
KO number 1 for that Blood Moon, and actually outspeeding the Primarinas, which tend to not be trained to that point to be able to capitalize off of, let's say, max speed, modest Blood Moon Ursalunas, as you do, of course, have that Tailwind support and the duality of being able to set up that Trick Room via the Mailer Indeedee. But most crucially, right now, Carlos is already a Pokemon down. We see the Sneasler being brought in, which is definitely the right Pokemon in the face of this Ursaluna that cannot get typed from that weakness to the fighting.
Right, the Ursaluna having gone for the offensive Terra Normal means it will always be vulnerable to a close combat from the Sneasler. And now the Sneasler is the fastest thing on the field, with both the Ursaluna and the Dragonite, even with its multi-scale broken, is a little bit afraid of the Sneasler. We heard Marco talking about not wanting to risk Dire Claw rolls here.
Yep.
gonna have to risk one potentially.
Well, yeah, for sure. And at this situation, if you can guarantee pick up a KO onto that Sneasler, if there isn't a Grassy Seed proc on the field, then that's really good spot. But there it is, Rillaboom saying, I actually don't want that to happen. I want to be able to get myself straight out of that range and apply that offensive pressure, whether that being a close combat KO onto the Blood Moon Saluna, which I highly doubt, given we could easily see a defensive protect come out.
Absolutely, or a switch from the Ursaluna, which is what happens on Pietro's side. Amoonguss will be the option brought to replace that Pokemon as Sneasler gets the Dire Claw onto Dragonite. Big damage, no procs on it, but here comes the Scale Shot. And a couple of big important things happened on that Rillaboom switch-in. It activated the Grassy Seed, which boosts the Sneasler's defense so it survives this Scale Shot, even with all 5 hits of the Scale Shot. And it will still outspeed the Dragonite even after the boost here. Yeah, exactly, due to its Unburden ability. And in this situation, you're really primed to be able to have all of the offensive and disruption sort of pressure from Carlos's side. You get the Fake Out, you can easily go in to the Amoonguss Ball, or even the Dragonite at this point. You need to be able to pick and choose. Both of these Pokemon are capable of going for the Protect, so it's just going to really come down to which Pokemon to prioritize on. Pietro feels relatively comfortable in order to try to get perhaps a redirection option on the field. We know that Rage Powder is still available, so probably just going to go for the very safe double protect in order to stall that out. Yep, no fake outs this turn for Carlos Eduardo, as both the Amoonguss and the Dragonite will protect themselves. Also no switches coming out from Carlos Eduardo, which means this fake out will just whip into the Amoonguss. Now Sneasler also gets to whip a Dire Claw, this time into the Dragonite. But now the Amoonguss is free to Rage Powder away any attack from that Sneasler. Yeah, and that's essentially what Pietro's looking to do in order to start actually whittling down that Sneasler. If you can focus down on it and connect with a Scale Shot, you're in a really good spot, speed-wise as well. But Carlos is very well aware of this matchup and how to approach it, so I wouldn't be surprised to actually see the Sneasler go on the defensive, go for a protect, and actually potentially try to go ahead and pivot that Rillaboom in order to bring that Magma and have that redirection available, allow the Sneasler to actually survive for yet another turn, because it's such a crucial piece to Carlos' strategy in order to hope to try to come back versus Pietro's 4. And we do have to note that Dragonite is not running extreme speed. It is the Stomping Tantrum version, which means it can't outspeed the Sneasler and just goes down to this Dire Claw. No redirection coming out from Pietro's side, as it is just going for a Spore into the Sneasler instead, and will happily tank this Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom as well, dealing again more damage back with Recoil and Rocky Helmet than it took in the first place.
Yeah, and the Spore is unobstructed, able to target down that Sneasler, of course. No sort of defensive switch-ins there to try to catch out that Spore with that Magma that, of course, does have the Vital Spirit, so it'd essentially be immune to it. However, we actually get a bit of a sneak preview here. Male Indeedee is so well placed versus Carlos's team right now. You're able to, even without Terra Psychic, just deal so much damage, especially given the fact that the Amoonguss actually does have Sludge Bomb. It's going to be able to super effectively threaten the Rillaboom, maybe even to the point that even if it is an Assault Vest Rilla, it might even go down.
Yeah, the double up of Expanding Force plus Sludge Bomb is still extremely scary to that Rillaboom, which has lost terrain. So its Wood Hammers are are not as powerful, and Grassy Glide is off the table, does not have the priority anymore to attack into either of these Pokemon. That being said, it is Assault Vest, so it may just be able to defend against this onslaught, but instead, Carlos Eduardo is going to protect that key piece of the team.
Yeah, and I think Carlos is really hoping for a wake-up, if possible, but of course that's just not going to happen. That's not the case. Sneasler had the mandatory sleep, and it will fall down to this Expanding Force. Question is, does the Magma survive? It should. From that range, Sludge Bomb should not be enough to be able to do so, even if you do pick up a cheeky little secondary effect, Poison. reason, but most crucially, Rillaboom is going to come back onto the field. It's going to have Fake Out available. It's going to have the grass terrain via its Grassy Surge. But Pietro always has that additional third Pokemon in the back. If you want to try to go ahead and get your own terrain to beat this terrain wall, you could easily go for that switch up, but that is at the cost of a potential focus with the Rillaboom into the Ursaluna slot.
Yeah, and I think Ndidi, could just pretty easily switch out here to conserve terrain and win on the Expanding Force in the future. Definitely would be enough to pick up the KO on the Magmar and would deal good damage to the Rillaboom if Amoonguss has the opportunity to just focus it down with the Sludge Bomb.
Yep.
But Magmar does still threaten big damage with Overheat.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, you have to try to scout out whether there's going to be a protect from the Magmar or not, where I could easily see being the case in order to allow itself to be able to redirect the following turn. But we do have the Terrestrialization. It will be the Terrifier on the Rillaboom in order to be able to go ahead and better protect itself.
Yeah, not going to do anything to the Expanding Force, but will help against a Sludge Bomb from the Amoonguss. Single target Expanding Force, not enough to pick up the KO on Magmar without the support of terrain, which means Overheat lands, but 4 hit points remaining on Amoonguss. Rillaboom fires right back with a Wood Hammer and knocks Ndidi all the way down to Focus Sash. And all of a sudden, Carlos Eduardo Verastegui looks like he is in a great spot.
Yeah, Carlos Eduardo really needed that KO with the Overheat onto the Amoonguss in order to feel a bit more better place going up against Ismael Ndidi, because at least it would have guaranteed the grassy terrain was still available in the field.
I forgot, the Terrestrialization means that this Amoonguss is now protecting everything on Pietro's side.
Yeah.
Pietro, with that Amoonguss barely hanging on, now gets one more attack that it gets to protect from one of its friends.
Yeah, and that's why it's so crucial. If you're able to get rid of the Amoonguss, you still have the terrain. Blood Moon Ursaluna comes in, you'll probably still have that Magma as well, and you can try to at least better place yourself to hope for a KO onto the Blood Moon. But it looks like Pietro's been able to find a very solid strategy going into this. They did have practice from before. They have played earlier on in round number 6, I believe, yesterday, where unfortunately Carlos was able to go ahead and get that win. It seems like Pietro's really learned from that.
Pietro definitely has learned from that, and you can see critical damage coming out from the Rocky Helmet. Another Expanding Force will be enough to pick up the KO onto Rillaboom, and any attack from Ursaluna will absolutely pick up the KO, and that's going to give Pietro an advantage into this set. Game 1 lead, Game 1 win heading into Game 2.
Yeah, and that's essentially what you need. You need to be able to capitalize off of all of this momentum and really force your opponent to rethink their strategy and board position. Actually feel all of the pressure from their side, because they really need that win. They can't afford to lose any sort of piece momentum going into it. And at this point, it's not necessarily that Carlos chose wrongly. It's more so that he lost the Primarina so early on in this set. Instantly to the Blood Moon. And at this situation, he was already trying to fend for himself as best as he could with 3 out of 4 Pokemon.
There is the Expanding Force, a critical hit just to go out in style in Game 1. And Pietro Nihal Calidora Silva is up 1-0, 1 game away from becoming our Latin American International Champion.
And what a way to be able to do it. Like we mentioned, Pietro and Carlos Eduardo did run into each other earlier on in this tournament in the Swiss rounds, but the fact that you're able to come from the back, you know that Carlos Eduardo has got a really good record against yourself as well. Really just goes to show that Pietro's really put in so much work in being able to better figure out a way to approach this. You don't typically see a Blood Moon Ursaluna and a Amoonguss lead. However, it just seems like these trainers are already a couple of levels down the mind game battles. Pretty deep in understanding, the flow charts that you would normally encounter in, let's say, a Game 1 you haven't played against each other versus a Game 1 from a second set.
Yeah, and I think a couple of really important choices were made in team preview. In particular, that Primarina meant leaving King Gambit at home.
Yeah.
King Gambit, of course, with that dark typing is a huge counter to the male Indeedee, which can do literally nothing against it. That's a Pokemon that I suspect came out in their Swiss matches and is why Carlos Eduardo left it behind today. I want to see it.
Yeah, and it makes so much sense. However, it does feel threatened by a potential Blood Moon Ursaluna focus of, let's say, either the Earth Power, if it doesn't Terra away out of its Steel typing, or the Blood Moon, especially Terra Normal, if it has Terra'd outside. And that sort of allows itself the position where you've got its susceptibility. But we typically do see King Gambit really like being led with a Magmar by its side. So that is still susceptible to a Blood Moon to a certain extent, although it forces scenarios of either you go for the Earth Power KO if you can pick it up onto the Magmar, and you have to play a bit of mind game. So that mode might actually be something that Carlos may consider, given the fact that Primarina wasn't able to essentially get any usage from that game one. It just felt like it was a wasted slot.
Yeah, the Primarina getting picked off by that Blood Moon instantly was extremely unfortunate for Carlos Eduardo. But again, Pietro played some of those first couple of turns very well, protecting the Amoonguss from the overheat from Magmar with the Dragonite. But Carlos Eduardo was able to very easily bring himself back into it with good Sneasler play, and it looks like Carlos Eduardo disagrees, loves the Primarina, still believes in the Primarina, and now paired up against the Indeedee male and the Blood Moon Ursaluna once again.
This is such a solid lead from Pietro, where it forces a Rillaboom to have to sort of come in, or potentially come in order to be able to nullify the Psych Terrain spam from the Expanding Force, and actually have a bit more of focus of the fake out pressure onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna following, because right now Blood Moon wants to go for the Terra Normal Hyper Voice accompanied by an Expanding Force, maybe pick up a KO, which may give a bit of incentive for Carlos to actually opt to go defensively, try to scout things out and force that early Terra in order to try to capitalize off of it towards the later stages of the game.
Yeah, this is just a ridiculous amount of offensive pressure that Pietro has on the board right now, and will replace the male Indeedee with Amoonguss, just in case Pietro needs to protect that terrain. Here's our terrestrialization, the first one of the game. It is again the Terra Normal Blood Moon.
Yeah, and I guess this checks out. I'm probably expecting the double protect from Carlos' side, because if Pietro identifies that there's a case to go for the Blood Moon, at least you're able to expend that slot, not allow it to be able to get pulled off immediately after and threaten that Magmar KO. So a really nice play from Carlos here, wanting to play a bit more safe, even though they've got the back against the wall, as we do see the Blood Moon, which means Hyper Voice feels like the main offensive threat that Pietro will have to lock in if he wants to attack with that Blood Moon.
And that is a huge difference from game one, where Pietro went for the Earth Power, preserving the Blood Moon for this second turn. Now has to either protect or use a different attack to make room for Blood Moon to recharge next turn. And this may allow Carlos Eduardo to finally get some use out of this Primarina.
Yeah, and that's essentially what you need right now. You need to be able to capitalize off of Life Orb damage boosted Primarina, which in comparison to other Pokemon doesn't hit as hard, but at least in this matchup, it's able to deal the spread damage and start whittling down the resources Pietro has to play with, because Pietro doesn't necessarily have a very bulky team. He does have a very hyper offensive one, and if you can remove one of those pieces, you're able to completely start dismantling the team. But Rillaboom's on the field.
A perfect switch from Carlos Eduardo to bring the Rillaboom in right now. Remove the Psychic Terrain from the field and also ignore the Amoonguss's redirection ability. Magmar will go ahead and terrestrialize into the Ghost typing. Now this will not affect Hyper Voices or Blood Moons because of Ursaluna's Mind's Eye ability, but does remove a potential Earth Power weakness. Ursaluna goes for the protect, Amoonguss also going for the protect. Carlos Eduardo has been able to bring in the Rillaboom for free.
Yeah, this is such a well-placed, patient play from Pietro, because now you've forced that Rillaboom to come onto the field. You're easily able to bring in your if male Indeedee in order to nullify any sort of fake-out priority, but most importantly, the terrain being off means that male Indeedee enters that sweep mode that it really wants to go in order to start whittling down that Magmar and not necessarily have to get redirected away because of its follow me.
Well, here is the retreat from Amoonguss to make room for the male Ndidi, resetting the terrain here. Psychic terrain is back on the field. That will reduce the amount of damage that a Wood Hammer could deal from the Rillaboom. No priority. Overheat connects onto Ursaluna. Targeted down. Big damage from the Magmar. And now Rillaboom moves first, and it's gonna stomp that Ursaluna with the Wood Hammer. Knocks it down. Huge KO for Carlos Eduardo.
And the crowd absolutely goes wild with that, as it's such a key piece to be able to remove. Sure, at the expense of the terrain, but that's an acceptable trade-off given that the Terra's already been utilized. You've removed one of the main damage sweepers from Pietro's side, and you're gonna have to try to force his hand in order to find a new sweeper to take up that role. And Male Ndidi, yes, it is in a prime position to just go and click Expanding Force. There's no reason why you shouldn't. So this does allow a bit of a free slot for Dragonite to potentially get in on the damage, get a couple of additional speed boosts, and maybe at some point be able to outspeed a couple of Pokemon. But I'm not expecting that to be the case for the Sneasler in the back, though.
Yeah, if there is the Sneasler in the back for Carlos Eduardo, that will not be enough to outspeed an Unburden boost as well. Carlos Eduardo will retreat the Rillaboom, does not want to give up all of that free damage onto that Pokemon, will switch in the Primarina as Magmar goes for the Protect. So now, both Pokemon on Carlos's side are going to be immune to any Dragon-type attacks, but this Primarina is not immune to the Expanding Force coming out from the male Ndidi, and not immune to the Stomping Tantrum. Pietro making the call there, putting Primarina all the way down to red health.
Lovely play there, being able to cover for that Primarina switch in. And at this situation, yeah, okay, you're potentially going to lose your Psych Terrain, but you are really removing the available resource Carlos has to play with. If you pick up a KO on this Primarina, you really start opening the door to be able to further dismantle and make things a bit more fair in terms of the board positions, as we know that Pietro has the Amoonguss in the back. It will still be able to have access to redirection, and if the Sneasler is indeed in the back for Carlos Eduardo, it's going to be able to redirect it.
Well, here is the withdrawal of Primarina. Carlos Eduardo is still protecting Primarina, protecting the pieces that he has available to win this game. That will mean that the terrain has changed once more into the grassy terrain, and the Expanding Force into Rillaboom does very little damage. Pietro now does get a scale shot off into the Magmar, which did not go for Follow Me this time around, and that could be big for Carlos to either break multi-scale or break Focus Sash on either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, at this point you want to be able to at least, I would probably hedge my bet on that Male Ndidi, because you need to make sure you get rid of that terrain nuisance in order to open up your Rillaboom further in the back. And Magma does survive obviously from that scale shot, but it's at such a low HP range. Another scale shot focus into it will probably be able to pick up the KO at the current range.
Yeah, I believe that would be able to pick up the KO, but Pietro is starting to run out of resources, has lost the Ursaluna, has lost the Focus Sash on the Ndidi, is going to need to make something happen with this Dragonite in particular to get back into the game, because Carlos Eduardo still has all 4 Pokemon and has not revealed what the 4th Pokemon is.
Yeah, I do feel like it's probably going to be the Sneasler because it's so well placed, especially to be able to capitalize off of a Tailwind Bring or Scale Shot speed boost from Pietro's side of the field. And being able to at least threaten with such an offensive Pokemon, we already know it's not only fast, it's very powerful, really allows yourself to be able to sweep with it towards the end game scenario. But Amoonguss switching out right now, Pietro wanting to be able to bring the Psych Terrain back in the future. Seems like Carlos Eduardo very like-minded as well.
Yeah, everyone agrees the most important thing about this game is maintaining control over the terrain. Both Rillaboom and Ndidi have switched out, and Magmar catches the Amoonguss on the switch-in with a taunt. That is the worst possible move that Amoonguss could have taken at that point.
That is so huge in order to be able to just nullify its effect and as a slot. Now, all of a sudden, Pietro may feel really forced to either go just for the Sludge Bomb or maybe even bring that Psych Terrain back on the field with the Male Ndidi. But most importantly, the Dragonite at this point, it's probably going to have to go for the scale shot into the Magma, which invites a potential no follow me from Carlos's Magma, and just capitalize off of going for the Moonblast. But no, that's not the case. Redirection's out.
Redirection is out. Magmar is going to make sure that Primarina gets an attack off in this game. The scale shot's actually going to be very close. Needs all 5 hits, it might look like, if it's going to pick up this KO. That's not enough. Needs one more. Gets the 5th hit. Magmar will go down, but Primarina will be able to fire off a Moonblast here. Critically, Pietro still has multi-scale up, so Dragonite will still be able to survive one Moonblast here, but that will then break the multi-scale and make it so much more vulnerable to some of these other Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, and it took so much damage, and that's the power of Life Orb Primarina, ladies and gents, but it is out for this game too. Sludge Bomb able to pick it off. Now all of a sudden we've got Pietro's 3 versus Carlos Eduardo's 2.
Yeah, these are the final 2 Pokemon for Carlos Eduardo. He has been able to deal good damage to the Dragonite and to the Indeedee in the back, and this Amoonguss is stuck only using offensive attacks, so does not have the redirection available just yet.
Yeah, and in this scenario, we already know that we've got Pietro probably going to be able to guarantee that Psychic Terrain win. However, to what cost?
Yeah.
Carlos is going to be able to bring that Rillaboom back in, but most importantly, the terrain's currently on the field. If the Sneasler is indeed the final Pokemon, it's going to get the Grass Seed proc, it's going to have that activated Unburden, and there it is. And it's in a prime position now that there is no redirection available on this Amoonguss to be able to start trying to focus down on whittling down Pietro's availabilities.
That is absolutely true. The Grassy Seed boosts the defense of Sneasler and activates Unburden. So Sneasler's speed has been doubled, just like Dragonite's has, but that means that Sneasler will still be faster. Amoonguss has to either go on the offensive or switch out to the Indeedee, and that's going to be a really tough decision to make because that's just going to be a sacrifice.
Exactly, because its Focus Sash was already broken thanks to that Magmar's overheat in the prior turn. So this is going to be a very decisive turn that honestly will potentially even prove to be the final result of this. Pietro may be able to win the International Championship right here, right now, but if there's one wrong move, Carlos Eduardo may potentially force that game 3.
This is so tense. It is so tight right now. Indeedee switches in. Dragonite will be protected from an attack from Carlos Eduardo's Pokemon, but that's the acrobatics coming out from the Sneasler, not targeting down the Dragonite at all. Sneasler deals some big damage to Amoonguss. Not enough. Amoonguss, 12 hit points. In game 1, it survived with 4. Now with 12, fires back a huge Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom and poisons. No dire claw effects, only Sludge Bomb poison onto the Rillaboom.
Oh my lordy, this invites a potential Amoonguss. I was going to say switch out, but it might not necessarily need to do so. Now that Taunt has expired, you want to be able to outspeed, pick up the KO right now. You can, with this male Indeedee, you can actually make sure you win this game if you are Pietro right now, but there's a switch here.
Pietro is switching out the Indeedee, brings back in the Dragonite instead. Going to reposition as Amoonguss is protecting. Pietro wants to make sure there remains redirection available on this field as a close combat still picks up that KO into Dragonite.
This is quite tough because I feel like Pietro's trying to play a bit more safe here, not wanting to be able to fall short of a potential protect from the Sneasler. You want to be able to pick up the KO at the same time, or at least guarantee the Rillaboom does go down because of the poison that had been inflicted in the previous turn. So now we have got an Amoonguss in front of the Sneasler. Redirect is online. Male Indeedee is on the field, and you are one expanding force away from an icy win.
It is really, at this point, just as simple as clicking the Rage Powder and the Expanding Force to pick up this KO on Sneasler.
It does, of course, and we are going to see the handshake with Pietro going ahead and wrapping this up.
And that, with that expanding force, Amoonguss goes down, but Sneasler is going to be right behind it. Pietro Nihal Calidora Silva will be your international champion here in Latin America in the seniors division.
And what a triumph!
Both of these trainers from reaching that championship title. Let's get into it as Victor leads off with the Pelipper and the Dragonite, and for Marco, it's the Jumpluff and the Porygon 2.
I was really eager to see how both players would approach the lead matchups in this one, and I think Pelipper Dragonite is a response to Jumpluff and Torkoal, which I think is Marco's really strong option here, but it's actually a different lead with the Jumpluff and Porygon 2. Porygon 2 right now in a really good spot to deal a lot of damage with Ice Beam and Terra Blast. Jumpluff here pressures with Sleep Powder. This is a key Pokemon in this matchup. It's able to outpace everything and put things to sleep, and the first Sleep Powder of the set will connect.
It's going to connect onto that Pelipper, so it is going to have to delay some of its offensive pressure that it would like to do with something like that Weather Ball, or even be able to get this set up. As the Dragonite on Victor's end tries to go all out with this Scale Shot, it's able to connect for the Jumpluff. Even though it's going to be 4 or 5 hits, it's not going to be enough to knock it out right now.
Really impressive defensive training there. Jumpluff surviving all 5 hits. This is a really valuable Pokemon in this matchup, and now Dragonite critically gets that speed boost. Pelipper will take that first turn of sleep.
And that leaves this Porygon 2 to be able to go for this Ice Beam. This Dragonite hasn't taken any damage yet, and so it has its multi-scale intact, but that's the power of a 4-time super effective hit, even with the multi-scale.
Almost just gets that one-hit knockout, so powerful, and Marco now has the option, as you can see, to potentially set up Tailwind. Dragonite, of course, has that speed boost, though, so you, of course, can just go for another Scale Shot. Porygon 2 right now, though, still sitting very healthy, putting on a lot of offensive pressure. You can see Marco looking like he's trying to consider changing the weather, probably expects Jumpluff to faint here, but saying, you know what, if you actually Scale Shot into the Porygon, I'll be able to make your Pelipper's damage output reduced, and your Hurricanes, of course, a lot more inaccurate.
So what happens next with this Jumpluff, though? I think you've gotten a lot of mileage out of it already, being able to have that defensive capability to deal with the Scale Shot, but you also have to figure out what's going to be in the back here for Victor. As we see this Pelipper not even try to wake up this turn, it's going to be the Archaludon that comes out on the field in its stead. Jumpluff doesn't get to do anything else this game as the Scale Shot connects onto it, and it does get knocked out on this turn.
Archaludon does make an appearance here, and by conserving that Pelipper, of course, even if there's that threat of Charizard in the back, you can always bring the Pelipper back in, and Charizard in the rain does not really do that much damage. So you can see Victor realize, okay, if I set up Archaludon properly and get it in the right place, it can actually be a huge threat. Dragonite is going to get traded right now, but it is very even at this current point.
Dragonite was supposed to be a big source of damage for Victor, though, so it does feel a little bit bad to have to lose that piece so early, but Victor is going to be able to focus a lot of his game plan into this Archaludon, especially knowing that you do have some really nice resistances to something like this Charizard.
Yeah, I like the prioritization of getting rid of Jumpluff. I think Jumpluff is just a huge threat in this matchup, even though it doesn't deal damage. Being able to put everything to sleep and change the weather via sunny day is huge. So Charizard does hit the field, and okay, we're looking at the hover here, potentially trying to just get a huge knockout Weather Ball here. You can switch into the Torkoal, of course, change the weather. You have the option of Overheat as well, but I think critically with Jumpluff fainting and Victor still having that Pelipper in the back, this can be fairly tricky.
It's a little tough, though, because this Ursaluna hitting the field is Victor's 4th and final for this first game. It doesn't have the guts activated quite yet, and that means you're looking at Headlong Rush, Earthquake, both not going to be able to connect onto something like this Charizard. Leaves it a little bit vulnerable, and at the very least impacts the amount of damage it can do on this next turn.
Yeah, critically, the Porygon is going to switch here into Torkoal, so the Sun now is set up. There's no defensive Terra on either of these Pokemon, so of course, Fire-type attack will do a ton of damage.
Yeah, this Archaludon is going to hope that this Assault Vest is going to be enough to be able to withstand some of the onslaught of damage from this Charizard. But take a look at the Weather Ball as a same type attack bonus in the sun. It's just going to knock out that Archaludon in one go.
This is my point about why I thought Archaludon is a tough Pokemon to bring into this matchup. Marco positions the Charizard perfectly. You do now bring out the Pelipper. It will, of course, change the weather. The rain will be set up. You can still Weather Ball actually into the Ursaluna, so might have to see a Terra at this point.
That Terra on the Ursaluna is going to be a Ghost type, so it does get rid of that super effective weakness you're going to have to a Water type Weather Ball, but you're still going to leave yourself taking neutral damage from everything else.
Yeah, and Torkoal is interesting here because it actually doesn't really do that much damage, but Pelipper is asleep. So right now the question is, can Ursaluna get enough mileage these next couple of turns and actually deal enough? Helping Hand Weather Ball here is really safe. The question though is, with with that Terra committed on Ursaluna, will you be able to survive the turn? I would expect it to survive. And then the question is, can Porygon 2 and Torkoal finish off the game?
Pelipper also needs to get this turn 1 wake up. It's already taken a mandatory turn of sleep, so it has the opportunity to actually wake up on this turn. But we see the terrestrialization committed into this Ursaluna. This Ghost Terra has to do wonders for Victor in this first game if he wants to have hope of winning it to kick off this series.
All right, helping hand here. Weather Ball in the rain from a Charizard into Ursaluna. How much damage will this do?
Still gonna do a lot. It's still a Charizard with pretty good special attack, and it's just a 1 hit. No way, this Ursaluna. Victor hasn't been able to do anything with 2 Pokemon already.
Charizard with that Weather Ball, that's one way to get around the variance. But okay, there is the wake up. Muddy Water comes out. It is going to do super effective damage and get the double knockout, but there's Porygon in the back still.
Porygon in the back, but that's a huge double KO here for Victor. This was such an explosive turn. We saw 3 Pokemon knockouts back to back to back. It comes down to a 1v1 though at the end of this first game. Porygon 2 with this Eviolite, bigger defense buffs than this Pelipper is going to have with the Focus Sash.
Porygon is in a phenomenal spot. Right now, you really want to avoid, however, getting hit by the Hurricane and then having Hurricane confuse you and then hit by Confusion. Marco actually lost the last regional championship finals he played in to Hurricane hitting and then confusing him into a hit. So will we see Hurricane confuse right now is the question.
This Porygon 2 also just got a special attack boost, so that's going to feel really nice with that download paying off dividends. This Porygon 2 can set up the Trick Room though, get the speed in its favor, and then play around the Hurricane. Hurricane's going to connect onto the Porygon 2, but does it get the confusion? It does not, so Porygon 2 gets to set up that Trick Room.
And now it's in such a comfortable position, able to attack first, threatens with Terra Blast, which I think 2 probably just knock out the Pelipper. You can heal back from recover as well, so the odds are overwhelmingly in Marco's favor right now.
That's going to be almost a 1-hit knockout again here if it were not for that Focus Sash. Regardless, with the Hurricane, we are not going to see this confusion either. So in Trick Room, Marco is just 1 more Pokemon move away from getting the knockout onto the Pelipper and winning this first game.
Pelipper opting to protect here, trying to stall out, of course, those Trick Room turns. Also gives Victor some time to think about how he wants to approach the next game. I think Porygon Jump Bluff, maybe a lead that Victor wasn't fully expecting. I think Charizard plus the Jump Bluff is one of the go-to leads. And so I really, really like the decision there. No double protect from the Pelipper, and Marco's going to take this first game.
The final Terra Blast into the Pelipper. What a start here for our Masters Finals at the Latin America International Championships. That was so fast.
The fact that it was Weather Ball Charizard getting those 2 knockouts, rather like something from the Heat Wave or the Overheat. One of the scariest things about utilizing Marco's team is Sleep Powder can miss, the Heat Wave can miss, the Overheat can miss, but Weather Ball, it won't miss, right? And so really great decision to go for those Weather Balls, finds the perfect positioning to just knock out that Archaludon, and then helping hand Weather Ball one-shotting Ursaluna. That's such a rare interaction, but so much heavy offense here from Marco's end. And so the question is, if you're Victor, how do you adjust? Porygon plus Jump Bluff is a scary lead, but you know what's actually pretty good into that? Golden Go.
Golden Go did not get a chance to actually make an appearance, and you know that with something like the Choice Scarf, you are going to be one of the fastest things on the field, unless we see this Tailwind get set up, or the Trick Room that Marco has liked to rely upon in so many of these tournament matches. I would love to see if Golden Go might be the option there, especially because you've got Good as Gold. It's going to make sure you can't get spored either.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's so critical in this matchup because Jump Bluff is a huge nuisance Pokemon. You don't have very many ways to protect yourself from being put to sleep, and so Golden Go here I think could be an interesting adjustment. Archaludon came out in that last matchup, but it just got absolutely destroyed, right? And so if you want to bring the Archaludon out, you need to make sure you time things properly and let the rain is up when you're facing off against Charizard. But Marco finds that snipe and just is able to get the knockout onto the Archaludon without Pelipper being able to change the weather.
Well, as we get ready for the second game, Marco Silva is 1 game away from making history as a 3-time international champion. Victor needs to win this game in order to keep his dreams alive of finally winning a major champion title. Let's see what this game has in store, Aaron. I cannot wait to see the adjustments.
Yeah, is there a Golden Goal in the lead is my very first question. And the answer is going to be no. It's going to be Double Dragons in the Archaludon Dragonite. We've got an adjustment here as well. No Porygon 2, it's Incineroar brought out instead.
Okay, so the Incineroar is going to be able to get an Intimidate drop onto this Dragonite because it's multi-scale. Kind of nice to be able to know that you can keep this Dragonite's damage in check, but this jump left still has a lot of wiggle room here.
You can see the hover for the Ghost Terror. The reason for this is we know there is the Fighting Terror Archaludon on the opposing side, so you don't want to get sniped off by something like Fighting Terror plus the Body Press. Incineroar is a really good defensive piece in this matchup, and once you go for that Terror, Archaludon really struggles to deal significant damage to the Incineroar.
Well, as we get them ready for this first turn of the game, we get a chance to see how critical these decisions are going to be. As the Terrestrialization does end up getting invested onto this first turn, we're going to see that Incineroar become that Ghost type.
So one of the questions here is, can Victor do a lot of damage this turn? Because like you called out, with that Intimidate, Dragonite's honestly fairly weak. We saw even without the Intimidate skill shots not knocking out the jump up, and Sleep Powder connects once again.
This is another turn one where Marco is going to be able to get that sleep onto another Pokemon, removing its offensive capabilities immediately. So even if that doesn't matter, the Body Press isn't going to do anything either. And Marco feels like he's so far ahead now, especially after this parting shot is going to allow this Incineroar to pivot out again.
Oh, just one step ahead here. I wonder if Dragonite was actually considering going for the self-target skill shot to increase your defense and then just get these really strong body presses off immediately. So Marco does commit his Terra, but the Dragonite now, of course, is really weakened. The Archaludon doesn't have any stamina boosts yet, and now you can launch the Sleep Powder into the Archaludon slot. And so I think a lot of this matchup is, are you able to connect on your moves? Marco did a really good job of avoiding clicking Heat Wave and Overheat with Charizard in that first game, but Jump Bluff variants with Sleep Powder can really, really be dicey.
We are going to get a preview, though, that there actually is no Torkoal in this second game. So Marco very comfortable with the opportunity for this jump left to go for something like the Sunny Day manually instead. And so this is going to be a very difficult turn. A lot of variants could be involved with these Heat Waves.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of damage coming out right now, though. There is not very much defense on the opposing side, and Dragonite's really weakened as well. So even if it gets that wake up, your skill shot is not knocking out Charizard, which is normally what you're hoping for. So Archaludon's just in a really tough spot right now. If you switch in the Pelipper, well, then Sunny Day overrides it, so Victor can't really switch it in. Here we go. Do the Heat Waves connect?
Heat Wave is going to connect onto both of these Pokemon, and so Archaludon does survive with this Assault Vest. Better off this time around than with the Weather Ball, and the multi-scale from this Dragonite able to help it out here as well, but it stays asleep. Archaludon does connect the Snarl onto both of these Pokemon, the special attack drop mattering for the Charizard as the Covert Glow keeps this jump up safe.
Heat Wave still just so strong, though. You've broken the multi-scale on the Dragonite. Dragonite stayed asleep, and Heat Wave was able to connect. So that turn basically went as perfectly as Marco could ask for. So this is the threat of Charizard in this matchup. Marco finds a really nice way to get it out, committing that Ghost Terra early, and Charizard is so well positioned, and this is what makes it so hard. If there wasn't Sunny Day on Jump Up, okay, you can just bring out the Pelipper and change the weather, but there is Sunny Day here, right? So what can even Victor do? He's not going to protect, he's not going to switch out, so now the question is, do the Heat Waves connect once again?
The Tailwind is going to make sure that this Charizard can connect these Heat Waves, picking up the knockout onto the Archaludon, but the Dragonite is still going to stay up in this game number 2. It's still asleep, though, so another turn wasted for this Dragonite.
Victor is just getting really crushed by the pressure of Jump Bluff plus the Charizard. The most he can hope for from those last couple of turns were maybe some misses or wake up with that Dragonite, but Marco did a really good job saying, look, even if you wake up, we've been able to drop your attack a good bit. And so you can just Sunny Day now once again. And yeah, just keep clicking Heat Wave. Like, yes, you've eaten up the Snarl, but Solar Power is still doing so much damage. There's not very much bulk on the opposing side. Pelipper's still going to take a good amount of damage. So what do you do right now if you're Victor? Maybe you try to protect the Dragonite. There's no protect, though, so Sunny Day comes out. If Heat Wave connects, Dragonite might just faint here.
You have to hope for a miss at this point, and there is not. This Dragonite gets knocked out, and the Pelipper takes an incredible amount of damage as it switches in for the first time in this game. It goes for the Muddy Water too, but there's going to be a miss onto the Charizard, which is so critical. This Charizard gets a chance to have another turn in the sun.
Yeah, there's just really nothing Victor can do. So much of the strength of this team is positioned. It's Ursaluna as the last one, but there's no weather anymore that you can control on your side. Charizard just free to launch another Heat Wave. Incineroar can come in freely, and this was just pure dominance by Marco Silva in this second game, starting from turn 1. It felt like there was just nothing Victor could do.
Victor has been absolutely squashed and squandered at every opportunity. Marco has thought about this matchup so much. Maybe there's an opportunity for something like a heat wave miss. You can see Victor really thinking about whether or not there's actually a way to get back into this game.
Yeah, and it'll start with the Intimidate here, but it's just so tough. The Charizard's still doing so much damage, and Marco's still got that 4 Pokemon in the back, so I don't want to call it too early, but I just don't really see a path to a comeback here at this point.
Maybe a couple of crits is the way. You still have an opportunity to stall out these turns of Tailwind, and there still could be Heat Wave misses. You've got the Ursaluna going for the Protect, so that is going to be a Heat Wave that does not connect its mark, but it does pick up the KO onto the Pelipper, and Victor is down to just this Ursaluna left in the second game, and Marco is so close to being able to clinch this victory.
No Mega Evolutions, no Dynamax, no Gigantamax, but it's no problem for this Charizard, as it is the absolute key in winning this matchup. Jumpluff supporting it so incredibly well here, and Marco is just a turn or two away from securing this championship.
We are going to see the terrestrialization committed into this Ursaluna, though. Just another way that you can make sure that you're going to not be able to get faked out. It's going to be a nice way to see if this Ursaluna can actually do any damage on this next turn.
The Ghost Terra here will help around a fake out, but it's just Heat Wave, single target connects, and that's it.
It's just a one-hit knockout. Heavy is the crown as